Just well, hey guys, how's it going? It is I, the real Randy Chavez, coming at you today with a Veve OMI Lucy update video. Guys, if you're new, welcome. For not, welcome back. I love you all. Everyone say, where's Dashi? Dashi's in the other room. I have the house to myself for about 24 hours, give or take. So yeah, full house. Not wasn't 100% sure what to do, but because this is the last day of the quarter of Q3, there is a chance that Veve does announce something. There is I mean, it's no coincidence that Reese has been going on like 20 different channels and being like, oh, OUP this, oh, OUP that. Literally goes on Veve Meister's channel and answers like 2 hours worth of questions. Fanny Carbonell comes on, asks some questions. Like it's not a, hey, what's up, Rich Polinski? Thank you so much for the super chat already. What a fantastic start of the stream. Yeah, there's really no, that's not a coincidence. Like he's doing that like for multiple reasons. Why? Because OUP is about to come out. I can't wait for people to go and do I'm telling my friend to come on the stream. I was like, yes. Hold on. So my clipboard. Come join. Oh God. You. Okay. She's at work now. I'll be streaming when you get off. She says like, oh, I'm at work, maybe another time. Blee hecky. I'll be streaming as soon as she gets off work as well. This is going to be, I'm not going to go for like, 69. My 69-hour stream will come next month. That will come in Q4. Will come in October. Everyone's going to, like, pretty much most people here are going to be part of it. I can't wait for that. I don't know, the giveaways I can't really do until OMI Moons. I can't really do it until either that or until Earth 2 really starts to go. And I understand what you're saying. Well, Chavez, you said if 20,000 people got 5 million OMI each, you'd do the giveaway, not when OMI Moons. Okay, if you have 20,000 people having 5 million OMI each, that is 100 billion OMI that's locked up. You think that is not going to moon? Like you think that's so yeah. It'll moon well before then. That would be several cents at that point. If we get people to do that and hold for the giveaway. If that happens, then I'll do something at maybe 10,000 people that have 5 million OMI, or 5,000 people that have 2.5 million OMI. I don't know. I'll keep you all posted on that. But before we move on with the stream and we do other stuff, Nord pipeline updates. Putin does accuse the West of blowing up the pipeline as Europe steps up vigilance. Now, why is Putin accusing the West of that? Because Biden said like a week ago, it's like, oh, the pipeline will be destroyed. And it's like, oh my God, what? Like straight up gangster. I don't know why you tell somebody else the moves that you're going to do that haven't been done yet, but then absolute savage. So absolute chaos everywhere. Outside of that, it's not affecting the markets as much as I thought it would. I thought the markets would be severely down, like a couple of percent today, but it's not. S&P and the S&P 500 is down 0.07%, so not even down 0.1. Dow is down 0.42%, and the Nasdaq's actually up at 0.33%. So I thought that was really interesting that we had that. We are up on OMI 0.24%, so we are outperforming, I think, two of those guys. We are outperforming. No, yeah, we're outperforming the S&P 500 and the Dow. The Nasdaq is the only thing that we're not outperforming. But again, this comes off the heels of us being very, very illiquid right now. Not a lot of currency on the exchanges. We are at $415,000 over the last 24 hours, so really not a ton. And again, how much would it take in order to get 5 million OMI for 20,000 people? This would be several cents at that point. There's going to be a point where, having a million OMI is going to become unreachable. Having a million OMI will at some point next year be $10,000 just to have 1 million OMI. And then to have 5 million, that's $50,000, and that's just if it's at a penny, not that the fact that it's going to go to probably a couple of cents by that point. Again, if we reach this goal. So I do kind of feel bad for some people that maybe will never be able to get that, but I'm saying it right now, and why I didn't have this, why didn't you do this giveaway when it's bull time, is because when it's bull time, like the bull run, that's probably going to be, everyone's going to be FOMOing in anyway, and then people say, oh, wait until the money comes in, that's when you do it. I wanted people now to know that I'm doing it, because I don't expect this to happen overnight or even by the end of the year, maybe not even the beginning of next year, but at some point there's going to be a lot of people FOMOing into this. And I just wanted to make sure the OGs kind of had a chance to stack their bags beforehand. Again, I don't know who else. I know Kay is doing something, Asian Dan's doing something, Dr. Stuff is doing something, Crypto Rain's doing something. And I'll find out more at Comic-Con. I'll talk to Foster Hilt. I'll talk to Tabs Trades is not going to be at New York Comic-Con, but I will be talking to him at some point to see what everyone's. Again, I don't know exactly what they're doing. There's a couple of guys that are doing something. Jordan Reese, he's been on the podcast a couple times. I got to get him on. Maybe he'll come. Actually, let me go and offer this to some of my OMI homies, and I'll see if anyone wants to come on. Doing a long Lucy stream. If anyone wants to join. I did take a little bit more than last time, so you have to excuse me if things get a little nutty. Things get a little crazy. What up, Bill Gardner? I hope you're doing well. Again, this doesn't all have to be about Veve and OMI and Web3. It could be literally about anything. Ask me whatever you want. Dark Chaos. Hello there, General Dark Chaos. Courtney J. Lewis is Randy. My man. Yo, what's going on, Court? How's it going, fam? Where are you in that picture? You are, it looks like a lot, and there's a field, and there's trees, a bunch of cars at a car show. Chago Solis, good morning. How are you? Don Glenn, how you doing? Dive Jedi, what's going on? You've been here for a while. Hope you're doing well. Sending nudes. I love you, Richard Valinsky. Sending nudes, as in noodles. I gotta send that to my Snapchat. My Snapchat be lit sometimes. I'll sending nudes. Noodles, he means. That's got to. Oh yeah. All right, just gonna go to my story, and then okay, we're good. Hi, what's up, Eva? How's it going? Veve versus Let's Go, Randy. I'll try to get Eva on later. Comment down below if you want Eva from Veve Versity to come on. Comment down below if you want Reese to go on Eva's channel. I think Reese should be on Veve Versity. I mean, this is kind of what Veve Versity is all about: educating people and telling people. I mean, yeah, it's about what things to go into, what things not to go into. But then there's also educating people on the stuff that's already existing and stuff that's coming out. And because OUP, we're kind of on the cusp of getting it, I feel like Reese should probably go on that channel. Reese, if you're there, Akomi, comment down below. SoCal Homie says, let's go. I love this game. I do. I love this game so much. I will be coming into a little bit of money in the future. I mean, that might be washed away by the taxes I have to pay. My accountant made a mistake. But I will be starting. All right, let's read the title of this video because I forgot what it was. But I will talk about that. I'm blue, yeah, I'm feeling all right, baby. I'm gonna have the best. All right, so it is thoughts on Veve OMI announcements, interviewing everyone, inspiration. I feel like this is not the best. I feel like that was not the best title to have that. Although what I am inspired by, it's the strangest things. It's like even just looking at like bugs, and it's like, wow, this one little ant is trying so hard to pick up this piece of food to bring it back to his, and this is probably food that this ant will never be able to taste. Will never, like, these ants are just hightailing it, chucking their food on a thing, going back to work, and it's like for the colony. It's like for the, like, there are some ant species that they will, that are all over the world, and they'll be like, oh, I'm a part of this ant group. But then if they go to, like, 3,000 miles away, if they hop on a plane or whatever, and they get off and they happen to find another colony, like, oh, we're the same ant species. Now we just work together. Imagine if humans did that. Imagine, oh, you're a human, I'm a human. Let's work together. So there's a bunch of things that I feel like are lost in translation. Not even just like with normal everyday things. Like in, I think the first time in Baghdad, putting I think stop, putting your hand up, or putting stop. That meant to some people like, hello. It didn't mean stop. Like, I don't know what the universal sign for stop is. So when you have some military guys that say like, hey, here's like the red line, teach everyone to stop before they go through. Here's the checkpoint. And if they don't, and then a miscommunication because they don't realize that this means something else in whatever area they were in. And they kept going anyway because the driver just thought they were saying, hey, and suddenly civilians died. So I'm not even just talking about that, but I'm talking about, there are scientific papers that are in Chinese or in Russian or in Mandarin, and they just, some things just aren't translated. They're like not translatable. Um, and if God, if we had like I guess English would be like the universal language at some point. Maybe Mandarin. I feel like both. The majority of the world kind of speak both. Majority of the world's Mandarin because everyone over in China's got a billion people. English because it's not just in America, but a lot of people in Europe speak it. A lot of people in North and South America. A lot of people in Asia. So I mean, when I go to Europe, it's really fun because a lot of people there, like if I don't speak their native tongue, whatever it is, they at least speak a little English or a little Spanish. And I have a little bit of the Spanish and then a little bit of the Russian, but it's just fun because a lot of them just speak English. So it just makes it a lot easier to travel. I wonder if there's any other language that it would. I don't think. I think it would be English or Mandarin. Comment down below if you think different. I love this game. Veve Drop did unbelievably bad today. Oh, I gotta see. I'm taking a look. I actually had a buddy of mine go in and say, this is not selling out anytime soon. Was too much for the world right now. But a buddy of mine, you'll know them as Clever Jerk, got the number 77 TIE Fighter. So shout out to them on that. I got to see how many of these are still left. Let's go to the Veve app. Let's go to the tape. Oh, Lauren Graham. I've been trying to get Lauren Graham on this podcast forever. I saw a funny Big Red Hearted Bros movie last night. I gotta. I don't want to take over a post that says like, come on the podcast and talk about it. Well, she's mentioning like 3 other dudes. I don't want to do that. It could be girls. It could be dudettes. I don't know. Anyway, drops. Star Wars Collection Series 1. Okay, so there is Vader's TIE Fighters. Oh, like only 2,400 have been bought. And the sites, maybe another 500. So maybe like 3,000 total of these have been bought out of like the 15 something. So about 20%. 20% has been bought. Ooh, somebody else. Oh, hold on. Jesus. Did I not give it to them? Okay, here it is. Sorry, I just have one of my groups texting me and saying I got mentioned in a comment. I can't even see where it is. Feeling I'm sure all too well. Come to terms with the fact I'll never have enough OMI. Oh, okay, yeah. Same. Moving on. Yeah, so it did. It did do. Well, let's see. How is it going for retail, or how's it going on the other side? What are people listing it for? Ooh, $50. So if you're selling at $50 when this is $80, I mean, why buy it at 80 when you can get it at 50? Now, I guess there's something to say about, well, I want it, untainted. I want it on my own. It's kind of like when kids like, I'm tired of hand-me-downs. I want something that's just my own. I get that. So I could see that happening. But there's not a ton of sub 100s out there. Now, that might be because there's still 80% of them left to be delivered because they haven't been bought yet. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, no, there's only 5 of them. Number 57 is the cheapest at $657 for a sub 100 TIE Fighter. There's no 66, there's no 69, no 41. But let's see the site. Oh, that's actually going for 115. That's going above retail. All right, let's check the sub 100s of it. Number 69 is 629. Guys, please somebody go get Andre 189s. Selling number. So here's the thing. If you have something at 115 and it's an ultra rare, you times it by 4 for the sub 100. So that would be about 460. So I get it. You can get number 95 for 450, and that's within the parameters. That is 100% worth it, in my opinion. And then you could get and you can get the number 78 for 549. It's if somebody were to buy the 451, okay, well then the next cheapest option is that. But 69 is a meme number, and the fact that that's number 629, number 69, 629. I don't know. If I had the money, if I had stupid, over amounts of money, I was like, oh yeah, heck it, but because I would want that. I collect a lot of the number 69s. Anywho, I have OMI in 5 different wallets, all less than 5. Yeah, I have OMI in like 6 or 7 different wallets. They're all like 20 million each, give or take. Hey, University. Hi, Chipotle. Oh, hello, everybody. Randy. That Jedi is doing well. Good, very good. I'd love to see all my peeps doing well here. Randy Chavez still. You guys are great. Vivi Fam Bam says, popping in to say hello. Great day for streaming. It is a great day for streaming. Vivi Fam Bam will be having a stream of her own, I think tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or is that 7 p.m. Pacific Standard? I don't remember. But we should all definitely go watch that and all subscribe to her. Poetry Deliver says, "What's up, Randy G? Hi, Vivi Fam. Oh, like hello, poetry. Staying all day with Randy. Can't wait for OUP article, my dude. Stacking until 10 million OMI. Got my almost 70-year-old parents into OMI. Just shy off 10 million. Ma, heckin' man. I'm glad you're here all day with me. Comment down below if you're gonna be here all day, which I completely don't expect. But if you're getting, you're gonna. What something I've been toying about getting is the Batman versus Killer Croc. Remember when these were like $2,200 and now they're at $69.98? Yeah, so there's a guy named Larix Papa. Could be a girl, Lara X Papa. Papa. I don't see Stranger Things. For $69. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Let's see if there's any sub 100s that are. I mean, you get number 88 for 725, and that's the cheapest. But yeah, that's. Ooh, those were people were literally spending $2,000 on those, and I want one. I just there's other things that I'd rather get that I should get first. But if we're going if we're not talking about there are a couple things that I have that are not for the investment at all, just because I like them. I'll show you a couple of them. Right? Yeah, yeah. I thought I didn't have them for a sec, but so like the lunar years, like these things, like the calendars. For anyone that loves anime or manga, you might know the show Fruits Basket. That was not me farting. That was I tell you when I fart. Fruits Basket, and that is horse in kanji. And I like it because it's about the animals of the Chinese zodiac. It's about this girl who's like a awesome person, and there's a curse. It's really fun. So I got it because I really like the Chinese zodiac, and this didn't have to be stamps. It could be Chinese zodiac art. Like whatever it is, and I'd be like, oh, like I collect, or I used to collect before. Oh my god, I can't believe I left that there. Oh, so there at my old place, my freaking landlord. I collected these bottles of Johnny Walker Blue, and they were every year they come out with like, oh, this is the year of the dog, this is the year of the ox, the year of the ram, the monkey, like oh my god, and I had like 5 different years of those things that only come out. Oh my god, I have to wait like 12 years now to collect all of those. Fudge. So in general, Johnny Walker Blue is like 200 something dollars a bottle. It's very good whiskey, very good blended scotches, blended mix. Um, but then once a year they come out. Oh, this is the year of the dog. So they have amazing, beautiful artwork on the back. Oh my god, I can't believe I left that there. Oh, I'm so stupid. Oh my god, it's okay. Dashi was more important. But damn. Um, so yeah, that's an example of something that I got because I really like them. I like the book of stamps. I like the ones that just are the single stamps. I hope they do that every year until we have all 12. No, the cat is not part of the Chinese zodiac. I wish he would be, but it is really a times keeping table of tens and twelves. Wouldn't really get that if you're, just a cat. Hope you're doing well. Vivi Darklink. Oh, well, hello, fam. I hope you're doing awesome. Also, just a sad story. Just found out my friend in Florida lost his ledger. No. Only around 16 million is seed phrase. His house, woke up and oh my God, Hurricane Ian just went ham. Yeah, that sucks. I'm so sorry to your homie in Florida. Oh man, yeah, I've heard people keeping their not collectibles, their things like their important papers, like their um what's that called? Birth certificate and social security card, like in their dishwasher because it has like a locking mechanism and nothing supposedly they're able to get in. Also, I'm gonna pump this up a little bit and I can make it so that okay. I think that's a little better. Yeah, I think that's much better. But yeah, rip that oh god, that blows so bad. New camera ready? No, it's not a new camera. It's just a new it's the wall. It's a new wall. I think I've streamed here once for like a second, not a ton. I'm just not in my room because like when I'm in my room, I'm just sitting on my bed, and sometimes I have to like, like, oh hey guys, and like this is what I would do. Like oh hey guys, how's it going? And I would be just because it hurts my back not having a back support. So no new. Oh, Weird Darling says all day, all day, all day. We're doing it. We're going all day. There might be other things. Thank you for the super chat. There might be other things that I might want to do as well. There's the things I have to do. I have to do laundry. I have to go and that's really it. It's laundry. But I have to eat again. I've been really trying to get in shape. The diet, not so much. But yeah, I've been really working out really hard. Um, Also, if anybody wants to pay me to shave again, that's fine. You can totally pay me to shave, and I'll do that. But yeah, I'll be doing this all day. Still trying to move there. I am. I will be moving to Florida at some point, at least part of the year. I will be moving. Most times when I would be there though is really just um probably December through like April, because it's still cold in the north. I'll move back to the north in late April, early May, whatever, and that's it. I was talking to my friend Nick this morning. We were talking about we were talking about like good soundtracks like work out to, and he's like, "Yo, I used to work out to the Rocky Four soundtrack." I was like, "Oh, Rocky Four!" I was like, but I would skip a couple of songs. Like I would skip the James Brown like "Living in America." It's like, yeah, I would skip that song too. I was like, oh, like no wonder we're good friends. And then I mentioned some of the other stuff, like the Hearts on Fire one, and then the other song that there's no particular lyrics to the song. It's just like, it's good to run. And he's he's like, yeah, I would. I was like, oh, would you listen to like the 1 hour version of it? So you listen to the whole thing, you don't have to keep hitting repeat. And he said, no, I would just start off with that song. Like he wasn't a loser that listened to the hour or 10 hour version of it. I remember one time listening to Kesha's Die Young for like 10 hours on my drive up to New Hampshire. It was great. I hear you. Sorry. Anyway, back to the story. We go and he's just like, I would start off with it, but I would really love running it to that music in the winter when it's like 20 below, because I would feel like I'm in Russia. And I'd just pretend that the KGB is like running after me and I had to outrun them. I was like, I never imagined that. And he's like, yeah. He's been on the stream before. It's Rent Chavez with interview podcast number whatever, like 20 something maybe, with Nicholas J. He's some type of IT security guy. He's really really smart. He's like the one. He's like the one person that like what America was like based off of, like not what America tried to shove down people's throats in high school, saying you go to college, you get good grades, you study, you go to college, you get a good job, you get married, and you have kids. So, and I feel like most people, like especially like me, like I didn't go to college. I went to the military. I had a bunch of jobs before then. I had the most unorthodox life ever. But there are some people that um let me get that out of the way real quick. There are a lot of kids that I shouldn't even say friends. I don't really know them anymore. But a lot of the kids that I went to school with, I feel so bad because either they're still like in the same, like they never left like the town that they grew up in. It's like, oh Jesus, that's a whole thing by itself. But then it's also a bunch of them that are still like at like I don't know, like Fridays or Chili's, which like okay fine, if you're a bartender and you're doing all this stuff and you're hustling, I don't know, like is that all you want? Like because a lot of them still live like with their parents, and it's like Jesus. I remember a few years ago, it was this girl I used to hang out with a lot, and she kind of hung out with these like she was like in her early 20s, and the men that she was hanging out with were like 30 something year old men, but they like never left their hometown. They like never made anything of themselves, and they all just and it's not like they had their own apartments. No, they all 100% still live with their parents. And it's just like I feel like a lot of America, they even if they go to college, they get in so much debt. Like I think college debt actually surpassed credit card debt a while ago. It's over $1 trillion, so much debt, and it's like why do you? I mean I get it. You're not the smartest when you're younger. You make a lot of stupid decisions. I don't know. I always know like it didn't make sense to go to college and rack all this debt if I didn't know what I wanted to do. Like I had zero idea what I want to do. Like this is stupid. I'm not doing it just because everyone else is doing it. And then I don't understand. like if you're passionate about something, like if you just want to be like a teacher or like a therapist or guidance counselor, like because you want to guide young minds, okay, 100% get that. But I feel like a lot of these people, they're not going to state schools, they're going out of out of state, racking up so much debt just to make like 60,000 a year. It's like, oh, you're never going to pay that off. Like I could understand if you have a couple $100,000 worth of debt because you're a veterinarian, because you're a doctor, because you're I don't know. That just always freaked me out, I feel like I was looked at. And comment down below if you relate to this. If there's like, if you felt like such an outsider, you felt like such a loser because all like the kids' parents, all your friends' parents, and even your own parents, like, yeah, my kid's a loser because it's not going to college. Like, okay, well, I moved out at 19, and I didn't. I don't know. Sorry. Anyway, still trying to move there. I will be trying to move to Florida at some point. Um, Maybe at another point I could go to Europe just because one Portugal. I mean, one everyone's going to Portugal because the crypto laws are very very lax. But then Puerto Rico. Well, if I'm going to be in Florida, why not just go the extra couple hours to Puerto Rico? Like, okay, well, fair point. Um, I really have been wanting to get into real estate for a while. Obviously, I'd have to wait for OMI to moon. I mean, I technically don't. I have the VA home loan where I don't put any money down if I really didn't want to. But it's just like I don't know. The interest rates are nuts. I think the same. My friend Dan posted about this the other day. Let me go and read this to you. This is important. It was like a week ago. Yeah. If you secured a 30-year fixed mortgage on a $600,000 home at a 2.6% interest rate, which wasn't even that long ago, last year, if last year, 30-year mortgage, most everyone has, $600,000 home, so it's over $500,000 at a 2.6% interest rate last year in 2021, you have the same mortgage payment as somebody that just bought a $392,000 home at today's interest at 6.2%. That's freaking nuts. And that was also last week. I feel like interest rates might have been bucked up a little bit since then. Yeah, this is ridiculous. I would not do that. I would. I'm not saying like to about buying a house. I feel like most times buying real estate, if held on too long enough, is going to make you money. It's going to go up, and at least even if that doesn't go up, it goes up very very slowly. At least rents don't go down. Rents stay the same. Like rents at least stay the same, if not go up. Doesn't matter what type of economy we're in. Rents either I feel like stay the same or go up. I feel like rents never go down. Again, if I'm wrong, tell me. Comment down below. But if I do go there, I don't know. Like same thing. Like I don't give me $100 million right now. I don't think I want a whole house. I don't need a whole house. And the only time why I would get a house is if one of two reasons is if I was with a woman and in intimate relationship aspect and it's like I want a house. I was like, okay, you know what? Okay, that's fine. You want a house? Okay, that or if I decide to go and get a bunch of pets again, and I decide that okay, well, my pet deserves a yard, my pet deserves X, Y, and Z, and really only for women or pets. And I feel like a lot of guys are pretty much the same way. I feel like a lot of guys, like if a lot of the people, smart guys that I talk to, if they weren't married or weren't looking to get married, they would be living in condos. They would be living like they wouldn't get a house. It's who needs that? Who needs that much space? Like so crazy, I think. But I'd probably get something where I would just live in a part of it and then maybe I just get something with friends. I don't know. I do have this agreement. I don't even know if I can say. I'll say it just because it says ask me anything, truthful. So my friend Arya Realty, he's been on the podcast a bunch. Actually, I gotta get him on. I'll shoot him a. Oh yeah. Anyone want to join? So me and him have a plan to do that in Florida, and then so just as friends, me and some girl Brittany, last lunch, Brittany, we talked about going to Florida again as friends, nothing more. Part partly because like we live in New York and we're pretty good friends anyway, and she's also tired of the cold, as I am. Um, Texas is fine too. Whether it be Texas or Florida, anywhere that just doesn't get freezing. I mean, I know Texas in certain parts of the desert can get really cold. I remember I lived in San Antonio for like 8 weeks when I was in basic training. Got pretty cold at night. Yeah, I remember. 1 2 cent. Probably 2024, but there is a chance that it does happen next year, depending on what OUP does, depending on how much we burn. There is a decent chance it happens next year, but we might have to wait till this bull market of 2024. We shall see. Not that the bull market happens in 2024 like right away, although that is the next time the next Brookline halving is. But it might take until that long. You are correct. Oh, I was correct. 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is when she goes on. So all subscribe to the Veve Fan Bam with Jumpstart Janie and Kick of Veve, also two of my homies. The Adamverse Music Station. Good morning. You have the best professional wrestling name and hair. Thank you for streaming. The real Randy Chavez. You should have seen my hair when I was young. Oh my God, I feel like Moira from what's it called? Schitt's Creek, where I don't know, she's just like reminiscing about her younger self, and she's just like, "Oh, you're gonna look at yourself one day with much kinder eyes and think, why didn't I take enough naked pictures about myself?" Nice. I keep getting tagged and stuff, and if you, I'm sorry, I don't get to everyone. I forget where I was going with this. Oh yeah, pictures of myself when I was young. I don't think I have any that are. I don't even know if I can show this picture. We'll move on to another. I was OMI MCU update today. Tune in. I'm sorry, I didn't know. We're not sure. I mean, this is the last day. I mean, so just because something. I love your neon cat on a Warhol. So narwhal. I didn't know narwhals were a thing. Like, okay, so I'll get back to your thing, but this side tangent here. They're basically unicorns of the sea. All right, so let me. If I were to try to describe to you, yeah, it's like a seal mixed with a walrus, but they have like a horn sticking out of there. Like you would think you'd think that I'm on drugs. Like if you this is what you're trying to say, like is a real animal, and like obviously it is a real animal, but I didn't know that it was real. I thought this was like the stuff of legend because it's got a freaking saber coming out of its head. That's nuts. But yeah, no, it's a real thing. Anyway, I love your neon cat with the on a Warhol or narwhal. It's really cool. I like it. Just because something is a priority doesn't mean that it'll get done in the said time. When they say that, yes, OUP is a Q3 priority, does not necessarily mean that it is going to happen in Q3. It just means that in Q3, that is what they're working on. That is something that that's at the front and center. Why don't we have a search bar right now? Because that's not what's most important. What is most important is kind of getting that, kind of getting the other things that should be like MCP, OUP, and all that. So that's kind of why. Are they going to come out with something today? I hope so. It's the last day of Q3. I think that's why they also had the Star Wars thing today, because last day of Q3, pump those numbers up. Look like rookie numbers. And that's a good way to end the quarter when you have Star Wars Day. Veve Darkly says all day. Yeah, thank you for the super chat. Love those and love the things of support that y'all are giving me everywhere. Ronnie says a silly question. I don't have one yet. Messing up, I know, but are ledgers proof? Hack proof? I mean, ledgers are the most secure thing, but there's like no support. Like if you lose your seed phrase, like you can't call anyone. If you like kind of same with trust wallets. The only way those get hacked is if you give out your seed phrase, and even then, like it's like so I would say that trust wallets that's what I use. I don't have any ledgers because they're a little confusing to me, and I know where all of my trust wallets are. They're still in the same banks. Actually, I got to make sure I keep paying for that safe deposit box, and with friends. And actually, none is with me right now. I should probably get 1 or 2 wallets and bring them with me, like just in case, and just keep them on my person. I feel like they're in no better hands. There's no safer hands than me and and the bun. My friend Megan has a bunny. And then yeah, I feel and Dashy in the room. I feel like there's no safer hands than my own. But ledgers, they're a little confusing. There are videos on how to use them. There are videos on which ones to get. Foster Hilt has a good video on that. But I think you're fine if you just have a trust wallet. Just where I'm coming from, I have 7 different trust wallets, and I don't have any ledgers, and I've never had an issue. I'm fine. So Star Wars, yeah, Star Wars Doobie. We didn't get as much sales as we wanted. I mean, again, it is still early. We still have 11 hours left before the end of the day, before the end of the quarter here. Yeah, I know. Sorry, guys. Moving on here. Where was I? Waterproof. Oh yeah, ledgers. Are ledgers waterproof? I wouldn't. I would very much not like to find that out. I would very much not like to test that theory. But I don't know. Somebody comment down below if you know if ledgers are waterproof or not. Elon Musk is announcing his AI robot today. Oh, another good reason to be live, because Elon Musk do be doing the announcements today. I could have sworn I had his tweets on notification. Yeah, I do. All tweets should get notified when all tweets. But Cybertruck will be waterproof enough to serve briefly as a boat, so it can cross rivers, lakes, and even seas that aren't too choppy. Ha 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 ha! Thank you, Elon. You got 2 of those Cybertrucks. Needs to be able to get from Starbase to South Padre Island, which requires crossing the channel. That's amazing. Elon, I love you so much. So even though my goals are a bit different from Elon's, the reason why I'm able to focus on animals as much as I can is because Elon Musk is taking care of humanity. He is 100,000% going and making sure that we're going to be multi-planetary species, going to be making sure that we're going to get where we need to go because of him, and allowing everybody else to focus on what they really want. And for me, that is animal sanctuaries. But I'm really, really, really curious to see like how he does the things he says that he's going to do. Oh, obviously works on land. Yeah, AI Day. Note this event is meant for recruiting AI robotics engineers, so we'll be highly technical. Yeah, so I'm probably going to understand maybe about 3% of what he says. Ben NFT or BNFT. Then hello, Randy. What's going on? Hope you're doing well. Crypto Cat Guru says, how do you earn money at the moment? How long can you live without working again in this bear market? Not too much longer. Not gonna lie, not too much longer. I'm pretty much out of money. If it weren't for vacations, like and I don't want to be like, oh yeah, if I didn't have to go on vacation to like Italy, I'm not going there yet. I will go there at some point, but I feel like I got to go to a lot of these things to cover them. Like Dragon Con, unfortunately, I already said I would go to. I didn't really want to, but I had to. That cut into this, and I would have, if not for Dragon Con, I would have gone to Designer Con in London. But San Diego Comic Con, kind of have to be there. For New York Comic Con, kind of have to be there. And unfortunately, I don't live close enough anymore. Be like, oh, I'll just take the train back. It's not like it's just a 45 minutes to an hour drive or an hour train ride as it once was to get to my place. No, I have to drive 25 minutes just to get to the train station, and then wait another 90 minutes just to get to Penn Station. So for things like that, and then things like Designer Con, you have to get hotels, you have to get everything. So if it weren't for that, I could, if it weren't for these different things going on so many different times of the year, I would probably be able to do this forever. But there's reasons why I like diversifying into other stuff. The absolute degen play is Toshimon, and that Toshi token. That is my absolute degen. I'm going in. But that's a degen move. It's just betted on black. Whether it'll survive, but whether it's gonna be super successful or not. So I have a couple packs in my of Toshimon packs, and then get the Toshi token at some point. And then the other thing is Republic. So Ken Gwynn is a buddy of mine. We've met a bunch of different times, had him on the podcast recently. Really, really smart guy. Does a lot of ICOs and a lot of cap raises. So I will be working in there in some capacity. I don't really know what yet. I think it's just an advisor. But yeah, and that's going to be within the next like 1 to 2 months. So this me technically not having a job is coming to an end. I will at some point be working. I mean, I'm already working with Toshimon, but I will be working with Republic in some aspect at some point. that will happen. I don't know when. I'll keep you all posted exactly what I'm doing for them. But part of the reason why I'm doing that is also just to get the just be a part of like their newsletter and be like, oh, hey, we have these 3 different things that we're doing cap raises for. Let me be in them. Like, I don't want to. It's so hard to get ideas because I get ideas coming at me every day. People are like, oh, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? And most times, by the time it gets to me, by the time I get to it, it's too late. But if I have a company that is constantly doing cap raises, oh, hey, maybe I should throw 10 grand into this piece or 20 grand into this piece, like whatever. Most of them probably won't pay off, but I feel like they will for me because I'm not just going to throw money at any random project. It would be to go and to say like, hey, based on X, Y, and Z, I think this, and if these scenarios can happen, and if they do happen, if this person does this, I don't know. It's the same going all in. Going all in. I've done before. Tesla, Pokemon, high risk lending, OMI and Veve. OMI and Veve did make me a millionaire at some point, and then at some point it obviously didn't when OMI went back down. But I would say if I'm able to get a bunch of these companies, if I can look at 100 companies a month, and most of them I could probably tell are crap right off the bat. But if I could say like 20 or 30 of those, okay, maybe there's something there between 20 or 30 of them. And then to dig deep and 10 fall off, okay, 15, 20 left. There's probably out of every 100 companies I look at, it's probably going to be 1 to 3 companies that are probably going to make me some money. Now, unfortunately, with Republic, because they are doing a lot of fundraising, not for themselves, they're like a multi $100 million company, if not $1 billion company by now. They are the money and the projects that you put into that might take X amount of time to pay off, because it'd be like investing in Veve back in 2018. Yeah, the token price pumped. It went from 4 zeros to 2 zeros. Yeah, it's great, but how long until it pumps again? Maybe another 2 years. I don't know. Oh, good morning, pals. Zachary Roy says good morning. Hello. Oh, Zach, let's get you on here. Let's get the palaces on here. Does Randy have a new apartment? I do. If you haven't been here in a while, it's not an apartment. It's my friend's house, and they let me rent a room, and the room is really cool. Dashy's in my room. Might take a field trip there later, and then yeah. So while I've been here, it's just been a lot of working out, a lot of dieting, so I haven't really done a lot of DJs, but like I haven't done what I'm doing today, and taking a trip with Lucy. And going, hang on. You just noticed the alcohol on top of their fridge. I'm not going to do that because I am still trying to get in shape for just to get in shape. So I am trying not to do anything bad for the diet. But yeah, that alcohol up there is looking pretty good. There's video games downstairs, video games upstairs. Again, we're all friends. Like we've all been my friends. So here's how they met. My friend, me and my friend Nick, we've been friends, I think, since middle school, high school, like whatever, like 15, maybe like 16 years, give or take. We've been friends for a while. And then my friend Meg, I met in a really weird, bizarre, like me and Meg, this whole thing exists because of me. They would not have gotten together if it weren't for me. Because in 2010, in my second apartment that I was in, the landlord's kid, guy named Dave, he went to the high school that I used to go to, and he was in a band, and the band was actually pretty good. And his bandmate, and like they were cool kids. Like again, when I had just moved out, I was only 19, so I wasn't like this like 30-year-old man chilling out with these teenagers. I was 19, and I would hang out with him every now and then. This is a cool kid, and his friends were cool. They were fun, and his friends, in high school, they had girlfriends. And this one girl, Megan, she noticed my Triforce. I didn't have any of this. I didn't have any of I just had the Triforce. And she's like, "Oh my God, Triforce! Like, you know Legend of Zelda?" And then she's like, "Yeah, I love Legend of Zelda." Like, "Oh my God, no way!" So we all like hang out. We all get to talking, and I was like my first experience with like fatherhood or whatever. She actually added me as her dad on Facebook, because that's I think that's a separate reason, because I dated her friend's mom. So she's there with her friend Alyssa, and I was like, yeah, we get to talk, and I take them out for like Taco Bell. And then they're like, she's like, oh, my mom likes Taco Bell. I was like, oh, is your mom single? Like, like joking. And then, our friend Alyssa, she's like, yeah, she likes younger guys too. I was like, what? So, and because y'all know me, I really, really love older women. So, so I was 19, she was like 45 at this point. So we hightail it to her kids. She was like, these two girls were both like 15, 16. So I hightail it to her mom's place. I was like, oh, why, hello, your daughter tells me that you are single, and she like dancing. So we go out and we go dancing. We have like one or two dates, and then I don't even know if we told the kids at the time. But like the kids found out, and so this is so that she found out, and for some reason, like Megan was not on board with this idea, like at all, of me dating, her friend's mom. So I was like, but like why? Like, well, it's I don't deserve love too. And she's like, it's weird. It's weird. She's like, my mom. I was like, so like, like whatever. But then, the daughter actually added me as her dad on Facebook, and then she's like, okay, you can be my dad too. It's like, okay. So long story short, this whole place. Anyway, that's how I met Megan, and then I introduced Megan to Nick at some point. Like, I think it was like, I think they'd crossed paths a couple of times, maybe once or twice, and then because we had both annoyed this guy named John Chan, so we would just annoy him. And Nick was also friends with John Chan, so they got together a couple of times. They visited me when I was in the military before I was deployed. So mostly during the military years, that's when they knew me, or that's when they got together. They got together like literally a week after I deployed. Like you couldn't have done this beforehand. And a week, so I come back. It's like, how's the relationship with them? She's like, it's good. I mean, we were all talking. We were in a group chat anyway. But yeah, this whole house would not have existed. This whole relationship would not have existed if it weren't for me. My absolute degenerate tactics of moving out when I was 19 with like zero backup plan. Things do work out though. He moved, I believe. Yeah, yep, I did. A couple weeks. So I have this. What do I have? It's called, what is it called? My crazy landlord story, maybe my crazy landlord experience. Yeah, so my crazy landlord experience, which was streamed 3 weeks ago. Like this was all this month. Like this all happened this month. Absolutely wild. That all that was going down and happening. Oh, Ultraman. All right, so we got some details on Ultraman. Zoffy. I don't know who Zoffy is, but that's a Zoffy. And Zoffy is he appears in the final episode. All right, so he's a one episode character, having come to Earth to take Ultraman's body back to Nebula M78 after he was defeated by space dinosaur Zeton. I have to watch this freaking show. They have space dinosaurs. Recognized for his bravery, he was appointed the leader of the Intergalactic Defense Force. Zoffy is also the leader of the Ultraman Brothers, a group of veteran Ultra heroes recognized for protecting the peace in the universe. Zoffy's special move is M87 beam. This show sounds lit. I'm not gonna lie. So there's 40 gems, 38, 50 of them, and then there's Ultraman Jack. Looks like he's got a beer gut, or maybe not. Ultraman Jack is featured in the series Return of Ultraman after Ultra 7 and at a time of peace on Earth. But the monsters and aliens wake up, and Ultraman Jack must defend Earth again. His power comes from the Ultra Bracelet, which is given to him by Ultra 7. Ultraman Jack takes his human form of Hideki Go, a member of the MAT, Monster Attack Team. Special move is Spacium Beam, as powerful as Spacium Beam of the first Ultraman. Oh, nice. That is also going to be 40 gems. So it's going to be a blind box. Ultra 7 kind of looks like Captain Marvel with a swishy hair. A wanderer from the land of light within M87. All right, I'm not going to read all these because this is going to be insane. Then you have Ultraman 8. I think we already have one of these, don't we? But these do look a little bit better. And that's going to be the ultra rare, 1,750 of them. So yeah, I think that in order to get a bunch of these on board, someone that is really familiar with Ultraman, comment down below if these are better than the Ultramans we already have. Which ones do you prefer? I mean, I think they're from different ones, right? Because the Zoffy is from the final episode of the original Ultraman TV series. So that one should probably be well known. And if that's the series finale, probably well known. Hopefully they did like an hour. Ultraman Jack is is featured in the series Return of Ultraman. Okay, so maybe these are these are different Ultraman timelines. They're different shows. One is from a show. One is from the series Return of Ultraman. Was Ultra Seven. He's a wanderer from Land of the Light. Then M78 Nebula, Ultra Seven, Earth because of its beauty. Each episodes of the series, which premiered in 1967, would see Ultra Seven and his human host Dan Moriboshi fighting giant monsters and alien hordes bent on human domination. Yeah, I really want to see this, especially now. Now would be great. Yeah, it was a couple weeks ago. Looks like an upgrade. Thanks. Again, this is not my room. This is like the kitchen. You can't see what I'm seeing. There's a lot of. Oh god. It's a nice place for normal peeps. Yeah, live one block from where I grew up. Sometimes change is good. Change is good sometimes. I typically I don't like change because I get into a rhythm. I get into, but like Turk said on Scrubs, just because things are going to be different doesn't mean things have to be worse. Just be different. So I understand that. Huski says, "Have you explored the new Feesh stuff Brock has released?" Yeah, I was playing that Feesh. I was playing the Feesh metaverse the day it came out, like literally the hour it came out. Got 10 Feesh a few months ago. Absolutely absurd. He airdropped so many things. I've gotten over 100 in my hidden. Yeah, dude. If you take a look at my folder on OpenSea, it's mostly Feesh, and I haven't purchased any Feesh stuff. It's all just airdrops. Hang on one second. I only have 3 Feesh. You have 10. You got a nice amount. Come on, where are you at? Scoot, scoot. Okay. Picking open the stuff and go to my browser. And if you take a look at all of the stuff that he airdrops, well, those are Toshimon packs. So those Toshimon packs are actually something that I actually take an investment. But the rest is really just Feature stuff. The Feature stuff is, yeah, and I should be getting my Golden David U at some point. Maybe it's in the hidden folder. No. Activity, more. Oh, there do be something hidden. I got it. It's in my hidden folder. It's the Golden David U. Huzzah! Wow, it's amazing. Oh, and the floor price is $1,000. Huzzah for that. This is why it got good. This is why this is why I stream, because every now and then it's a little collectible. Red, you should go to Thailand apparently in Thailand. My friend Eric went to Thailand, I think for 6 months, just specifically to like learn Muay Thai. And I think he was spending maybe $300 a month between the lessons, like the gym membership, the food, and the rent. Maybe it was $600 a month, but still, it's like fudge. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Yeah. So, Dominican Republic as well. I've heard very, very good things. I hear a lot from Dominican Republic men from DR. They say they would only be with women, or they would only marry women from DR as well, because they say they're the only women that knows how to treat a man. I was like, I don't know about that, but I do respect, and that has made me very curious of at least vacationing there. Matt Johnson says, "What up, Randy? Have a great day, brother." Oh, you too, Matt Johnson. Hope you're doing well. Your agent Tyler Weekrong says, "Buy a house and rent out the rooms. No better wealth building vehicle than house stacking, aside from OMI." Oh, I see what you did there. Agreed. Find a woman anywhere. I mean, I mean, there's people everywhere. There's people everywhere you go. Whether they're good for you or not, or you're good for them or not, is a whole different question. But yeah, you can find people everywhere. Did Randy hit on the drop? I didn't even go for the drop. The drop. I see what you did there. But yeah, I didn't even go for the drop today. I guess I still could. You still can. 100 million, you won't need a home. Gonna get wealthy and couch surf. I mean, yeah, the only reasons why I would want. Okay, we're not too far behind. We're only like 25 minutes behind you on comments. The only reason why I would really want a house is really just because I would maybe I have too many rooms for my collectibles, but a lot of my stuff's gonna be Pokemon cards and maybe that's it. Like a lot of my stuff is really just gonna be Pokemon cards. Like I like art as well. Like being in like a museum. Like if I could have like a bunch of walls with nothing else and just throw up artwork, that'd be really cool. I would love to live in that like museum type of way. Have it. I feel like art also, even when you're not ready for it, like sometimes like I need to be in the mood, but sometimes like uh, God, I'm forgetting his name. Optimus Prime, like he says, like fate rarely calls upon us at a moment of our choosing. I feel like art is something that should challenge you a lot. Like there's a show that George Costanza did where he's like a duck. George Costanza. Oh God, Eva, how long were you there for? I didn't see you there.
Not even a minute.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry.
So I suddenly say, I was like, oh my God, I haven't looked at the screen in a while. And I was like, oh my God, Eva. So, but um, if you, or so have you moved to I feel like we have the same background.
Yeah.
It looks almost like it's, anyway. So if you were to have let's say not even Omi and Vivi going to the moon, say win lotto, and how would you decorate that house? Would you get a house? I mean, I imagine, if you have pets, you probably want a house.
Yeah, so I would actually move to Bali because I don't want to stay in Montreal. And we're actually planning to build a house in Bali. So, yeah.
I see puppy. I see puppy over there. He's on the pillow.
I don't know if you could see. I have actually. There's 2 dogs. Oh my God. Okay, wait.
There's 2 dogs.
Yeah. So I don't have much furniture because I just moved, but there's one under the pillow.
Oh my God! I see now. Okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't see that before. So there's I don't know how you want the camera. That's fine.
Why do you zoom in? Why do you zoom in on my
we don't have to zoom in. We could be
okay,
we could be just like this. This is fine. Because I feel like there's so much more space on my screen, and it's just filled with black. It's just a black. But it's fine. So yeah, how far away is the place that you want to move as opposed to here?
You mean in Bali?
Yeah, from Quebec.
Bali is about 16 hours by flight from Montreal.
Damn. Is that still in Canada?
No, it's next to Singapore.
Okay, I thought you said drive for a second, and again, I'm also on Lucy, so
no.
all right, so 16-hour flight. So okay, so why there?
Because I went there once, and I just fell in love with the people, the way of life. I'm not really into luxury, so for me, like it's all about experiences. And going to Bali, there's so many beautiful things to see, so many beautiful things to do, and I do want to open a dog shelter there eventually. So yeah,
can't wait. I'll go and visit and do the do the donations there. Oh, we can stream from there too. Do you have a timeline for that, or is it just like whenever something hits and that's when we'll do it?
Well, it's more like my boyfriend he works in construction, so it's a little bit harder for him to just leave. Whereas I work from home, so I can do what I'm doing anywhere around the world. But I give myself 3 years, exactly 3 years from now, which is it's in a long time, but time like flies by. So 3 years.
I thought that was soon.
Yeah,
3 years is very soon.
Okay.
I mean, just because, yeah, like you said, it flies by. It's like, oh, 3 years. Like I'm not ready. I'm not gonna be ready for anything in 3 years.
Yeah.
But so, have you been taking a look at of Kay's videos or any things that he's been talking about recently?
Not much, honestly. I haven't been very active on Twitter, like on social media in general, just because I've been a bit busy with work. But no, I haven't. Did he say anything like that I should be aware of? Or?
It's just OUP stuff that's coming in. It's about the ticket. It's about stuff we've talked about before. He's just explaining it a little bit more in depth. And I'm really, really kind of hoping that they do release something today. They did just release the Ultraman thing. So I just went over that. Were you a fan of that show ever at all?
Ultraman?
Yeah.
I had no idea what that was until Veve. But I know that it's like it's the equivalent of, I think, Spider-Man in countries. I know.
So I was reading like just the first description of this guy Zafi, like that they're releasing.
Oh wait, they
You-
came out with the Medium article.
yeah, it was today.
Oh.
It was like maybe 30 minutes ago, maybe not even. I don't know. Time is an illusion right now. So when I was reading it, and it says that okay, he comes to Earth to take Ultraman's body back to Nebula M78. I guess that's where he's from. After he was defeated by space dinosaur Zeton, I was like, space dinosaurs. I 100% need to watch this. Um, yeah, so they have these galactic defense forces. It sounds really cool. I could totally see why a lot of people in Asia are into it.
Yeah, wait, let me just see the different. You know, he's a little chubbier than I thought. I thought he was gonna be skinnier than this.
Yeah, I said that about the Ultraman Jack, right?
Well, actually, no, I'm looking at all of them. They're all a bit
Oh,
chubby.
oh yeah, I guess.
Yeah, Ultraman Ace too. Yeah, all of them. They're all.
Yeah,
I thought he was
I guess
skinny.
I mean this was happening in like the 60s and 70s before everyone started lifting, you know.
Yeah.
The
Are you gonna go for it
um
or any
maybe
specific items?
I don't know. I need to see if because these are different versions. Like I don't say different. They're based on one's from the series Return of Ultraman, one's from the series The Wanderer from Land of Light. So I think these are all different series of Ultraman. Um,
Okay.
so I don't know which ones. Probably the common, like the Ultraman or Zoffy. That I feel like the ones that are most common are usually the ones that are most sought after. Um,
Mm.
and that's why they like. Again, I don't know if you ever heard of a scythe, but Vader's TIE fighter, everyone knows of. And that's why they made that the common. So I feel like that's what they do. And even though I have zero idea who any of these guys are, I kind of want to find out.
Yeah. No, I
So
mean,
I
I'm
don't know.
definitely gonna go for it.
Nice.
40
The
gems at least is not that bad. Do you have any of the previous Ultraman drops?
I had the whole set at one because
Okay.
it didn't we didn't I don't have it anymore. But forever we didn't know when Ido was coming out, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, as the guy with like the like slender, like he didn't have a face. So like when Ido. Um, so I just finished the set and then I think I sold it off like soon after. Um, have you been buying anything in the markets lately?
I've been looking, but I haven't been spending as much time as I usually do. Uh, I'm just looking for undervalued items to flip. Right now, there's not anything specific that I'm looking for to hold in my collection, unless it's like something season one, but nothing in
Yeah,
particular.
dude, there was
Um,
I don't know who got
I
it. There
didn't
was
buy much.
somebody that sorry, what was it?
Oh, I was just saying I haven't been buying much.
No. There was this one person that I don't know if they were drunk or whatever. They sold their Iron Man for $4.48. I was like, no, they did it. They
Oh
thought they were
my.
selling, and it was like a number 67 or something. Like it was a sub 100 also. That they were putting it like, and I was like,
Oh
oh,
my god.
yeah, big oof for that.
So actually, last oh, okay, sorry, I'm getting a phone call. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
mute
yeah,
myself. One
yeah,
second.
you can take that. Or so while she takes that, OEP burning land sale, etc., saying that we need to cut 1/3 of circulating supply for parabolic runs. We might not need to cut the circulating supply for the parabolic runs. I would say, where is that? Yeah, I would say even just 1/5. You know, you don't need to take out 100 billion to do that. You just need even 1/6 at 50 billion. Um, and that could come between staking. That could come between not just staking, but it could come between like you said, the stuff for land sales, hedgies buying in. So it doesn't. I feel like it doesn't take that much, or it won't take that much. See the new pics of the Loch Ness monster? No. Let's look at this. You got to go on the Google and Google Loch Ness monster. Okay. Is there new sightings? Oh, no, no. Loch Long could be Nessie on holiday, maybe? I don't. Is that what you're talking about? Okay, so about a week ago, there was a man claims giant eel-like shapes of Loch Ness monster shown on camera via the New York Post. Let's take a look at that. You can like barely see it though. I feel like you can barely see it. Um, New Post Malone. Oh, so also, I don't know if you guys like Paramore. Comment down below if you like Paramore. So what they what they were doing the other day is Paramore had a live YouTube, and they were going on, and they were live, and like you could see the comments, but they were muted the entire time. It was like, I don't know how long the video was, but all of the comments were like, sound, you're muted. So clearly they weren't. I don't know, I'll see if Eva. Let's see if she has a thought on this, or even if she likes Paramore. Um,
What did I?
Eva, do you? So you missed long in-depth conversations about the Loch Ness monster, and then you missed Paramore. Were you a fan back in the day, or still are?
Paramore, is that like the singers?
Whoa, I never. Yeah, Haley Williams. I never meant to. No, okay. So anyway, the how dare you? The whole band had a YouTube live the other day, but they were like muted for the whole time, like that they were on. So all the comments are just like, you're muted, the sound, and they weren't.
Oh
I was like,
no.
why even do a live if you're not going to pay attention to like the people
Yeah,
that are there? Like just upload a normal YouTube video, but
that's so funny.
yeah, or at least have like someone that's not in their late 30s, and just have them like be your tech audio guy to make sure that you're not muted.
Yeah.
Have
Wow.
you ever
I
had
didn't
issues
know
with that?
that. With like
with
being
with
muted.
sound, like the uploading a video and suddenly your sound's not there? Like, what the fudge? Like,
No, I mean I don't stream much. I don't make that many YouTube videos, so I think no. I double check things before posting them. Like I'm a bit more active on TikTok,
yeah,
but I
congrats.
record my videos on TikTok, so I know there's no issue with the sound. And I always save things in my drafts to like rewatch it to make sure there's no mistake.
Yeah.
But no, I never had an issue with that. Did you? Have you?
I have, I think twice. Once when I was still in the office. A lot of the guys here would remember, or some of the guys here will remember back in like 2020, or early 2021, when I was still working and I was still in my office. I had one thing there where the sound just, I clicked on my video after I uploaded it, sound wasn't there. Like, what the fuck? And then it happened recently as well, where for whatever reason I had to like re-upload it for whatever reason, and
Okay.
yeah, but only twice. Um, yeah, the Ultraman was announced, Stephen Duarte. Also, we were talking about narwhals before. They're not in like Canadian waters, are they? Or up north? I don't know where they are.
Well, I feel so uneducated when I'm on your channel because you talk about things that I've never heard in my life. What is a narwhal?
So I actually didn't think that these were real either, because if I were to describe to you, okay, it's like a seal, or but it has like a giant horn that's like coming out of its head, and you'd be like, Chavez, are you on drugs? And right now I'd be like, well, yeah, but in general, like, that doesn't. I thought those were like, when people would describe those things, I thought they were like things of fiction. But it
Yeah, I
looks
just
like there's
Googled it.
a lot of ice around, so I would guess that they are in the Alaskan or in the Canadian, up over the 54th parallel. Whoop.
Sorry about that. Bello? Yeah, I'm actually reading about it now because I've never heard of that in my life. But it does look real. It doesn't look fictional.
I am not really familiar with any. I feel like Americans are notoriously bad at geography. Is there any body of water around Quebec? Are they around any?
Oh God. You can't put me on the spot like this. I have no idea.
Oh, I think you'd be from there and living there. Like, you might know.
Like we don't have any beaches that I could confirm.
Okay, I don't know if there's like a lake,
There's a
like
few rivers, yeah, like St. Lawrence River. Well, there's a few rivers, a
okay,
few rivers and a few lakes.
okay.
In each lake, yeah.
So there's probably no chance of a narwhal being there.
Oh no, no, no.
Okay, all
Our
right. I didn't
water
know if you like
is
on the
not
coast.
very deep. No, but
Okay.
actually we're not supposed to have any we have this place not far from me. It's called the Lachine Canal. And
Mhm.
it's very like it's how do you say, like, it's not deep? What's that word for?
Shallow.
Yeah, it's very shallow. Thank you. It's very shallow water. And last year they found a whale there, which is really weird. Yeah. And then apparently it died because
Probably couldn't get
the
Oh, the
And
weight probably
there's
crushed
like
it.
there's a lot of boats there, so yeah,
Yeah,
it died
I
because
feel
he
like
wasn't supposed to be there.
yeah, I feel like the weight might crush it if it's not because when you're down below surface, it's probably fine with just different pressure.
Yeah.
Um, so this person keeps always. I thank you for asking how I am. This person always says like, "Hey Randy, where's Wendy?" And always goes on Wendy stuff. Hey Wendy, where's Randy? He's like, um, get more OMI. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get more. Try to get more OMI. I'll try to get it before the end of the year. What are taxes like there? Have you guys figured that out? Are you just giving it to an accountant and be like, oh, I'm going to let my accountant figure it out? Or have you like gone, I feel like when you don't know something, you really go deep on the
Well,
research.
yeah, but taxes, like I'm not very good at that. So I have, yeah, my accountant takes care of everything. He lets me know what are the best ways to do my, well, he does it all for me, but what are the best way to do my taxes? Where can I save money? Yeah, my accountant takes care of all of that. Thank God, because
Yeah,
I don't know anything about it.
I have zero idea. I always give it, I always give all my bank accounts and everything to the accounts, like, charge what you need to do it. And then he does.
Yeah.
Um, so you don't have OMI yet, right? You more on the collective side?
No, I do have OMI.
Yeah.
I have about like I have 500,000 about,
Nice.
maybe a little bit more.
Yeah.
But my boyfriend takes care of that because I still like I'm not really into that side of things. Like I'm not really into crypto,
Yeah.
into OMI, but I should I should get into it maybe a bit more.
Yeah. I mean, as far as the best ways to store it, I just have mine on a bunch of different trust wallets. Some people have it on ledgers, that type of
Okay.
deal. So there's a bunch, there's no wrong way to do it. Kind of like there's no wrong way to eat a Reese's. Do you guys have those commercials?
No.
No, like all right. So obviously, you know what I'm talking about, Reese's peanut butter cups, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so back in like I think the late '90s or early 2000s, there was these really creative commercials that they did. Like one guy would throw it as like a boomerang, and then like he would bite it and then throw it, and then it would come back to him and then bite it again. There was another person that would, I don't know, like he would take all the chocolate off, and then just eat the peanut butter. So it's really weird ways to
Oh,
eat it.
I did see that. That's a very old commercial. Is it?
Yeah, maybe I'm showing my age with this. Maybe, I thought
Well, we're around the
Reese's.
same age.
Yeah, well, you're still in your 20s. Ah, that's right. That's right. I can still say, oh, we're in our late 20s, early 30s here. Like,
I'm still in
um,
my 20s.
yeah. Were you here the other night when Sleepin' was on? Sleepin' Comics?
Were you live streaming with a few people?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there. I
Okay.
left right after he left.
I felt so bad, or not really bad. It was just shocking when he was talking about being in the theater, like
Oh,
for Star Wars. I was like, wait, you were there? Like, I forget you were alive for that because he looks so young.
I know. He looks like he's in his like mid 30s,
Yeah, it looks like I
late
look older than
30s.
him, like fudge. Like, um, but yeah, he's like, and can't believe he was there for that. It was wild. So do you notice that in Quebec, you guys get like I guess maybe not now, but you guys get like fashion earlier, or you guys get like technology earlier than the rest of like the kind of like
No,
the no.
I don't think so. No.
I used to see that where I was in New York, like there's like the city, and then there's like Nassau County, and then there's Suffolk County, like all the way out on like on the island. And when I would go from like I would go to the city every now and then, just with friends, but I would also have friends out on the island, and it's like a time warp of like 6 months. It's like technology and fashion didn't catch up to the rest of the island. It took a certain amount of time. It's like whoa, it was wild. Um, have you had that with like? I guess you guys. Well, you guys have whiteouts, right? You don't have like hurricanes. You don't have any. You just have snowstorms.
No, we don't have hurricanes. We get leftovers. So like we get bad weather from
Yeah.
hurricanes that are not too far. Um, what else do we get? We do get earthquakes every once in a while.
Oh damn.
Yeah,
Uh, we had an earthquake
not very often.
once here, I think, in Long Island. It was like I remember it was like 2010 or 2011, and it was like the biggest thing. Like, wow, we felt an earthquake in Long Island. It was nuts.
So
But
one day I was actually on my bed. I think this was like maybe like over 5 years ago.
yeah,
I was on my bed and I felt like you really feel the floor moving. And I was living in a building, so I'm like, that's weird. Maybe someone is, doing something. on top of me, but I really don't think so.
Yeah.
And I just thought that was really weird. And then I'm on social media and I see people saying that we had an earthquake. So I'm like, oh, okay, I didn't know. But it's not like it's really not a big deal.
Yeah. So the reason I was saying that is because there's, depending on, especially I think foreigners like from Europe that like don't understand how like diversify or like how crazy like the weather is depending on where you go. Like in Florida this week, there's Hurricane Ian, and you have like you have like sharks like in your street if there's, because the water's up so high and everything's flooded.
Oh my
Um,
God. Yeah, I saw
and
that.
then yeah, it's crazy. But then I guess I'll buy you. It's just you probably just have snowstorms. You said you had something that were like how many feet? Like 10 feet, and you're snowed in for how long?
I think the most we had was 18 inches.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's not bad. It's just super
But
cold.
it's like it's more, yeah, it's the cold. Like the cold is really hard to deal with.
So about a half hour ago, so in this place that I'm in, it's my friend Nick and Megs. They just bought the place like a month or two ago, and I was telling them the story about how like we had all met, and I met my friend Megan, because I was renting out an apartment, and the landlord's kid was in a band, and one of the bandmates' girlfriends, like that, she was the girlfriend, and I was taking her and her friend out for Taco Bell one day, and her friend's like something. She said something about her mom liking Taco Bell, and I was like, "Oh, is your mom single?" And she's like, "Yeah, and she likes younger guys too." I was like, "What?" So like we go to Taco Bell, and then and I was like 19 at the time, and she was obviously my friend's mom, so she was older, and that's where that was coming from, that particular comment. When you were younger, did you like the older guys, or is it just like always kind of around your own age?
My own age.
Yeah.
Age doesn't really matter much to me. Um, I just wouldn't date a guy that's like 10 years older than me.
Yeah,
But
that's fair.
yeah, not really important.
I don't know if Rika, I don't think I can play songs. Like, do you get requested for that? Because I don't. I think that'll just demonetize me on YouTube if I go to try to play a song. I'm sorry, Rickard, can't do it.
Yeah.
So the giveaway that I was doing, and a bunch of other, are you? 'Cause I know I don't want to ask people that, like, if you only have 500,000, it probably won't really affect you. What are some of the biggest giveaways that you've seen just in life in general, like not including Veve and OMI, that maybe I could take from? Like maybe they did this idea. It'd be really cool if you did that.
Well, actually, I was always skeptical. Like a few years ago there was a lot of sorry, I'm getting distracted by these comments.
I'm like a half hour behind on comments.
Yeah.
Oh, should I check those?
Yeah.
Okay.
So just give me 1 second, okay?
Yeah.
1 second.
Sorry. Yeah. Yes, from the Canadian. Oh, all right. Oh man.
Oh, just give me 1 second. I'm gonna mute myself.
Yeah. Yeah, guys, be respectful. 100% be respectful. Just one warning: anyone does it again, blocked. I don't care what I'm on. So moving on from that, where was I? Lock it in, get more OMI. Yeah, I'm trying to get more OMI. You have no idea how much. Hey, Randy, still bullish on Veve OMI. After this time has changed a bit at the moment. Star Wars didn't. I don't know. Yeah, what did you go for the drop today?
I'm back. Did I go for the drop? No.
Yeah, I didn't either. Apparently, I think like 20% of it had sold out. I understand why it's the last day of the quarter. They kind of want to get those revenues in. But so I mean, there's still, even at a quarter, there's like an extra 200 or something, $200,000 on it. But it's I don't know if it kind of looks bad that the drop didn't sell out. I mean, I know they still made an extra $250,000 and probably more by the end of the day, but didn't sell out. I don't know. How would you have done it?
Look, I mean, with the current market, I think, how much was it? 80 gems, the drop?
Yeah.
I mean, just looking at how the other ones performed, they didn't perform too well. So
Yeah.
I kind of expected it not to sell out. And I think there was a lot of additions. Let me see. Yeah, there's too many additions. So it's kind of normal that it didn't sell out.
Yeah. But the other ships are, well, I mean, they're going above retail, but I think that's just because only like 500 of them have been redeemed and the rest haven't been redeemed yet. So I'm curious to see how that plays out for the rest of the day as more get delivered and more get bought. But there's also the sub 100s. There are only, I think, 5 of the TIE fighters that are sub 100. I haven't seen any of the other ones that are from the sites. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Let's go to the market.
Yeah, apparently that's how you pronounce it.
It's not even showing.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't even find it. Okay, yeah. The sub 100s are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 of them. So, and number 69 is available, guys. Someone comment nice down below for the 69. 69 is available at 546.
So Randy, how much more would you pay than the floor price for a number 69?
So in general, if it's an ultra rare, a sub 100, I'd pay about 4x for it. For sub 100, I think that would be about fair. Anything below that is really undervalued. But for number 69, it's a sub 100, but number 69. So maybe at that point, it's such a specialty number. Really, whatever I'm or somebody else is willing to pay for it. I would say I would add another maybe 25 or 50% on top of that. So instead of a 4x of the floor price, I'd say make it a 6x of the floor price, and that's probably fair. But I mean, if I remember buying a common alligator Loki number 69 for 1,000 gems because it's 69. There's only one of those, and I could have had 100 more of those of the commons now. I think they're like $10, but I didn't. I stopped at 198. I'll get more. I don't know.
That's crazy. 198. Oh my god.
I'll get more.
If I got a mint 69 on the drop, or if I found a really good deal around floor price for mint 69, I would put it as an auction. I think you could maybe get a bit more.
Yeah.
Because there's only one mint 69. So if someone really wants, if a few people really want it, they'll just fight over it. Yeah.
So what are some of the newer content that you've been working on for Veveversity that maybe isn't released yet?
So are we talking about the Veveversity course?
Yeah, I guess any part of that.
So I'm working on a few things. I'm updating the course a little bit because we did get a few things that like a few new features that were added. So like I don't talk about the artworks section that we got.
Yeah.
I haven't updated the course yet. So that's coming. I'm also going to add another section, but I think I'm going to wait a little bit for that because I want to make sure there's a lot of information added. I'm going to add a section regarding market tips.
Yeah.
What else? And then I'm also adding another section. I was actually going to keep this private for a little bit, but whatever, I guess I'll say it here. I'm going to add another section where I have, for now, I have 3 people, like 3 Veve influencers that are going to be part of it. Maybe eventually I'll do a bit more, but not too many. So it's just going to be influencers, well, content creators. I prefer that word. Different approaches to the market. So there's some people that spend more money. There's some people that do like me, where like I don't spend much money on Veve. I just flip my way through. So we're going to get like an inside view of how different Veve content creators approach the market, and it's all people that you guys are very familiar with.
Awesome. So I can't wait for that. That'll be exciting to see who that is. Something I really hope they don't do, really want your opinion on, because you're Canadian and you claim these guys that are Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds, that they have obviously announced Deadpool 3, and Hugh Jackman will be returning as Logan, as Wolverine for it. And the way they're doing that is just because they have it's a multiverse now. It could be before It could be a different version of him. It could be the same version of him. It could be on the same timeline. It'll still be before that Logan, which takes place much, much later. But do you think that now, because of this, like, let's say for Jurassic Park, we didn't get Jurassic Park when we were supposed to in 2021 because there was a movie coming out in 2022. Do you think that we don't get Wolverine action figures or Wolverine stuff on Veve until 2024 now?
I've been waiting. Okay, my hair is driving me crazy, guys. I don't know if you noticed, but I don't usually have my hair curly and then it puffs up like this. So I'm just going
Does
to...
it? Let's take a look. Let's take a
No, Randy. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what to do with this hair.
It's fine.
So I've actually been waiting for Wolverine to drop on Veve because first of all, I mean, I love Wolverine, and my boyfriend is I think it's one of his favorite characters. So we're both super excited. I mean, we have the comic book, but it's not really the same thing. You know, we want a collectible.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, sorry, what was your question? I just heard
So
Wolverine
it was
and I
like,
got excited.
it was, do you think that we will have to wait 2 years for the movie to come out in order to get like a Wolverine collectible? Or even the Wolverine comic?
Look, I hope not. But who knows? No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
I would be super salty. I'd be so salty we had to wait 2 years for that. But
you know, they can't drop everything right now. Like, I know we want everything to be dropped right now, but like the current market condition is maybe like
it's a good point.
Everything that's happening with crypto and with NFTs in general, it's maybe not the best idea to drop it now.
That's fair.
Like for them, for us, it would be good because we could get it for cheaper. I don't know. I would just take advantage of the fact that they are dropping it now, but I don't know. I don't think we'll wait 2 years though. Maybe a few months, but not 2 years.
No. So I would say in the next, I think December is when we can probably see some, and I don't want to say like just for OEP. I think in the markets at large, when you have BlackRock eventually giving out their, I think 10% of their assets available to crypto traders in their to their clients for crypto, which not saying all $1 trillion would go to that, but I think if a certain amount of percent of it goes, I think that'd be pretty fun. There's still people that don't realize that you're from Canada. What up,
yes,
Kyle?
I'm from Montreal, Canada.
Montreal. So you're from Montreal, live in Quebec. Tell us some about the stories about in between. About I know
Montreal is in Quebec.
Oh, okay.
Quebec is the province. Yeah.
So when
Montreal is the city.
So when you were a carny, it wasn't like a traveling carnival?
Please don't call me a carny.
I didn't mean anything by it.
No, I know, but I don't like that. I don't know.
Oh, my fault.
It doesn't sound too good.
Yeah.
We were traveling around Quebec.
Okay. So you never went like full like all over Canada with it?
No.
There's a place on Long Island, in many places, like a fair would come by like once or twice a year, and it'd be a lot of fun. Deep fried Oreos, like my favorite thing.
That's so good.
Yeah, they're so amazing. But it would also bring a decent amount of crime too. Like for whatever, like fights would always break out. Like someone would always get stabbed, like once a year, like without fail. Might just be because it's New York, but
yeah, probably because we didn't have that here.
Oh yeah, so you guys don't really have guns either, right?
No, guns are not legal here.
Oh, wait, even like hunting?
Not that I know of. Oh, probably.
Because you guys have like
hunting.
You guys have really wild. You guys have bears, like not just like black bears, but you guys have like big bears, right?
Yeah. Not anywhere close to where I am.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, maybe like up north. If you go camping, you might see a bear, but I've never seen one.
Did you see Prey?
No.
Oh, so it just came out, so don't worry if you haven't seen it.
Okay.
But it's a prequel to the Predator movies. Have you seen those?
Okay, hold on. Let me just research that because I don't know many things by name, but I know it like if I see Predator.
So Predator, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Carl Weathers, Jesse the Body Ventura.
It tells me something, but I'm not sure.
It's just like basically something an otherworldly alien comes down and just starts like tries to find the best fighter. So it like destroys our troops, like our commandos, like our best troops, like down in wherever we are, and like I don't know what part of the world Predator takes place in. But this is a prequel to it, where it comes down and it's maybe, I don't know, like it's maybe like 600 years ago, because there are French settlers. So it should be it might actually even be in Canada, that it takes place in, and it gets here. So before like man really like interrupts the islands or the mountain range too much, it fights it has like a python or whatever type of snake that's up there, and it learns from the python, and then like a wolf attacks it because it interrupted its hunt against a bunny. So it fights a wolf, it fights a bear. It is really, really cool.
I would have to see that. Is it on Netflix?
I think it's on Hulu.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's pretty awesome. That's why she speaks fluent French. Yeah. So what other languages do you?
So I speak French, English. I'm learning Mandarin. I don't speak very well. I understand. I understand, but like, yeah, since I'm young, I've always been really good at imitating accents. So don't ask me to do that on stream because I'm not. Maybe in person. But yeah, I've always been really good at imitating accents. So my dad's wife is actually from China, and she teaches Chinese. So I think.
Oh, so you get free lessons.
Yeah, but I also, do you know Rosetta Stone?
Yeah.
So I also take Mandarin on Rosetta Stone. I took a little break just because I've been super busy with work, but it's really not as complicated as it seems. It's really, really not. So like when people, I haven't taken Mandarin in quite a few years, but when I hear people speaking, I could understand a few words, and so I understand what they're talking about, but I don't understand the full conversation.
I've never delved into that. I think the only thing, like and this is more in kanji, I just have, we're going over do you have any of those stamps? The stamps that have like the Chinese zodiac, like the ox and the tiger?
I do, and I have the, oh no, I don't think that was the same drop. The secret rare where there's the 4. Was that the same drop? No, that was.
There's 3 of them. Yeah, there was, because there's 2 separate drops of those stamps. There's one drop that they did where you could get the individual stamps of like the horse, the ox, and the tiger, or whatever they were, and then you had the book of them, where there was like the ultra rare and the secret rare. There was the rat. I think the rat was the other one. I was telling, like, I got both, not because I thought that was like the greatest investment. I just happen to like the Chinese zodiac. That's why
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if that's really going to do well long term.
Yeah, maybe as we get like Asian countries, it might. Wait, sorry, I'm just checking.
Yeah.
What is it? This Ultraman?
Which one? Oh, the one with.
No, the poster.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's one of the first secret rares we had, right?
Yeah, so I actually got that one. That was one of my best snipes on Veve. I got that one on the market. I think it was worth around 600 back then.
Yeah.
I got it for 6 gems. I think someone made a mistake. I'm not too sure.
He definitely made a mistake.
I was like, 6 gems. I bought it right away. So I'm really excited for the new Ultraman drop.
Yeah, same. I haven't live streamed a drop in a while, but there has been some. I guess maybe just because it dropped, or the article dropped today, that people are talking about it. But maybe I'll live stream that, because I haven't live streamed one in a while.
Oh, you should.
Yeah. So Sleepin', I'll send you the link. Sleepin', if you want to come on, Sleepin'. I know this was about. Oh, it was only 5 minutes ago. I'm almost back up to comment. We're good. See if he wants to join.
I'm not going to be able to stay for too long because I have to get some work done.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I appreciate you coming by. Like, so this isn't going to be the crazy stream. The crazy stream is going to be. It'll be a few weeks. It'll be next month. It'll be the 20th through the 23rd.
Okay.
So I'll start at 10 a.m. and then I'll go to on the 20th, and then it's gonna be a super long.
I'll definitely be part of that stream. I'll jump in every few
I have
hours.
to, right now. Everyone says, yeah, I'm gonna be part of it, but like nobody's committed any times yet, so I'm not 100% sure where we're going. But yeah, honestly, whatever time you want. I feel like you've been on enough. Whatever time you want to come, or anytime you want to come on stream, just be like, oh, hey, Chavez, got something I want to talk about.
I'm very last minute, so I can't give you a time right now. But like, I work from home. I'm in front of my computer. Like, as soon as I end this with you, I'm gonna be in the same spot working. You know.
So what are you doing for work today?
Today I have a few things actually. Well, I have a eBay, Etsy, and Amazon store, so I just every day I work on that a little bit. And I'm working on a few other things, not Veve related, but it's something that I don't really speak about because I didn't start it yet. I'm just in the process.
Okay. Can't wait to see what that.
I don't think you guys are ever gonna know, but it's what I do is I like to focus on passive income.
Mm-hmm.
So I work on something like I sell a lot of digital products, not talking about the Veve course, but I do sell other digital products. And it's easier because it doesn't take much maintenance. You work on it once, and then every few weeks you could just tweak it a little bit.
Where can people go to find the course? Is it on your Twitter or on the
Veve course?
Yeah, or your Veveversity course. Yeah, it's on the link tree on our Twitter.
Yeah, or veveversity.info.
Heard it here first, guys. Well, this probably heard it here like the 30th time, but yeah, so you go there. What ones do you see as talking about not disposable income, that recurring income? What do you see being some of the things that are most likely to be rented out? I know it's whichever one has utility. Okay, well that makes sense. Let's say it all has utility. Let's say that you all get something. You get points for buying it and renting it. Gain special access.
It depends. I mean, if okay, utility is obviously a big thing, but then also it depends what they do with the Veveverse. So if they start, I don't know, like I think they mentioned something about this, but I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. So correct me if I'm wrong, but they said that in the Veveverse there's going to be certain games where you need to have a specific collectible to participate. So I think those could get rented out. Did they say
those
that?
would be good. I'm so curious to see which ones it'll be. I don't know which one. I'm hoping the Marvel Mighties, just because I have all of them.
Oh, you have all of them?
Yeah, I would say maybe all the cars, maybe a racing one. I feel like racing wouldn't be that hard to do.
Yeah, cars, I definitely see them being rented out just because they're going to be drivable, hopefully, all of them.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that bad. I'm so salty that they didn't give us the original Buzz from the Toy Story. Like they gave us like the newer Buzz, which is fine.
Yeah.
A lot of people. Did you see that movie?
Yes, I did. No. I saw Toy Story. My boyfriend was watching Buzz the other day, and I was like, I tried, but I just can't. I don't know.
Yeah, so somebody spoiled it in the comments a while, like what exactly was happening, and then it's like, wait, and then they just completely spoiled it. It's like, no. But I do like how they kind of answer some questions that we didn't know we had from back in the day. I still haven't seen it because I spoiled like the main part of it.
Okay.
But I like cats, so I was like, okay, I don't know how big of a role the cat plays in that. Kind of fun to see. You guys got bears up there. I forget what we were talking about too many minutes ago. Bearish Grizzlies. So if there is a rush on, let's say, like unicornos or mermicornos, you gonna be part of the rush, or you'd be like, okay, clearly I missed this part. I'm gonna wait until I figure out what the next part is.
What do you mean a rush?
Like if there's gonna be like, hey, there's a whole, there's the Veveverse, but the only way to get to this part of the Veveverse is if you have a unicorno or mermicorno, and that's the only way to play these games. Are you gonna FOMO in and then try to rent out afterwards? Just be like, there's a lot of FOMO, and like I missed it.
Well, no. So what I do, one of the ways that I'm able to catch good prices for collectibles or comics in general before they pump is to be really like on track with news.
Yeah.
So yeah, if I'm able to if I'm able to, like, if I hear something about it, I'll buy them right away. Because, if Veve releases information, it's not everyone that sees it right away.
That's
Some people are
true.
at work, some people, and so that's why, it's very important to have your notifications turned on so you can catch that information right away. And yeah.
That's good. I feel not good, like, because there's times like I know when, all right, I'm gonna go shower, or I know like I'm gonna go for a run, and then something always happens that time. It's like, oh, now I'm late. Now I gotta hop on a stream
Yeah.
later. At this point, I really just put it into my videos. I don't really stream on like breaking news anymore.
Okay.
You have the show that you do pretty much every Sunday. Those shows aren't live. Are they live?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you do those oh yeah, I did one. There.
Yeah. Yeah. Come on, Randy.
Sorry.
You should know this.
Would there be any news that would be worthy enough to be like, I'm going to stream right now on a Wednesday? Like if it's 3 p.m. and just breaking news comes out.
No, that's what we have you for. I don't do that. Yeah, I'm still trying to get used to streaming because, I haven't been doing this for a very long time. So I'm not to the point where like, oh, there's something very interesting happening, so I'll go stream about it. Maybe I'll tweet about it,
That's a
but
good
I
point.
won't.
I
I
love
won't stream
the
about it.
updates you do. I incorporate your updates like after every like AMA, like oh, Eva said this in these in my videos. So thanks for that, for giving up the content. But I
Thank
always
you.
credit you. It's like, oh, this is from Eva. And
I know I saw a few videos where you were. Oh,
look at
hello.
Oh,
Kyle over
hey.
there.
I didn't know you accepted so quickly.
Let's go. Yeah, it's I've been paying more attention since Eva came on because I guess I left her there for like almost a minute, and I was like, oh god, I didn't see you there. Could have been
No,
forever.
it's okay. It wasn't that bad.
No, I was in the audience watching. No, I was listening to your conversation. So proceed.
Oh, so I guess we're talking about prey, and then we were talking about guns and hunting, or I guess just there's no guns in Canada. I would not feel safe. Like, what if there's a bear? I know you said it's not where you are, but what if you're camping, and what if like you have to protect your doggos? Just
Well,
Yeah, bears are
Kyle,
scary.
are you also from the States?
Yeah. I'm from Oklahoma. Yeah. We
Okay.
oh, that's good old boy territory. You're like gun crazy down there.
Yeah, we have bazookas.
Nice.
Not literally, but yeah, it's
my
we have a lot of country. So like really we only have like 2 cities in Oklahoma, and outside of that it's like 99% country, and we have like a lot of wildlife here, boars. There's a lot of farmers that they do carry or have like guns to
Yeah, boars are
actually
dangerous.
yeah, a lot of people call them like forest rats, because what they do is they'll destroy their calves' food supply, and they can even like do much more damage. Like they do millions of dollars of damage every year to like farms. So it's kind of like an infestation. They're not natural to the state. So
I've also seen them where they've like pierced a dude's legs with their like
yeah,
and it's just like, oh
yeah. If you look up Arkansas's biggest boar, they get bigger. They get like as big as a car. Like it's insane.
Whoa.
Yeah, like way bigger than a man. Like if you look at their size, that it's like the world record boar or something crazy. It's like massive. It's like, is this like, it looks like an orc from Lord of the Rings. It's like wild. It's like,
Oh,
what?
God.
Oh
So-
my god.
yeah,
So-
so it's kind of it can be dangerous if you do face like a boar or something like that. They can rush you, and they have the tusks, and they can definitely pierce you.
yeah, I've seen that on Nature is Metal.
Yeah.
Nature is Metal on like Reddit or like on Instagram. It's wild. So you mentioned before bazookas and stuff. So absolute, before Eva leaves, degen things that you do when you make it rich. Like, what are some things that like I don't need to buy this, but I'm totally gonna buy it. I want a tank. I want like a $200,000 tank. Yeah, get a lot of property and just gonna get a tank.
That would be a blast.
Wow.
Literally, no pun intended. It'd be a blast.
What about you guys? Absolute degen purchase.
That's tough.
Damn.
I don't know if I'd get a tank. I've always wanted to drive one and always wanted to be in one, because it's like you feel safe, and it's like a kind of a boy's dream. It's like, man, a tank. You know, we grew up with like the GI Joes and stuff and the toys, so I could definitely see that. But I don't know what degen play I would do. Honestly, it'd just be something basic like a Tesla, or I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
That's fine.
It's not
You have
super degenerate.
I don't know. I really don't know. Like, I'm not into. There's nothing that's like super expensive that I would really want. I mean, you know what? Actually, if I live in Bali, maybe a private jet, so like I can fly my family constantly. But that's really expensive. I don't know. Like, there's so many better things that you can do with that money than just buy a private jet. So I don't know.
maybe a helicopter. I mean, you don't need like, oh, I feel like private jets, like they're like you're not talking about like a big ginormous thing, like a plane, I feel like you're talking about like a 12-seater, right?
You know what? You know what I would get is one of those. Now that I think about it, is one of those giant like motorhomes that are like super nice and like bougie, and like driving around the United States or even up to Canada. I've always wanted to go to Canada, by the way, just for the fishing and wildlife because I love to fly fish. I even have like an outdoor shirt on right now, but that would be a blast. Like you could just take your family and just like drive around and go to all the fun sites and things like that.
Yeah, you can get a jet for like $3 million. They're not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad. Yeah.
I've actually always wanted an RV, like a really, really. I wanted to buy a bus, like an actual school bus, and just like redo the inside and turn it into an RV. But if I live in Bali, I don't know if I would need that. It's more for like while I'm living here.
The wild thornberries, did that vehicle really exist? Like, is that based off something? Like, remember they had the Convi? Like,
I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say yes because
they had like
I want it to be real.
Okay, did you see wild thornberries when you were younger? Oh, it's so good. So it's about this girl that like lives out all of her dreams. She gets to talk to animals. Like she finds this warthog and it's like trapped in like a trap in like the woods, and she frees it, and then it turns out it's a person, and it grants her, it's like you're a kind soul, so you get to talk to animals now. And her family, like her mom and dad, are like nature documentary people, and they have this vehicle called the Convi where it can surf on water, and it can't fly, but it basically it's a vehicle that they live in, but they can drive, but it can also float as flotation devices.
That'll be cool.
Yeah, it's like a souped up Jurassic Park like trailer thing.
Yeah, it looks like I want it. I've wanted one for a while. The closest we have is Elon Musk announced yesterday that the Tesla Cybertrucks are going to be able to float, at least for a little while.
They'll be water crazy. That's wild.
Are you guys getting any of those?
Wow.
No, I'm not. The Cybertruck is like, it reminds me of Halo, the game where that warthog, you drive the warthog around. It kind of reminds me of that a little bit.
I pre-ordered 2.
You did?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Can I borrow one? I'll rent one from you. One alligator Loki per month.
Yeah. So see, this is what I'm banking on, and this is why I bought 2, is because at the time, full self-driving was only worth, I think, an extra $7,000 on the vehicle. Now I think it's worth, I think, $12,000 or $15,000. If you want to get it, because it's not there yet where it can drive without a person, although it kind of is. Or they specifically tell you no, it's not ready, but people like my friend Steve, he'll probably be on later. If you have a Tesla, you're probably not driving. Like if you have a Tesla and you've driven around it for a while, you're probably not driving. Eventually it will be like legal, and I guarantee you there's going to be at least one political side, probably the left, that's going to be like, if you don't accept the fact that this AI can drive better than you, and you don't let it drive for you because it's safer, then you are, I don't know, like anti-old people, you're anti-human life because it's more dangerous. Like it'll be a much better driver than we can be. So I got that thinking like, okay, well, if I can put this out for like a ride sharing and it could make me like, I don't know, like 30 or 50 grand a year, just sending it out. So that's why I did it. I also had 2 businesses, so I got one for each business. And I've been waiting for 2 years now, and it still hasn't come.
That's wild.
Do you have an estimated date of when it's going to come?
Sometime next year, I hope. But we've been hearing that for like a while now.
Yeah.
So this is why, like, I'm okay when Veve delays things by like a couple months. It's like, it's fine.
I'm used to it.
I was hoping they would release. I mean, and they still have multiple hours to release something later on today. It's only 2 p.m. here on the East Coast. What time is it where you guys are?
Same, 2:04.
So I'm an hour earlier, so it's 104 for me.
Hour ahead?
105, yeah.
Or hour behind?
Hour behind, yeah.
Yeah. What I always wanted to do is there are these trips that you can go on where I think it starts in New Zealand, right? That's where the day starts. Where on a New Year's Eve, I'd want to start on, like, I guess, New Zealand, and then you can celebrate New Year's with each time it goes to a new time zone. So you celebrate New Year's each time you go back. It's like, oh, Happy New Year, guys.
You just like fly across the world just constantly at like 12 a.m.
Yeah, so I've always wanted to do that. I one day I'll make that trip. I'll do it. We should do it. Veve. I don't know. That's a really long thing, but I'll say we should do like a Veve thing one year when that happens.
We should.
Yeah, absolutely. That'd be a blast for sure.
What have been some of your favorite landmarks so far? That, like, is it the transfer to Immutable X? We finally did it, or is it like some of the anthems that have come from like Non-Fungible Wonderful, or has it been something that maybe hasn't happened yet?
Something that hasn't happened yet.
I like the Non-Fungible Wonderful anthems. What's that?
Yeah.
He does awesome beats.
Am I frozen too, or?
Oh no,
you guys are all frozen. Oh,
I can see
back.
you.
Yeah,
I can see
it was
you.
frozen
Yeah,
for just a little bit. Randy was doing like a weird face.
Also because I'm
Randy,
right now.
I just realized before my mom was actually calling me, so I had to mute myself. But you were asking me something about giveaways.
Oh yeah, I feel like it was a while ago now.
What was that for?
Yeah, so I'm doing. Oh yeah, I might not even have told you guys yet. So when we reach, or my goal is to help 20,000 people reach 5 million OMI each, and when that happens, I'll be giving away a full Alligator Loki set, and I'll be giving away $5,000 worth of OMI to a select winner. And then also, I think Dan Lee, I think Dr. Astuff, Crypto Rain, Jordan Rees, and one or two other people, I think Hello K, and then one or two other people have committed to doing like that giveaway. And it's really only for people that really have OMI, because if you don't have any OMI, you're not really gonna be excited about it, because you need 5 million OMI to be able to qualify. So once we have 20,000 wallets, have 5 million OMI each, that's 100 billion locked up. And then, I feel like the needle will definitely move. So I'll even at like when 10,000 people do it, I'll be doing giveaways, and 15, so I'll do giveaways on the way up. But what are some giveaways that you guys have seen that doesn't necessarily have to do with Veve and OMI that you think would be really cool to do in this fam?
I would just say just any NFT giveaway, or if you make your own NFT, that's cool. I know I've kind of given away NFTs before. My Collectibles, I think, does that. Yeah. Those are always kind of fun, kind of low cost as well. It's just fun for the community. Comic books, they're always fun to give away. I don't know, just anything like that. It's always low cost, fun.
Yeah. Anything that you've seen that maybe isn't part of the Veve fam that they did a cool giveaway on this Twitch stream a while ago, or
I actually I never believed in Okay, now I remember what I was gonna say before. I've never believed in giveaways. I always thought it was a scam. Like, when you see people doing giveaways, especially like on Instagram. But I actually want a giveaway. I want a trip to Jamaica with my boyfriend and a bunch of influencers. Yeah, it was really cool. It was really fun.
Oh, when was that?
That was a very good question. I'll tell you. I'll check my emails because they sent me the flight information.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Oh,
I need to win one of those for me and my wife.
2018.
Oh,
July
okay.
2018. Yeah, it was a while ago, but it was pretty cool. I mean, it was like with this Canadian girl that has a bathing suit company. She just does giveaways. And so like you have to go there. She'll give you a bunch of bathing suits and you just have to like model for them. Well, model like while you're doing your, while you guys are doing activities and everything. Yeah. So it was really fun. It was really, really fun. It was the first, like the biggest giveaway that I have ever won.
I tried this for not necessarily modeling. It was, do you have Nesquik up there in Canada?
Yes, I love Nesquik.
Okay, so I
Yeah.
remember, Kyle, you might remember when these commercials were on in like the mid 2000s. It was you had to send them the most creative way to shake up like your bottle of Nesquik before you drink it, because you have to shake and drink. So I duct taped two like to
No.
my hips, and I was jumping rope. And as I was doing that, I was like, okay, and then I ripped the duct tape. Oh, and
That's epic, man.
and I thought it was freaking awesome. I thought it was amazing. And then they never even got back to me like, hey, we saw this and it's just not right. Like, never even.
Oh man,
Super
That
salty
is
about that.
so funny. I think
Yeah.
he would have won if you did like a little hip dance, you know?
like a hula hoop, like
Yeah, or like you know those
WWE
belly
like-
dancers. If you
Oh,
did
yeah.
something like that, I think you would win for sure.
I had really good abs back then too. I would have sold it if I was sure. I didn't think that was appropriate if I didn't have a shirt on. So I was like, I don't know. Maybe I should have. I don't even know who won. I don't even know if any of remember those Danimals things like where you
Mhm.
get to win like a cruise, like the Sweet Life of Zach and Cody or something, and you get to go on a cruise with them. Did anyone ever actually win those? I feel like
Probably not. No, I don't know. Yeah, it
So
seems like nobody you ever know like ever wins those things. The only time like with like a big company, like somebody did something at my school was with Disney, and they actually ended up on the Disney, like I can't remember what show it was. It was like some kid show or like in between, like kind of middle school show. And they got to like show off. No, it was like one of those commercial breaks, and they do like some cool like activity. And this girl from this girl from my school got to like film. Ironically, like I think it was like some kind of hula hoop thing, like how to use a hula hoop, or I don't remember what it was, but she ended up being on like a Disney commercial or like something like that. But yeah, I thought that was really cool. It's just like I was like, wow, that's crazy. Like that's massive exposure. But she never like got popular really outside of our school. It was just like cool.
I wonder if
Cool.
I feel like there should be like TikToks or like YouTube videos of people that actually won these competitions or did these things like back in the day. And I feel like there aren't. I feel like this whole giant conspiracy theory, and they never actually gave anything away. Class action lawsuit.
Well, that's how I felt about every single giveaway that I've seen. That's why. So, but the one that I won to Jamaica, I thought it was pretty cool. I was like, "What? This is real."
I think the only thing outside of I need cool glasses, like Kyle. That's funny. Yeah, these are like blue light blockers, so they help me keep sanity and not like my eyeballs don't feel like they're gonna roll out of my skull at the end of the day.
So you're saying we should all get them?
They're great. I mean, these are gunners. You can buy cheap ones on Amazon, like any blue light, but these are really good quality. These have lasted over a year and a half. So there's no scratches on them. They're really strong. So that's why my eyes are like amber colored, but yeah, they're great.
Like we can get some dinosaur DNA out your eyes.
Yeah, the mosquito where it's like drills in.
I love that movie so much. I don't know what people are thinking. I liked the new Jurassic Park. People are crazy that they didn't like it. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
I thought it was I thought it was fun. It wasn't my
haircut.
It wasn't my favorite, but I thought it was fun.
I got a haircut like a few weeks back.
Oh,
he's got that like Clark Kent looking hair.
I don't like it. I like it longer. Grow it out, okay.
You need to get a little bit of oil and then pull a strand down so you look like Clark Kent. Yeah. Your new slogan should be Dev by day, Superman by night, or Super Degen by night.
That's his quail that he has. He has a quail.
It sounds like a cat.
Nice bird. He's right there.
Oh, he's camera shy. As soon as you point it to him, he stops.
Oh wait, hold on.
Okay, he's actually a wizard from Hogwarts.
There you go. He's coming.
No.
Oh, it's so cute.
Dude, the Azores is so nice. I don't know if anyone's been to the Azores. It's like one of the most beautiful places on earth. I'm so jealous of Wendy. Azores in Portugal.
Okay.
It's just the sunsets are really good there. Like also I don't know if this is on all of Europe, but when my friend Mike was stationed there, and as soon as I get there, he's like, "Are you sober?" Because I just got off a plane, and it wasn't my plane or anything. It was just when we were still in the military, and he's like, "Are you sober?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Okay, cool, you're driving," and it's like, "Okay." So he immediately pops open like a bottle. I was like, "What the fudge are you doing?" And he's like, "Oh, no, as long as the person that's driving is sober, everyone else can get lit." It's like, really? Because in the States you can't do that. Like you can't have any open alcohol. Was it like in
Yeah,
Canada?
you can't have people drinking in the car.
Oh yeah. But Azor is a really nice place. I'm so jealous of Wendy that's like traveling all over Europe right now and just
I know. I've been looking at her stories on
Lucky.
Instagram. She's so lucky.
yeah. We'll all do it. I'll do it next year. Cool glasses like that. When we hit the dollar, I'm gonna get a bird.
Sleeping comics is hilarious. Like,
Dude, I love him. Dude,
Yeah.
him, yeah. Like I feel like there's a bunch of people that are funny and nobody else knows. Like Kay Clutch's up here before. Like she's actually really funny, but nobody knows. Eva, you've interviewed her. You know what she's like.
Yeah. She's a very sweet girl.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So Kay, what are you up to now?
What do you mean, as in like right now at this moment?
Oh,
he's like, I'm buying some right this second.
Yeah,
actually.
Abe says, how much OMI you holding now?
Let me see if I can actually show you live.
Don't show like just say what around you have, because I feel like if you say the amount that you have like perfectly, people will track the wallet and they'll be able to find out. Like,
I mean, I'm pretty transparent. Like I've posted.
I feel like you've shown your degree on live before, so if people really wanted to find out,
my wallet address is on my YouTube. Like a lot of people don't realize that. It's like, like it's funny, right? Because a lot of people are like, oh, I bet you're pumping and dumping OMI, but you can actually see my wallet address on my YouTube videos, and you can see me buying, and I've like never sold a token, just for like people, whatever.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, roughly 47 million. I'm still waiting for, the what I expected to be a US recession, which is looking even more likely now.
Oh God, the Nord pipeline is freaking me out, man. And this is before I even took the Lucy today. Like the past few days has been making me sweat like no other.
Yeah, I think I can hit 100 million if it goes down to 0.001-ish, like around that region. I think I can hit 100 million OMI.
Oh, I also got my my golden
Golden U.
Yeah, I got my golden David U. I haven't unhidden it yet. Did any
nice.
of you guys play Epico Regal? Any of you guys get your golden U?
I got one.
No.
Yeah, I got one.
Oh, nice. Have you seen the new AR, like the new portal they released? Like it's a brand new room, and they've like upgraded all the AR features.
I haven't seen anything.
Okay. It looks really cool. Like
I've been so
kind of like
I've been so
like
out of the loop. I did play the Feesh's metaverse game. That was really fun.
Oh yeah, the one on Bueno NFT, right?
I don't know what I remember playing it for a while, and I got a free NFT out of it too.
Oh, nice.
Eva, do you have a Feesh?
No.
We got to get you one.
Now.
So I'm actually just in Veve, like nothing else. But someone actually, shout out to, I think his name is Veve India. I'm not too sure, on Instagram. He's been talking to me about bat cowls, and I don't really like have much time to get into so many projects. But apparently there was a free Harley Quinn, so I got it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, so you have a back cowl.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah. That was, I think, yesterday. I think Jumpstart Janie had I think she had like a TikTok on like exactly how to mint one, in case you didn't know how.
Okay, I actually saw it on the Gail's channel, because I just went on YouTube and I wrote Bad Cowls Harley Quinn. Yesterday was, if you hold a Bad Cowl NFT already, then you get early access. But today is free mint for everyone else. Nice. So I created an account today, and it was done pretty quickly. I still can't see what I got. I think they're going to show it on October 14th.
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken.
Cool. It says, out of the four of us, who do you think? When is your timelines for us hitting 10 cents? I think I'm the most bullish here. I think I'm the most moon boyish. I think it'll probably hit that 2024.
I think that's not unreasonable, assuming we get OUP, the main burn mechanisms implemented by sometime mid of next year at least, and the market recovers. I think that's reason that can be achieved. It has to be like a kind of like a bit of a hype behind it, obviously. But
Eva, once when we're able to go from OMI to NFT and NFT to OMI, if you see like your collection like 5x in like 3 weeks, are you going to diversify into OMI a little bit out there, or are you just gonna be like, I'm actually going to sell this, I'm going to buy this right here, and just keep it all in gems and just do it within the app?
Well, I'm definitely not going to cash out anything, at least not for quite a few years. If I am going to buy OMI, but I'm going to put in more money. I'm not going to sell my collectibles to buy OMI.
So you're going to keep the collectibles that you have now, and you're not going to flip one to get like a whole bunch of others unless you see like crazy deals, or
no, I'm constantly flipping on Veve because there's so many people that either don't know the value of mint numbers, or there's a lot more than people think. There's a lot of people that don't know the value of not just mint numbers, but like quite a few things on Veve. They're just, I don't know, buying and selling. So there's always money to be made on the market. But yeah, I'm definitely going to start buying more OMI. Hopefully before we get more information about the OUP. I don't think it's coming out today.
No. Reset, if it doesn't come out end of this month, then probably quite shortly after, because it was kind of like a rough timeline Q3.
So we're really hoping before New York Comic Con, which is it's next week. Also, everyone comment all the questions you have for David down below. I will be obviously trying to interview him while at Comic Con. So comment all your stuff down below. Hopefully he'll be able to answer some questions. What about you, Kyle? When do you think we're hitting that 10-cent mark?
Yeah, like I agree with you guys. Like I mean, we could see a year or two. I could just see the chart on the pattern. It's like, how low can we really go? And the burn mechanism in place, and with OUP and MCP, I just don't see it just continuing to go lower. I just can see it from now, like the burn mechanism and everything in place. Like I said, just a little bit of hype and excitement is gonna. I mean, it's only 10x from where we're at now, so it's like not that. I think we're not that far away. Yeah.
I think what will be the catalyst to push it to 10 cents? Obviously, having the OMI burn mechanism and everything there. I think based off of what Illuvium did, they did $72 million worth in land sales. And this is in a bear market. I have the suspicion that Veve versus land sales would do better. But in a bull market, if Illuvium can do 72 million in a bear market, I think Veve versus land sale could do 150, 200 million in a bull market.
Easily.
And as David, Dan, those guys said that when they drop Veve IP, they have the benefit of allowing us to use OMI to purchase that because it's their own IP. They can't do that with their licensors very easily because they have to pay their licensors. Whereas if they use OMI, they don't have to sell it because it's their own IP. They can just burn it. And $200 million worth of OMI burn, if the current market cap right now is 350 million, you're literally sending like the equivalent of 66% of the market cap to death, like in one drop. So if you couple that with the OMI staking, which I kind of went through the maths of that's going to wipe out like anywhere between 5 to like 25% of the market cap per year, and then you've got decent exchanges as well, which is going to bring in the liquidity that we need for that. And then you've got like all the third party burns, and then you've got like the buyback fund as well. I'm pretty confident, especially with the SEC case resolving, that we're going to have a compliant version of buybacks, because that fund is still accumulating money. So that's got a chunk in it right now. There's like so many things there that can just pull OMI off of circulation that I think a lot of people maybe haven't thought about or are just kind of like disregarding. But no way should it stay at a 350 million market cap and be sat anywhere below a cent, I'd say.
Man, even the market cap now compared to like even some of these AAA games like Illuvium, it's like the community is like holding so strong compared to the rest of the market, especially in terms of where Veve and Ecomi is at. Like we're not that far along where the app was launched not that long ago. And for it to hold this well during a bear market, I know it's not like what some people thought. Maybe some people are over leveraged and they wanted it to be higher, but for me, I'm seeing the market cap as a positive right now.
I'm very surprised. OMI price has been holding like above that kind of around about that 0.0013 range. Like it's kind of frustrating because I'm like, I've got a price in mind where I want to buy a bit more, but it's not coming down to that price.
Don't you want to buy it at like? Don't you want to buy a lot more? Like you don't just want to buy a bit. You want to buy like tens of thousands.
I want to buy a bit around about that kind of 0.0012-ish range, but then I want to buy most of my bag like around about between 0.001 to 0.0011, like in between that kind of bracket. Because
think it gets there.
Yeah, I mean, if it gets to between there, then I'm gonna drop 50K on that and just be like, all right, I'm nearly 100 million.
Sheesh, yeah.
Get it. I was telling the peeps here that I might be starting to work on Republic soon. So Republic's this they do a bunch of cap raises for companies that are just like startups and are like, hey, we're gonna give away X amount of our ownership for this amount of capital. So I'll be just doing like advisor work for them, but that's most of the money that I get from that will probably just be going into OMI. I'll probably just be going into maybe if I come up with a really cool startup, I'll let you guys know, like, hey, they're doing this, get in. But outside of that, it's probably all going to OMI. How much of your guys like Paige has, like outside of like, hey, I need this to live, how much of the expendable income goes to Veve or OMI?
Before this month, it was like so I would stack fiat and it'll probably be like 50% of what I'm earning, like after like expenses and things. Right now, not much, but I've got like around about I'd say after fees, I've got like around about $44,000 worth of gems sat in the app. So that I'm gonna allocate to OMI once it kind of hits the price point I'm looking for. And also I'm going to LA for decon, and I'm going to Japan end of the year. So I can't really spare too much money right now. But usually half of my disposable I would allocate for OMI. The other half is like other things.
So half of your disposable income after all bills are paid, that goes to OMI. Damn.
Yeah.
Kyle, Eva, what was your percentage wise?
I was way more aggressive in the beginning during the bull market, and I had a lot of disposable income there. And then I've tapered off a lot. Like I'm way more conservative, especially during the bear market, which should have been the opposite. But I didn't take profits, and that's just it is what it is. So I'm more like the Mark Cuban approach, where just putting 10% type of income, whether it be OMI or Veve. So just either one, either or. But also I'm looking at other collectibles too outside of Veve too. So I do deploy some of that income into some other projects until I feel that I'm good to go with other bags as well, because there's just so many like good discounts right now in this market and a lot of future potential on kind of the macro what I'm seeing. And so I'm kind of like hedging everything, outside of Veve as well. So, but I would say, I don't know, like 10% currently. Maybe I'll look at deploying more towards when I think things are going to start like going up, or we hit a little bit lower, one of the two.
What about you, Eva?
I don't put a percentage of my income into Veve. I think I've been pretty transparent about this. I only put in about $2,000 in the app, and when we got cash out, I said I'm gonna start putting more, but I only put $11 more, so I really didn't put much.
I wanted to push back on that. Why only $11? Because you didn't need to put any more at that time?
No, I put $11 because I had a certain amount of gems and I found a really good deal. And I was missing 11 gems, and I didn't want, you have like I think 2 minutes to make the purchase, so I didn't have time to like put something else for sale.
Gotcha.
So I just put in $11. But yeah, I mean, if I see something like a high valued item that, like, if I see a good mint, and I don't have enough gems, then I'll add money. But there's no point for me to just add money into Veve without necessarily having something to buy. Like
Good
right
point.
now, I'm just flipping. You know, I'm always buying and selling. Lately, a bit less than usual, but yeah.
So this drop, I don't think any of us went for this drop today. What I feel like nowadays it kind of has to make it really special for you to really want it. What would be something like, would Luke's X-Wing, like the same kind of this thing, but maybe not Darth Vader's TIE Fighter, maybe Luke's X-Wing, would that be good? Or do you need like a full-on, give me a Baby Yoda, and that's all that I want?
I wanted to get it. I was like, okay, if it drops to around about 30-ish on the secondary market, I'll pick it up, which I think it might do, because there's loads left in the store and people are kind of, there's the typical aftermarket hype. I think the thing that concerned me was the edition size. It was just way too big, like nearly 12K for a Darth Vader TIE Fighter. I mean, there's like daily active users. It's around about at most like 5,000 right now. And so to do a nearly 12K drop with 5,000 active users daily, according to like the blockchain data, it just seemed like way too much. And I think they've only sold about 2,500. So out of those 5,000, I guess only half of them went for it, which kind of makes sense. If they had dropped it to, let's say, at most 4,000 editions for the TIE Fighter, and then the Ultra, if they dropped that to around about maybe 1,200, I think so basically reduce everything by like, maybe a third or so, or say like 2/3, then yeah, I would have probably gone for it.
Yeah, I agree.
So something I wanted to, I really feel like I haven't talked about a ton because I don't really have too many outside the ones that people have gifted me. ETH domains, where you have like, KyleWilson.eth. Are those things like really worth it to buy? Because there's some people that are really buying a ton of stuff that they're banking on. My friend Raythax has detectivecomics.eth. I'm like, oh, that's actually really good. It's really cool.
Yeah, so ENS domains, let me tell you, there was one, I bought viviversity.info, .eth, sorry.
Nice.
Just to, to reserve it, but I don't know what they're for, honestly. I know that people are selling them for a lot. I think, I'm just looking here, there was one that sold for 300 ETH.
God damn, which one sold for that?
It was like a porn site. Let me...
Yeah, there's some brands that have bought some off of like just regular people. So like in terms of what they do, as well as like you can send, instead of just typing out like a long string of an Ethereum address, you can just go in and just type in like KyleWilson.eth and either send an NFT straight to that address, or you can send Ethereum or whatever. Since it's like, obviously the ETH address can be used on several networks like Polygon and others. Like you can I don't know, there's some compatibilities there, so it's mainly Ethereum, but there's future potentials for what you can use it for as well. But those are some of the use cases, and I think Coinbase is kind of implemented to where you can use those in their app as well. And they have, I think they're going to do custodial addresses as well with ENS. So there's like, it's still kind of building a little bit of hype here in the bear, but I think they'll be good long run when more potentials realize and people kind of get what the use cases are a little bit more. But yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. I like it.
I have that people spending 100 ETH or a couple hundred ETH on some of these. Like, oh, that's really, even just like a couple ETH. I don't know what I'd pay, but somebody sent me ChavezTopia.eth. I was like, oh, thanks, man. Thanks for that.
ChavezTopia, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Coca-Cola has one, Budweiser, I think, has one. There's a couple of big brands, and they've rocked it a couple times on Twitter. And even Budweiser did like an ad on Twitter, and it was like, here's a cold one for the ETH merge or whatever. And it was just, I don't know.
That.
Yeah. That whoever's in charge of the marketing, that was really creative.
Yeah, I think the ENS domains, they do have genuine value and use case. Because I was just thinking, there has been like other chains like Neo, for example. They wanted to do like wrapping of your address and then allowing you to essentially have like the equivalent of like an email address where you can send it to, because it is kind of annoying to, associate someone's identity with this long, like, alphanumeric string.
Yeah.
But it makes sense for a lot of websites and a lot of organizations. Like if you want to donate to a charity in crypto one day, it wouldn't make sense to, still be having like, send it to this, this address and it's some long alphanumeric string. Like maybe you just want to send to, I don't know, like, what's that charity called? WWF, like www.eth.
Oh yeah, and they
like
forced
something like that.
they forced
that makes sense.
WWE to change their name.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
World Wrestling Federation.
And not only that too, you can like add your socials in there as well, so it will associate all your other like data that you want with it. So it does make an interesting use case for like content creators and influencers to like have that universal address, and you can connect it to a website as well. So you can have
I guess
it like,
you could have not just .eth, you could have .crypto as well. I do remember this as well. Crazy 420 had mentioned this to me. I'm sure I have it in one of
yeah.
you send a bunch.
I had there's one on called Unstoppable Domains, similar to ENS. I think they're a little bit more centralized, but they still have some pretty cool use cases coming out from them. They have like .x, .crypto, I think, as well, .nft, and a couple others. But I bought the Kyle Willson .x just for fun, just because it's shorter. But I don't use that one nearly as much as the .e.
So Kyle, you're not going to New York Comic Con. Are you going to DesignerCon?
I thought about going to Decon for sure, and then just with a new job, I don't think I'm going to make it to that. So
Gotcha. So you and Eva will grace us next year.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. We so there's still whenever we reach 5 cents, we're supposed to go down to either your place or Dan Lee's place, because you guys live pretty close to each other, and have like a tornado party in your basement.
Exactly.
5 cents?
Yeah, I think we definitely should. I mean, Oklahoma is really cheap. It's a cheap flight. No, like it's just a cheap state. Like there's nothing going on here, so everything's just super affordable. So
Yeah.
we could rent literally like a hotel in a ballroom or something. I don't know, and it'd be super affordable.
I noticed that my friends had liquor on top of their fridge. I really, really want to start. So
They're
it'd be
gonna
super
get home
degen.
with no more liquor. Like,
We'll start calling you Randy the Taps Chavez.
Tap.
I know, man.
Taps. He said he was lonely at Decon because I wasn't there with him. I wasn't there to room with him. But we'll be rooming with each other again at DesignerCon in Anaheim. So I think Kay, we haven't decided yet. I know Kay, you said you weren't sure if you wanted to where you were staying, but let us know. Keep us posted. Bust out the peanut butter Tesla. The peanut butter whiskey's so good. Also, I don't know if you guys have had that.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's too good. It's too good. That's the problem.
I have 2 unopened bottles of Tequila. I'll save. Well, one I'm bringing to Eva's party, and then the other one I'll save for I don't know when, but I'll keep you all posted. Tesla just did it.
Peanut butter Tesla. That's interesting.
No, it's a different one. It's just it's the Tequila that they did. It's like the super limited amount.
I've seen those. Yeah, I didn't know about those until recently.
Yeah, they just I forget how many they made, and I bought a bunch of them and I drank most of them, but I have 2 left. So, I was like,
I'm not good at like tequila, man. That's a wild mix for me. I try to stick to like whiskey, and just like beer. Like I'm basic. Like
I mean, if it's just like I don't even drink anymore. If it's just like like a whatever night. But if it's we're going out partying, we're going hard
for an occasion, it's okay.
Yeah.
Right. I don't do much drinking as well.
I've had this and I don't, so I'm like adopted, so I don't have any of like the family history to whether I'm most likely generation behind me, probably alcoholics as well. But I don't know, there's some times where I just like, it's like 10 in the morning and I'm just, I don't know. And you just absolutely feel like a piece of crap. Oh yeah. And just start drinking at 10 in the morning. Does anyone ever get that? Just like the super depressive episodes, like, yeah, let's just be a piece of shit today.
I don't know about depressive, but like I'll like maybe on a Friday, it's just like, hey, this would be a great idea because it's Friday. Like, and then I don't know, like maybe that's me just being like old at the same time, because my mentality is like I can go to bed earlier, or like I can drink a bunch of water at night and wake up without a hangover.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's like me pre-planning it. Like, I don't know.
I think the only time I would do that is like when I'm on vacation. It's acceptable to drink as soon as you wake up. You know,
But is it though?
if you're on vacation,
You're on
yeah,
vacation.
or not.
Yeah, like what is the point of life if you can't just, kegs and eggs? You can't just wake.
Cakes and eggs.
Yeah.
No, yeah. What's that stuff called? Oh, Kahlua and coffee. Have you
Yeah.
guys had that?
Never.
Yeah, it's pretty
You never
good.
had that?
Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't mix
yeah.
my coffee with alcohol. I drink it black. Like
So, but Kahlua, it's just so good.
Yeah, it's rum and coffee liquor.
Yeah, and if you put just
okay.
a right amount, it just tastes good. I don't know what it is. It reminds me of Christmas. Like I get this Christmas.
Actually, a lot of this stuff they have because of me. Because I would buy it as I would go over, and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna drink this if I just take it home. So it's here. Mine
Yeah.
anyway. I wouldn't have any reason not to. What's up, biggest bro? Oh, some love. So what are some of your guys' favorite comments that you've gotten from people that are like, oh, this is really sweet, whether it be DMs or public comments? So I was like, this is awesome, man. It makes me feel good.
Well, that was one of them.
The biggest.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't say. I don't know. Like, just like, hey, you're an OG. I get a lot of that. Like a lot of love about that, and just being
You're
in
on
the
Randy's
community.
fridge.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I have
No,
to
people
get.
are just like joining other streams, or even just being in the chat. It's so thoughtful of people just to say hi in the chat.
yeah.
And it does make me feel special. Like it makes me feel excited and happy. And I'm always appreciative of that kind of stuff. It never gets old. It's always like when I hear that, it does make my day. But I don't know how, like, yeah, Eva, I don't know if you get like some crazy comments or like it's really kind and Kay.
I think
I got nice comments. Mixed, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's always gonna be haters. There's always gonna be, things like that. But
You got to put on the hater shades.
It's more like people are not used to seeing well, actually, there are other girls that are in Veve making content too, but I think like because it's a very male-dominated space, I don't know. Like when I stream, it feels like people never saw a girl in their lives,
Yeah.
yeah, it's like before, like, yeah, it was an inappropriate comment made about Eva before. I was like, oh, geez.
Oh
Like,
yeah, I get comments like that all the time.
yeah, and I was like, and I wasn't on top of the comments. Like I was like 30 minutes behind because it was like the beginning of my stream, also on Lucy, and I was like, oh, shit, oh my god, sorry. Yeah, people are crazy, man. People are, but I think for as much as we get that, I think a lot are very positive. Like I would not be, I don't have to, like I would not be doing this if it was mostly negative. I'd just be.
Oh, for sure. There's a lot more positive than negatives, and honestly, as long as you don't pay attention to them, I mean, half the time it's people with like, especially on Twitter, it's people with maybe 2 followers or 0 followers that just created an account to talk crap.
Yeah, it's like a burner account for sure or whatever. Yeah.
All you can do is feel bad for those people because I know I would never create an account to troll or like to insult people. That's just, it shows what kind of person you are,
Yeah, I feel for you because it's tough just being in general, just being like a content creator, and when you're in this space, especially like Web3 and what we do, and it's like you said, it's male dominated. I can only imagine like how much more mentally tough that is for you specifically, and because I know I get comments like either they're hateful or whatever, and like I feel some type of way. I read all my comments, but I used to not. Like I used to kind of get really affected about that, but not as much anymore. I'm just like you said, I just kind of feel sorry for those people now. I'm just like they must be having a bad day, like, and just move on, and that's kind of what I do. But yeah, I definitely feel for you on that for sure.
I think on YouTube and Twitter it's much more calm. On Reddit is like god awful. Like I get
oh yeah, Reddit is
the worst place is Facebook. Yeah, the Facebook comments are like
I don't do Reddit or Facebook anymore.
Like super low IQ on Facebook, man.
Yeah, I don't even do Facebook anymore for that reason. People are so entitled on Facebook.
Oh,
it's insane.
Now.
Thing is that the audience on Facebook, like that I've noticed on average, it's like they're living like a year behind, like so much stuff.
Really?
Like the average audience on Facebook don't even know cash out is available. Like that's how behind they are.
Well, it's just so it's such an opinionated platform that like people think they must absolutely voice their opinion in the most negative way. It's like what's up with that? Like for like Twitter's pretty positive. I mean, you'll get comments on there too, but it's like once you comment, it's kind of like out in the open on Twitter, and so people I feel like comment a little bit less. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. And YouTube's always great typically as well, but yeah, Facebook and Reddit's like, oh man, Reddit's probably the worst. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
Pretty sure I get told to kill myself at least once a week on Reddit. Like still.
Yeah. Reddit's bad. Yeah, I don't like Reddit that much.
Twitter, it's often the same people that are going to troll every single content creator. Yeah. So I usually see people like arguing in their comments, and then I see like the person that is talking shit is usually blocked for like I usually blocked them. So I'm like, okay, they do that to every single.
So this,
even dive Jedi.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of with those Mandela people because I could have sworn that I remembered learning in history class that Mandela died. Like there was a specific lesson. We went over Nelson Mandela. He died in prison, and then years later, I see like, oh, Nelson Mandela died. I was like, what the fudge? No, he didn't. And like, I'm one of those people.
It's the Mandela effect, man.
I know.
I remember, I do remember faintly like watching it on the news, and then he got released. It's like, wait a minute, like what? I
think the Berenstain Bears is like the worst out of that because everyone remembers Bernstein, but it says Berenstain.
But you think it's the particle accelerator messing with everybody?
I've been maybe. I think that this is all just like a matrix. Like this is an actual like a game. It's a simulation. Especially now that I'm on psychedelics 100%. But in general, like there's a subreddit called Glitch in the Matrix where things they just seem, I don't know, out of the ordinary. And like especially now, I had this girl, Jen Scott Pickett. It was her second time coming on the other day, and she talks about how there are kids, like the moms that are posting this stuff like on TikTok, but there are kids that say like, hey, they could tell you like why they're here and how they died. Like this one person was born with like a deformed arm, and the reason was because he had killed his fiance in a previous life with this arm, and he was able to tell like where the house was and who all the people in the pictures were before. I was like, this is freaking nuts. I don't know, like things lazy dev work maybe. They're just repeating some of the lines of code, leftover code.
It could be. I like to. So I'm more in the lines of like the physics side of things. So I'm like, if you watch Flash, where he like can run through the Flashverse, or like the what's it called?
The Speed Force.
Yeah, the Speed Force. So he uses a Speed Force and travels to different like worlds and things like that. So I'm kind of more like, I feel like that string theory, or like there's like echoes into the universe where it's like, yeah, maybe there is a different version of that. I don't know. I'm kind of in line with kind of that thinking, and like what can affect like the physics of the Earth and like the particle accelerator, for instance. And that's kind of where the Mandela effect kind of originated from. But I don't know if I necessarily believe it all. Maybe it's just one of those weird things that I don't know. I'm curious what Eva thinks though. She probably thinks we're crazy.
What's your thoughts on like?
I'm so sorry. I didn't really listen to what he was saying because I was getting a text message and I have to go. But repeat that.
Quantum and theoretical physics. Do you believe we're in a simulation? Do you just not think about it, or is it something like, no, there's probably just one universe, probably us. There's probably nothing else that's going on.
I mean, I think there's aliens. I think there's other forms of life that we don't know about. But yeah, I don't think too much about that.
Okay, so like
really, like it would like consume my life if I do.
So yeah, there's two schools of thought. There's the Copenhagen interpretation where there's just one universe, just whatever, and then there's the many worlds theory, which is, if I were to like kill myself right now on screen, well, there's a universe where that happens and a universe where it doesn't happen, and then it splits off into. So two different universes.
You see,
Called
I
Fox
don't-
and
Kang the Conqueror.
I don't
Yeah,
believe
that's
in that, but I don't know if you guys ever seen a documentary. I can't remember where it aired, but it was basically this little kid that, like, super young. I don't remember how old he was. He told his parents like that he, in his other life, like when he died and came back to life, in his, well, I guess past life, he was a kid that got kidnapped, and they never found the body, and so
he solved his own murder.
and he directed the
Oh,
parents
crazy.
to the missing body.
Oh,
They
damn.
actually found, like, to wherever they buried him, and they actually found a body there. So since then, like, I believe in those things.
Reincarnation
But I
and
don't know.
other.
Yeah, I do believe in reincarnation. Yeah.
You would like that other podcast that I did with Jen Scott Pickett. It was like a couple days ago, but it was all about that. It was wild. That's what she does on TikTok. That's what she talks about.
Yeah. What's
Yeah.
her name on TikTok?
Jen. Oh, so she does a couple. But if you go to Jen Scott Pickett, like on the you could find her stuff. I think on the last on the last YouTube.
Jim or Jen?
Jen, Jenn.
Jenn Scott Pickett.
And then she has a bunch of different accounts. I think that's one of them.
I have an account. You can follow me right here. Boom.
I just researched her.
I had to plug it. I had to plug
she
it.
has like the 50,000 there, and then
Dang, 50K. I'm just trying to get up to 1K so I can.
she's got a couple 100,000 across all platforms. That's why I got her on in the first place.
Wow.
And then, but she's an awesome chick, so just invite her back. And
Also, I think like the spiritual side of things too really interests me. Like if you see Lord of the Rings, where like, for instance, like the Witch King stabs Frodo, and like he like puts on the ring real quick, and like he can see everything like that they're seeing. Like I kind of feel like that there's like some kind of I think there's like a spiritual side of things
and
too.
how much of that comes from your Native American side? Sorry, were you gonna say something?
I don't know, probably a lot. Yeah.
How much Native American are you? Are you like 10%, like 30%, or like?
I'm roughly like half. So I'm like
Wow, okay.
Yeah, I'm 3 different tribes actually. So I'm Cherokee, Choctaw, and Creek.
Oh, so you're not like Elizabeth Warren. That's like 1/1000th of a percent.
No. My grandma was actually full blood. She spoke full Cherokee. She taught me a few words, but yeah, there's a lot of like generational like sad stuff that happened.
Oh.
So she didn't exactly teach me every word, like the whole language, because when she was young, she had to go through a boarding school, and they actually basically forced her not to speak Cherokee, and it was like a terrible deal. So that's probably one of the big reasons she didn't like raise us up on speaking Cherokee. But yeah, like I went to a lot of powwows growing up around the nation and in the US. So and my aunt she used to work for a Creek Nation, and now she works for like a lot of Native American tribes currently. So yeah,
you can get like not pay taxes, right? Like if you're like greater than 15% or 20% Native American, or do you have to be like part of a tribe?
I think it varies state by state, but here in Oklahoma, apparently the governor hates us. So yeah, so it's I don't know. We have a weird issue going on right now. And like the Supreme Court said we're on reservation land because by the U.S. treaty with the Native American tribes, like it was declared reservation land. And then fast forward to today, the state doesn't see us as a reservation, and the state appealed, I think, and the appeal got approved by, I don't know. It's just like this weird issue where it's like not a reservation all of a sudden anymore, even though there's a U.S. treaty with the tribes of Oklahoma that's always been historically recognized as, civilized tribes. I don't know. So it's just this weird ongoing thing. We still have to pay like state tax and federal tax and all that stuff.
Man, that's rough.
Yeah. But it is a lot cheaper. Like to go through the tribe, I pay my like license plate tag, and it's like only like $50, whereas the state of Oklahoma will charge like triple or quadruple the amount.
Oh, all right. That's cool. You can do that.
Yeah.
I'm definitely going to watch that.
Okay. Yeah. I haven't seen it. Labria, I haven't.
So, Randy, I'm sorry. I really have to go, but while you guys were talking, I was researching Jen Scott Pickett, and the first video I found is actually the story that I was telling you.
Oh, that was it.
the kid found his
Oh, wow.
killer, so his murderer, and I think the body too. It's this one.
That's crazy.
Yeah, she goes over a lot of stuff like that.
He was 3 years old. Yeah, so
Yeah,
like, how can a 3-year-old find his killer? And I don't know.
Yeah, like, what does a 3-year-old know? Like, they can't. Yeah,
that's pretty.
That's
crazy.
wild.
Pretty good stuff. Well, thank you for joining. I'll be on pretty much all day. So
Okay.
come back in like 10 hours. I'll be here. If you're.
Oh, wait. How long are you streaming for?
I'm on Lucy, so I'll be streaming forever, like today. Like yeah, like
Randy's also streaming in the multiverse. He's streaming on each planet.
Well, part of the reason I'm doing this because my friends, like, this is their first weekend out that they're doing, so I have the place to myself for like at least 24 hours.
So you're gonna stream for the full 24 hours?
Maybe no, probably not the full 24. Maybe like 15. I don't know, 12. I don't know. We'll see.
Holy. Okay. Well, I'll try to join later if I can, for sure.
Yeah. I'll be here. If you click the link and I'm here, you're good. If nobody's here, then
I'm not gonna stream alone. Okay, perfect. Well, thank you for having me. It was nice meeting you, Kyle.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Together. So.
Cheers, mate. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, she's pretty fun. She's pretty cool. Pretty chill. There's like, out of the new content creators, like, I feel like after us, or a lot of people, like, let's say Dan Chavez would call us like the golden age of content creators.
The golden age, yeah.
Me, you, Taps, Kay, and everyone, and then came like the silver age where you had like Rob Stuff, you had Dino Lang, you had a bunch of other people, and then kind of like the bronze age coming in. You have like my collectibles, and then you have people like Kyla May from K Collections. You have Evan from Veve. That kind of also gets their blessing as well from like the original Women Next Veve, when from like Wendy saying like, "Hey guys, doing a stream together." Who are some of your favorite ones now?
Oh man, there's so many, and honestly, I don't know every single one of them. To be honest, there's just so many. I miss Veve Vision actually, because they were like the two guys on there, and the intros were always so fun. So I really enjoyed them. I really like Chris Coffee. Well, Chris, I guess he's been in the beginning, so he's not necessarily gold or bronze or silver or anything. He's been there from the beginning. My Collectibles is great too, and
I love him. Yeah, I was gonna say him. He's awesome.
People dub him like the Mr. Rogers of the community, which is hilarious. He's always pretty positive. There's Veve and 3. There's a bunch, right? And so
I had I think I didn't have both of them on. I think I didn't have old Rhubarb on. I had his wife on. And then I think they got bigger like a bit afterwards.
Yeah, so I mean, I would love to catch up on all the channels, but I had way more time in the beginning to really do a lot of community like stuff and be involved in the community. And but yeah, these days it's just like working a lot in the dad life and things like that, and of course trying to grow my own channel. So but yeah, there's some really talented. Patient Hodler, he does some pretty good breakdowns as well. He's been around forever too. I would almost consider him almost a gold, but I'm not exactly sure when he started his channel, but he's good. He's a German-based one.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, there's been a bunch of German-based ones coming out, like Veve Meister, Fanny Carbonell, and then Jesse the Harvesting Frog. It's like a bunch of French and German people coming out and making content. It's like, get into the languages that we can't speak. Yeah, there's a bunch of people like him. There's been Poba G. He was like the only like kid that in college that would make content about us, which I feel we really need, because
we do. Yeah,
we're not getting that perspective anymore. And he messages me every now and then. He's like, "How's everything going?" I was like, "Going great. When are you coming back?" And it's like, I'm kind of just studying right now. I was like, "I get it." Earth 2 Mastery. Yeah, he's like he's the original. I think the only person to ever make content on OMI before anyone else. And based on his name, Earth 2 Mastery, he was in the Earth 2 guild with me. Like, link down below to the game and my Chavez Topia link. Yeah, he was really awesome. But I feel we need a lot more younger. Like, I feel like a bunch of, like, how old are you?
No comment. I'm not in college. I'm not college aged, so we'll just say that.
Neither am I. So I'm happy that there's younger people coming in. and that happens to be like synonymous with girls as well. The younger people and the girls are coming in, so we're getting a lot. But I feel like even the younger people are like in like their mid-20s. I feel like we need like we need the kids version of it.
Yeah,
Do we
I
know anyone
agree.
that has kids in high school that we could like interview? Like, hey,
I don't
what's cool?
know. We have a lot of people like our age,
I think Mr.
maybe a
Pags,
little older, but yeah,
Mr. Pags has
Pags.
kids in high school.
Yeah,
So,
Pags would be. He needs to get his teenagers up on.
yeah, we need to like interview like kids. What the fudge is going on? Because we have zero idea.
Yeah, that and like, how do they feel even just about like NFTs in general? Like, you know what I mean?
Have you heard about cooking chicken with NyQuil?
No, no.
Apparently, like was it US whatever the FDA had to come out and be like, guys, cooking chicken and NyQuil is not a good idea. Like, who the fudge is even trying this? But yeah,
That's
apparently
wild.
it was. I don't know if it was a TikTok thing or whatever. But I didn't hear about it.
Will it
but
like kill you or something, or like is it like bad?
I guess if you cook with, yeah, I guess it's cooking. So if you cook with anything, something like, I mean, even
Chemical
cleaning
reaction.
supplies, like, yeah, like they could have like you can. Apparently, with cherry rhubarb, like if you don't like debarb them, that's like poisonous. Apparently,
Dang,
yeah,
that's crazy.
like,
I didn't know that.
yeah. There's
It's like
I
somebody was just, I'm gonna take NyQuil or Dayquil and take my medicine and eat at the same time, save time.
I mean, have you ever heard of robo tripping though?
Yeah. Are you talking about the like triple C's or whatever?
Taking a bunch of Robitussin and then
Well,
it,
pretty much.
probably the same thing.
Yeah.
Maybe kids were
So
trying to do that. They were trying to like somehow cook it, and if you take it in a different way, like
oh, I see. Yeah.
there's some ways that I don't know how people figure this out. If you take, I think, like Molly with a massive amounts of vitamin K, it works in a different way, and like that's the only way. And like, how did you figure this out? Like,
Yeah, who's the first person to like do this?
yeah,
And yeah, I would, that never makes sense to me either.
yeah. Oh yeah, Logan Paul will get that younger crowd in here. It's true. Him, I guess, Mr. Beast. Like, we need like Game Grumps. We need like major YouTubers. I mean, you get Paul Barron Network, which is I feel like a lot of guys like us, because you're always on there ripping us.
Yeah, just a lot of crypto, Web3 people.
Yeah, I feel like we need the metaverse to come out. We need games, and for content creators to do that while they're gaming. Like, I'll do like Feesh stuff. Like, I'll battle with people for Feesh. You have Feesh?
Yeah, I got two.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
I'll do that, but it's not the same as going on streaming when you're on Fortnite, or you're going streaming and you're
I think that's the key. Yeah, I think that's the key to getting young people into space is games launching. Which ironically, I work in games on the blockchain, basically, like with working for Illuvium, and of course now Miria, which Miria is like Immutable X essentially. And so they're a layer 2 solution that they basically allow games to develop on layer 2. So yeah, that's what I think that's key. Once I think the younger demographic, even like our age, like when people like younger people see us playing those games, they want to play them too. And I think that's just good for the macro NFT space as a whole, for sure.
So I might be showing my age with this. What are triple C's?
Yeah, it's just, I forget what the actual name was, but I think it used to be a brand. But it was basically like the pill form of Robitussin. And
okay.
yeah, and people would take a bunch of like, I guess I don't want to say too much on stream. I don't want to get this
Yeah, no, that's fair.
demonetized, but yeah, it was essentially like that.
For probably name for quercetin, cough and cold.
Yeah,
so I guess
yeah. It was like sinus, cold, cold cough, and yeah.
Oh, and they
just called it. That's what they used to call it, like way back in the day. Probably not anymore.
Sudafed, I think, in Windex. Again, we should be talking about it.
Yeah, that was a major brand here in Oklahoma. Yeah. They kind of try to track, I think, that, like, because people will go into the mart or whatever and try to yeah, you're capped. You can't even buy like a bunch of boxes, like otherwise you'll get red flagged. And yeah, like,
what if you're sick and you have to like clean? Like, what do you have to?
Yeah, well, some people will go to like, I mean, this is because that's an ingredient used in a larger like
Oh, it's
narcotic.
dangerous.
Yeah, and so it's very
Oh.
like monitored, especially here in Oklahoma. It's kind of like an issue here in the state. It's like Breaking Bad, like down here in Oklahoma,
Oh,
basically.
wow.
So
Oh, so
yeah,
yeah, I don't like. I have an addictive personality, but most of the things outside of alcohol that I kind of mess with are usually relatively safe. Um, but I know if I ever rode that white horse, I'd never come back from that. So
yeah,
I can't.
yeah. I mean, I am, experimented when I was in high school with stuff, and it just wasn't like for me. I didn't bring me happiness and joy, and like for me, I wanted better for myself. So like I did go through a phase where, um, I come from a single parent household, so like I came from kind of like a broken home essentially. So, I just ended up being in the wrong crowd a little bit, and luckily I didn't go too far into that crowd. Like, it could have easily happened. But yeah, I definitely done some of that before.
What are
Moon
moon
pods.
pods? We're gonna learn today. Um, okay, so I see moon pods as just maybe Google's hasn't caught up yet. There's just things that you can couch surf on that you
Oh,
can just. I guess that's what they're called. Maybe if I don't
oh,
have an people my age I want to play. Love video games. Love it. So I know what you're getting at, Justin. Um, yeah, I don't. I feel like I'm just a good boy drinking my chocolate milk right now. Like I try to, for the most part, mate. You ever feel like you also can't have like a bad day? You feel like if I ever screw up or say something like, and it gets on camera, the Kyle Wilson image is ruined.
yeah, I do sometimes, but at the same time, I feel like I try to be open on purpose because it's a part of my story and like
Same.
my like legacy. Cause I'm like, yeah, in like 20 years, I don't want to be the guy that was just like this dude that like was trying to be like this like white knight. Cause nobody is like at the end of the day, nobody's perfect. Like nobody, like we're all in this life together. We're all sinners, like, you know what I mean, is where I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
And like at the end of the day, like I want to relate with people, and like, if I can be a driving like positive force for that, then that's good on me. Like I talked to Andy one time. He's actually one of the younger content creators. One of my I don't even remember Andy. He what does he go? Does he go by Andy on his channel? I think he does too. He's at university right now, so he's not making as
Oh,
much Veve content. But I talked with him, and like we have the same kind of motivation of like lifting people up and sharing positivity and things like that. So that's why like I'm trying to be like more transparent with myself and like open with people like watching on YouTube. But yeah, I do get times where I'm like, I don't know if I should have said that, or maybe I was too open.
I
Um,
yeah. Go ahead.
yeah, because like, what if like I get to a level of like insane success and people are like holding my life under a magnifying glass, and that does kind of weigh on me a little bit. But at the same time, I'm like, well, at the end of the day, like that's gonna happen regardless, I think. And what we see with like the major successful people, in Web3, or the Elons, or I'm not saying I'm gonna get to Elon's level, but like
You can
people will
hope.
dig through their lives regardless, anyways, whether they said it or not. Like people are just gonna figure out, so
Yeah. I'm hoping. Like I even told like even when I was in the military and like when I was get like another rank, I told people like, hey, I'm still like the same person. Like it's still the same mission. Like if I just ever become an asshole, just someone just you know call me out on it,
yeah.
whatever. So I feel bad. Like the other day, somebody. I don't. I think it was maybe like my 100th time reading. Maybe this person was a troll or not. They're just saying like, oh, I feel like Veve shouldn't be doing this because I don't even remember what it was. I was like, well, good thing your feelings aren't a freaking priority. And like, but I said it in like a really nasty way. I was like, oh my god, I should, felt so. I apologize, and it was fine. I think they commented and stuff afterwards. So apparently, I don't know if it's moonflower. Is that what?
Oh, yeah, I've never heard of that. That's crazy. I've
But
heard of they're called like morning glories. I know that like people yeah, and they're common in Oklahoma too, which is pretty fun. It's just like a common flower, but apparently those will get you lit.
I'm not. Yeah, I haven't heard of
um
those, but I'll. I mean, a lot of times I feel like I'll try anything once, like as long as I know that it's not like crazy, crazy.
Yeah.
But I also haven't tried DMT either. I'm so
I
scared.
haven't, like, if in my younger days, I probably would have if it presented itself with a lot more stuff. But I think in my older age, like for me, I like mentally, I feel like I always want to be in control, so outside of like alcohol or whatever, or like the, the basic stuff.
Well, I mean, you're also a family man too. And I feel like when you're a family man, that kind of changes you.
It does.
Not me. I'm ready to roll those dice.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to that, and I spent a lot of time doing like youth outreach as well. So,
you feel like it hit the creative you.
I do, yeah, because like I really tried to lift up a lot of the underprivileged kids that like didn't have parents, or maybe the system kind of screwed them, or maybe they just needed a role model to look up to because they're looking to go to play sports in college and become a serious athlete. So for me, I was like, man, I can't, like, personally, I can't jack around because I got to be lifting these kids up, and hopefully one day they'll get to a level of success. And for me, that was fulfilling, helping people up. And so I tried to hold myself to my personal standard, or to that standard, if you will. So it's like encouraged me to like get out of what I used to be doing so much, at least for me personally, like, because it is one of those things. It's like, oh well, Kyle's doing it, like, and then people all of a sudden start judging you for like that. And I hate that. Like, I hate that that's how society is sometimes. But it is what it is.
I 100% tell people, like, I do this so you don't have to. Like the whole trajectory of my life should not have happened, but it did here, and because of that, well, now y'all don't have to. Although I think there is a very small percentage of people. I feel like mostly men, but every now and then women get in there too, that will just 100%. They will just work 60 to 80-hour weeks, and they will do other stuff on top of that, and they'll just no break, like they're working every day. And I feel like if I had to redo it all over, like if this was just a dream, if this was just one heavy LSD trip, I woke up back and I was 16 years old, I wouldn't even finish high school. I would just be working as often as I could, investing. And I feel like it's a very simple it's not easy. It sucks, but
right.
You just do that for however many long, and I don't know.
Make it, yeah. No, I agree. Like, it's like for me too, I realized early on, at least for me personally, is like I didn't want to go to college necessarily, because I was like, that's going to be 4 years of my life that I will never get back. I'm going to have to pay these student loans because I didn't have, like, I came from a single parent household, and I had like somewhat of a scholarship that I ruined. And I was like, I want to be an entrepreneur. Like that's what I am. Like, I know what I am, and I'm not going to like finish this college thing out. And so, yeah, like if I was to like know that super early, I think I would just focus on like content creation and doing things I actually love versus, grinding away my life into nothing.
So as you mentioned, I haven't figured out, I still have, the military will still pay for, I think, 28 months left of college that I still have. Because when I got out of the military, I went to college for one semester, and I was like, heck, all this noise, I'm not about it. But I still have like 2.5 years of free education that I could use, and I feel like it's not going to be used unless I like pass it on to someone.
Yeah.
So I need to find, I'd like have kids or like marry someone that is looking to go to college. I don't know why they'd still be looking to go to college. I might just use that for, like, let's say, wind the clocks forward 10 years. You have, net worth 100 million, 10 million's in cash, just in the bank, and is there something you would go back to college for, like just to learn? Like, obviously not for financial gain, but just like, yeah, this would be good to know.
Yeah, if I would to go back to college, it'd be, which back then they didn't have what I wanted. They didn't have like technology type of driven classes. They're like, they always teach stuff after the fact. So like, NFTs or crypto, it already had blown up, and it's like, and then it's like, now we're going to teach it. And so everything was kind of backwards for me. So I do wish I had a degree for just to fall back on it, like on my resume, and like show people like I am educated, because that's like society can still judge you based on like if you went to college and got a degree.
I'm totally not educated at all.
Yeah, but for like outside of that, not really. Like I don't know if I would go back or I would change where I'm at now. Like I think
Well,
I would
not even
get
10 years back. I mean, 10 years in the
yeah
future. Like when you were like, would you ever go back
in
to
the
college?
future.
Just yeah, like when you already made it. When 100
Yeah,
million, you have 10. Yeah.
I think yeah, I think so. For 10 years, I would put my daughters like in teenage years, and I think I would go back just to at least get my like associate's degree, just to be like I went to this at least just to prove that like it can be done.
Yeah.
And if they want to pursue that, they could too, just because it's like from a leadership position that looks good on paper. Obviously, like I don't know, for me too, like there is a degree of like, okay, I did complete this, and it does give me like a nice little check mark and makes me feel better about where I'm at. Maybe I did the associate's degree, I think would be good. Sometimes I do wish like maybe like if I did like a master's or like a degree in like economics, I think that would be cool. But
Yeah, that look
I don't
good. I
even know
feel
if they
like
do like that. It's like so general, like
I don't know.
bachelor's in business, and it's like, what does that even mean? Like, you know what I mean?
I feel like we're mostly, especially in Web3, you could work with people that, like, even when I was in the Chavez trading company, like, I'd be working with people that went to Ivy League schools, and they were making the same as much as people that didn't go to Ivy League schools, or the same as me. And it's like, oh, I don't know. But I'd probably want to learn about conservation, just because I don't like, yeah, I have all these like wants and ideas. I don't know how many of them are actually I'll be able to uh, implicate or interpret or be able to make come alive, and how many are reasonable to do or not. But I was maybe like fixing my car. I feel like such not a man. Whenever something's wrong with my car, like I have no idea what's going on. So to take it to a mechanic, they're just gonna destroy me and like doing stuff that
Right.
not needs to be done. But
Yeah. Yeah, I actually did want to go to college for botanist or to be a botanist actually when I was younger. I used to like be really into like plant life and also green energy before it like was cool.
yeah,
And I wanted to really learn a lot about that, but yeah, I just never pursued that really.
I'm really impressed with a lot of fungi that are like out there. That just some that I forget what they did. They basically said like here's like the main points of they outlined the map of like Japan or whatever, and
Yeah.
here's like the main hubs, and they put on the and they basically outlined what the city would be, but as a food map, as like nutrient sources, and say which would be the most efficient way to get from one nutrient source to the other, and one nutrient source being like a major city. And I think in like within a day, this fungi had delivered and executed like the complex railways more efficient than the Japanese like city subway system. And
That's
their
crazy.
system like it would probably take them like a few hours to be ahead of New York because New York's systems are trash.
Yeah.
But Japanese that's I don't know, the way they did it was really cool, and the intelligence of that.
There's like these like fungi rings too. Like the bigger the ring, the longer that fungi has been like it's like been alive essentially. So it's almost like connected. Like it's kind of like Avatar, like in the movie where the trees like talk to each other and it's like interconnected. That's literally what fungi do. They like it's basically it has a ring and it just keeps going out further. And that's where you'll see like the mushrooms spring up, but it's like this like biome of where these mushrooms live. And the bigger the ring, the more ancient it is basically. But apparently like fungi used to grow like massive, like huge, like as big as houses apparently. I don't know if that's entirely true, but I heard like fungi is like one of those, go way back and used to grow like way bigger than what we see today.
I've heard of plants doing really ridiculous stuff. Like I forget what type of tree or leaf it was that it would make themselves taste bitter so that they wouldn't get eaten. And they would the way that they would turn, or I think what like part of the leaves turn in a certain part of I guess Africa, is when giraffes would come and they would chomp on them, they would release this toxin or whatever that warns the other plants, no, go and taste bitter. If you turn this color, then they won't eat you. And then yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy like how how that works, like evolution wise. It's like, how do plants even know that if they don't have like some kind of brain? Like, how do they know to like not be tasteful to an animal? Like, that's so bizarre how that works. You know what I mean? And I
There
think,
was, sorry, keep going.
oh yeah, I mean, there's multiple plants like that. Even like, I think even like weed or whatever. It's like it smells like a skunk, so it's like hopefully I think animals stay away from it and not eat it. But
Yeah.
oddly enough, like actually, I think deer actually still eat it, which is pretty hilarious.
That's awesome. There is the thing called doodling in math, and it's part 2 of 3. That's like it goes over all the ways in which if you take like a plant, like let's say a pine cone or whatever, it's like they're all Fibonacci sequences. Like I was like, what? Yeah, it's like 5s and 8s. I was like, there's no heckin' way. But the way they do it and the way they're angled is so incredible. And it's like they're mathematical equations. And I don't
They
know.
are. Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah, it's like pine cones, you even like a snail's shell, and like anything in the ocean with a shell, it has the same exact like pi ratio. And uh, what else is there? I don't know. There's a bunch. Like it all stems from the golden ratio, though. Essentially, it's like everything's equidistant. You have the sunflower. Like if you look in the middle of a sunflower, like it's exactly like a pine cone.
Oh,
Honeybees,
it's the same way. Yeah.
yeah, the like everything's geometrically sound and perfect in nature, essentially.
This
Like it,
this is why, like, if it's so mathematical, it wouldn't be that hard to make, a universe like we kind of do it. There's
well,
maths and
even
there's rules.
yeah, like so the whole what is it, the Renaissance man? Well, the Renaissance man, the painting where it's like a naked guy and he's got like his arm stretched out and his
Oh yeah,
yeah, it's like the famous Leonardo da
yeah.
Vinci like Renaissance man. Even that's a ratio. So if you measure his arms from the shoulder to the elbow and from the
Okay.
elbow to your fingers, it's like the same, it's the pi ratio. So
Oh, what?
yeah,
Wait,
it's the golden ratio. So that's why it's called the Renaissance man. And
oh,
so some of these painters knew that there was geometry in nature, and so they literally would paint and sculpt everything using those golden ratios. And oddly enough, that's why some of these ancient statues like don't fall apart, is because they were based on that basically that geometry.
oh,
So
that
that's
makes
what,
sense.
yeah, anything that's geometrically sound tends to last like forever, like essentially. Like it's kind of crazy.
In the great words of our
Yeah, even
famous,
like your hip, from your hip to your knee, that's like perfectly sound, and from your knee to your foot, and then from like your even down to your like like your hand right there down to your like fingers, like it's all like like perfect ratios or something like that. It's kind of nuts.
yeah, this is too perfect for it not to be a simulation. We're gonna
Yeah, yeah.
try to get Pags in here. I sent him a link. We'll see if
Well,
he.
so for me too is like, okay, well, if it's like perfect geometry, it could be a simulation, but like who's the creator? So technically, if there is like this perfect geometry, who created it? Like somebody had to have like made this, like in my opinion. It's not like it just like
Yeah. I mean, it's
just
just math, and it's just so I feel like
but
what's
yeah, it's like who invented that though? Like I feel like there's something behind, like a driving force behind it. You know what I mean? I don't know.
also
Maybe that's
trivia
just
thing.
me, but
So I don't know. I mean,
the trivia man. Yeah.
yeah, I
I don't
guess that's
know.
what it's called. I guess we were mistaken. Thank you,
I didn't go to
Andrews.
college, man, so I don't
So
know.
yeah, we're a bunch of I think Pags went to college. I don't know who. I'm pretty sure Eva went to college as well. I think we should get Wendy on here. She's got like a master's. Do we
Wendy's
know any
super
doctors?
educated.
Do we know any doctors? I don't know.
I don't know. I
Timothy,
don't know if we
he's
do.
definitely
I know Daniel Lee is some kind of like,
he's a medical professional.
yeah, he's a medical
Does not
professional,
give
but
medical advice, but
yeah, not medical, not financial. Yeah, I don't
he's
know if
so funny.
we have Dr. Profit,
That's true. It's
the
true.
doctor of stuff.
Doctors. I mean, there's a lot of educated people on. I
There's a
guess
lot of
my ex
doctors,
girlfriend
but
is. She.
yeah.
I had her on. She's a veterinarian, but I don't think she's going to be coming on the podcast anytime soon.
Dr. Howard, yeah.
We got we got a bunch of peeps that we should hopefully. Pags, I sent you a link. Pags, on the Facebook.
Oh, Pags is in the chat. I didn't. He changed his logo.
It's called Juventus.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is.
I'm
but,
not 100% sure either.
I didn't recognize him without his original PFP.
Oh, so I love how the fam knows more about.
I know.
Than we do.
What's funny is like I tell people too, like outside of the community, I'm like, I talk to my fellow content creators more than I talk to like my IRL friends. And I'm like, now I feel shameful because I don't know.
What are we good for if like the people we're supposed to be like, like we don't know this about them?
Dang it.
Oh, right. I guess we're on best movie with Daddy DeVito.
Oh, my bad. Oh shoot.
Oh, this is why I love you guys so much. I would have never like gotten that. I wouldn't even know to not know that. All right, so Juventus is a football club. Yeah, I feel like I learn on every stream also. People educating me about stuff. Like there's something that it was last month. It was at Dragon Con. Somebody mentioned it to me, and I was on stream. I was like, no way. Have you taken a look at the most recent Winnie the Pooh trailer that came out?
No.
So you got a YouTube Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey. It is, yeah, you heard that right, Blood and Honey. Wow. It's a horror movie because the domain name I guess ran out, which I would have sworn that Disney would have liked to keep as so that they could make a horror movie where Winnie the Pooh's snapping necks, but they didn't. They just they just let it go. Do you think that'll happen with like Steamboat Willie? Like in 2 years, can we see a Steamboat Willie movie where he's just knifing people?
I think so. Yeah, I think we'll see some crazy stuff from like every kind of creator out there. I think like artists, like movies, like the whole nine.
I can't wait to do that.
Yeah, I know people like Disney's trying to protect that, but I'm like, actually, I think that actually provides like it makes Mickey even more popular in my opinion.
Yeah. Like I think Slender Man movie had the biggest budget in Blood and Honey. Did it make a movie about Slender Man?
I don't know. I didn't see it. I know there's like some games about it, which is super creepy.
Games. So I feel like maybe because we're a little older, I feel like things are also like, oh, you're making like a killer version of this. That's awesome, and I feel like that's awesome. And there are a bunch of memes and TikToks about the new Jeffrey Dahmer thing, and that's great. But there was a time like within the last 10 years where I remember being at the DFAC in the dining facility in the military, and there was these couple high school girls that had dragged one of their friends into the woods, say, oh, we're going to do something in the woods, like whatever. And they legit killed her in like a sacrifice to Slender Man. It's like, y'all know it's a video game, right? Like y'all know Slender's, it's not like a real person that you're sacrificing. Like it was wild. I don't know, like where did we go wrong?
Yeah. It's a simulation within a simulation.
Oh. Wait, they made a Woody's. Wait, did they make one with this? No, you're killing me, right? There's no way they made a Woody horror film.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. I don't think they have because that's Pixar and Disney owns Pixar. So I don't know if I've seen that.
Oh, there's like it's like one of those fan made trailers where it's like.
Oh heck no, man!
I'll totally watch that though.
Creepy.
Did you watch Toy Story 4?
I think I've watched them all. Yeah.
Because in Toy Story 4, there is part of that movie that is actually scary because they're next to I don't know, this like antique store.
Yeah.
And this antique store is run by like this like mobster. She's like a kid's doll, but it's like a mobster kid doll. She has her goons, whatever. And she finds that Woody is there, and they want to hold him down, cut him open, and take out his voice box and put it into. I was like, they're straight up like it was actually a horror movie for like 10 or 15 minutes.
No, there's a couple. I mean, a couple of the Toy Story movies are like that. They're kind of horror. Like you have even the kid that like mutilates the toys, like that one kid.
Sid, yeah.
Sid just like rips all the toys apart, like blows them up and like tortures them essentially. Like I'm like, dang, this is like like a horror kids movie essentially.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
Pinocchio. Like Pinocchio, where the kids just get stolen and like on this island. It's like that's creepy. That's creepy AF.
Have you, and then you get the opposite. So I feel like there was some Disney stuff that was really, I guess, horror-y that turned into like, have you seen the new Pinocchio movie?
No, I haven't seen that one yet. No.
So that is so far like I don't know who is the voice of Pinocchio, but Pinocchio's gay. And as he's saying, like, "Father, when can I be on my own?" Like, it's the most
Oh,
disgusting voice that I've ever heard. Like, why would anyone think this is a good idea? It's all animated.
yeah.
I think it's the Pauly Shore version of it. It's but yeah, it's so strange the way that things switch back and forth, and sometimes I don't know. I
Yeah,
didn't need that version of Pinocchio, but I really wanted the version of Winnie the Pooh where you know taking people out.
snapping necks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the remakes of stuff are just usually never as good as the originals.
Yeah. Have you gone down like I don't know how big into conspiracy theories you are because I love them, and my audience pretty much loves them as well.
Yeah, I used to like follow all of them. Like I love a good conspiracy. I don't believe them all,
Oh
but
yeah,
the occasional one I'm like, ooh, that's a good one. I actually believe that one.
yeah.
Uh,
So there's a Pixar theory that goes down where if you and there's a bunch of them, but like there's in the movie Frozen where you
mhm.
see like the first like couple of scenes, their parents go on like a voyage and then they crash, and then it's like okay, well they're the story goes like they're lost to sea or whatever, but then the beginning of Tarzan, there's this couple that crashes and then have they have Tarzan, so there's the theory that Tarzan is like their brother. So I don't know if they could have a crossover there because he eventually does learn English. I don't know if we count Tarzan 2 or 3 where he like um goes to Britain or whatever. I really hope they don't count those in like the greater Disney verse. But then there's other theories where they have. I don't know if you saw Brave.
Mhm.
The
Yeah.
There's like an old witch with Brave, and people are thinking, oh, that's Boo, like 100 years later, because she has a bunch of the stuff that
Oh dang,
um
yeah.
yeah, and she's tried to get into witch because she tried to fix the door, so that Sully could go back in, so that she could find her or whatever. And that's how she got into all the witchcraft. It's like, oh, that's a really good idea.
Dang, that's wild. No, I haven't seen that. That's intense.
Yeah, there's a bunch of theories on them, and I haven't gone deep down the rabbit hole in a while, but
No, I've never heard that. That's actually sounds really interesting. I think there's like weird stuff like that writers definitely put in movies like to make like they know.
yeah,
They know what they're doing in some of this stuff.
I don't.
Or like even the cartoonists like drawing things like subliminals in there. Like I'm like, you know what you were doing. That
Yeah,
was legitimate. Like that is true. Like fact. You knew
people
what you were doing.
people are trolls. People are awesome. I love when people do that type of
Yeah. Yeah, like a subtle troll in a movie in a major like movie.
major motion picture.
Yeah.
Uh, I
An
think it's
iconic
awesome.
major motion picture.
I don't know what you would have to because I mean it happens all the days now. Like, but I feel like it's easier to make those mistakes or let things slide through. Like in Game of Thrones, the last season, there's like a Starbucks cup in one of the scenes, and it's like the fuck. I feel like you're not going to accidentally leave that in there if it's animated. You'd actually have to draw it in, so it's um, much more intentional. I don't know if there's. Did you grow up on like the? Did you also watch like the Justice League, or you like Batman the animated series, or you like '90s Spider-Man?
I was really big into 90s Batman. I watched literally like everything that had to do with Batman, even Batman Beyond. Justice League, like they didn't have a ton of cartoons back then, but I still watched what I could when they were on.
So I think I
At least
remember
like I
seeing
didn't
the
have cable, so
I remember seeing the memes of this, but I think the memes were just created where I think that the memes were just they were just made into the memes where like someone photoshops that, but I don't know. I do remember like I mean there's one scene where it's like, oh, now I know not to pause my I think Zootopia movie because it looked a really suggestive appearance. So they definitely do stuff. I don't know. Do you think that was real? Where there's a silhouette of there's apparently a girl receiving fellatio or giving fellatio in Toy Story.
I don't know. I'd have to see it. I didn't hear. I haven't heard about that one.
If I Google this right now, like, what are we gonna?
No, I haven't seen that.
I don't even know what to Google. My Google foo is not up to Toy Story adult joke, adult scene, adult. I don't even know what to put. Images. Okay, was a risque thing hidden on here? And I don't know, because yeah, so there's like a scene, and I don't want to like show it, but there's a scene where you can clearly see, okay, that's clearly probably fake, and then here's the actual scene. And the actual scene, there's nothing there. Like there's nothing
Oh,
inappropriate. It's just a normal scene, but somebody, I don't know. I don't know if that
somebody
was
did a
real.
deep fake.
Yeah, I think someone did a deep fake.
Photoshop.
Yeah. Oh my
Yeah.
God, people getting crazy hardcore with some of these. All right, I'm gonna X out of. It's enough internet for today.
Yeah, don't go down the rabbit hole. We'll get sucked in, never come
I'm
out.
in Rule 34, as you know. There's always going to be crazy stuff like that.
Yeah.
But there was I gotta close these blinds. I keep seeing squirrels run across the fence line, and then I keep thinking like someone's about to rob the house, and clearly
Stupid
it's just
squirrel.
Because I just see him like across like. Pag said he'll be here in a bit. Any questions you have for him? How long can you stay for? I don't know how long.
Yeah, I gotta jump here in just a second here and get to work here. But yeah, I was hoping Pags would jump on now, but I don't know if I'll be able to stay on till before he gets on.
Well, before whenever he does or doesn't, what is something that you want to say to the peeps many years from now? People will be looking back at this random 10-hour stream that I'll do, and they'll be like, oh, what's I don't know. Do you ever think that people will be like, you know what? Remember when Kyle and Randy did those crazy streams? Let's get a pizza and let's go see what they were talking about 12 years ago.
I think that'd be good, man. I'm excited for those days to laugh and to reminisce on those times for sure. I mean, I think that's gonna be fun.
Like WWE wrestlers watching their old matches, like
we're gonna look so old, like too, like well, hopefully we won't look old, like, but we'll be older and we'll look back at ourselves and be like, look how young we looked, like, oh my gosh. And we'll read some of these comments. Remember that Justin? Remember Justin in the comments?
But dude, if you're telling me this is like as good as I'm ever gonna look again, I might as well just end it all right now. If this is like the best setup.
No,
like,
I mean,
obviously
it's like you age like a fine wine, right? Like it's like you get a couple grays and you're like, ooh, I'm looking kind of good with the grays. At least that's how I think. I'm like,
well, you still have a great hairline. You're like pristine. It's like I feel like mine is like going away by the second.
No. Doesn't look like it right now.
I'm gonna get the surgery though. I'm gonna get the where it takes from the back and gives like to the front. So it gives me that David Yu hairline.
It's like Gandalf, man. You go from Gandalf the Gray to Gandalf the White, and it's like, he's way more stronger when he's Gandalf the White.
That's true. Thank you. I saw like I don't know, like my internet provider or the FBI person that's like attached to me, like every now and then I will like look at pictures of like dudes like older Jack dudes in like their 50s with like a beard. Like, see, I could think of like what I'll try to look like in like a few years.
Yeah, that's what I think about too.
I feel like suspenders. I feel like all those rock suspenders. Yeah, they have like their cigar and they're smoking.
Yeah.
They got their suspenders on.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope to be really fit when I'm older. Like, hopefully at that stage when we're older, we won't have to do like hopefully we'll have like hundreds of thousands of subscribers and just can do whatever we want at that point. Yeah, that's what I'm excited for. So because I want to be like jacked and have way more time for the gym and things like that. So
I want to take my fans on like a super awesome hike or stroll. I guess I don't know if I could do it here. I guess I could do it. I used to live in before I got here on Long Island. It was a really strong signal, so I would sometimes take the fans like on a run. Hey guys, we're running here today. I don't know if I could do that here, but I want to do that in like the snow. I want to do it like feel like Rocky 4, like
like in Philadelphia. I think it's where.
I meant like when he's in Russia, when he's like running in the snow.
Oh crap! Forget
think it was
that.
filmed in like Wisconsin.
I don't
or
know if
something.
anybody would go to like, at least if you're from the States. I don't know if you'd go over there now.
Oh no! Oh God, no, no.
I think they're
But I think
actually advising people to like get out of there if you have a dual citizenship,
have you
because you might get like conscripted. Like it's
have,
kind of like, yeah,
have you seen what's been going on in like the Nord pipeline?
yeah, it's
What?
crazy.
So I was not a like I don't know, like in general, and also because I'm on Lucy now. How close do you think that like none of my military guys have had any like emergency meetings like guys prepare for it now, but yeah, if that comes back and it looks like it was us, or I don't want to say us, like it looks like it was the U.S. The sabotage came from the West somewhere. Um, where does that? I don't know. Where does that leave us with Germany? Where does that leave us with the
Um,
support for war in Ukraine?
yeah. Well, more than likely it was, the Kremlin, but if for some reason like we did it to like frame it up that it was to make it look like the Kremlin,
Oh
and
no, it wasn't that.
yeah,
It was like even Biden said. So the what Russia was doing is they were saying like, hey, Germany, you're gonna either stop supporting Ukraine, or we're going to like turn off all your gas,
right,
like. And
yeah,
then Biden said like a week ago, well, we're gonna do that. The pipeline's gonna be destroyed, and then so
yeah.
that's why people are saying like, I mean, it could be like a deep fake to make it look like it was us, but now that now Russia has nothing to hold over Germany, so support for the war
Yeah,
can continue.
I don't think if it was the U.S. or if it was ever found out to the U.S., there would definitely be a stink. I mean, that would be probably damage a lot of like relationship with the U.S. and Europe. I don't think it would like change much in terms of the politics though, because NATO's united against what's going on in Ukraine. So that's just my opinion. I mean,
And
the United States is far too powerful for anybody to ever mess with us directly. We're not like as sharp as we once were, or have that like superior technological advantage like we used to, but we're still like we spend like 50% of the military spending is done by the US in the entire world, and then there's the rest of the world, which is like it's
yeah,
just
I mean,
no
I'm not.
comparison.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not worried with that. I mean, there's a giant ocean, but like I forget what YouTube channel did like a war simulation where if the entire world were to focus on like against the U.S. And obviously nukes
It
were
would
out,
have
there
to,
was no
yeah.
nukes, and
It would have to take the whole world, to be honest. Like,
yeah,
it's just the United States is just so OP, which means overpowered for folks in the audience.
for the folks that don't play video games.
Right. No, United States is just so overpowered. It would literally take probably the whole world against the U.S. just to beat the U.S. Like
Yeah,
it's like we're that dominant.
yeah.
And just because we're geographically located, it's almost like we're almost on our own island, and then we have so many bases across the world. We have so many like submarines. Like it would take like it would take like the whole world against the US to move mountains just to even get here to our coasts,
Yeah,
and then fight our artillery and our massive air force, which is by far the biggest air force the world has ever seen. It'd be
and I
like,
think the second biggest air force belongs to the U.S. Navy.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's not even close. The second air force, like
Yeah.
it's like crazy.
So that would be a. I would be curious to see like how long places like even where we have places in like Al Assad and in Iraq, or places in other places, like how long we would be without. I mean, I guess until we stop receiving supplies. I guess if supply lines are interrupted, I don't know. They might be in for a rough if they're in the middle of Baghdad, or they're in the middle of wherever. Um, but yeah, I think in Germany, I don't know. I guess even if they're in Germany and then they're surrounded by all of Europe, and we all have, yeah. I guess, well, rip to everyone else and like the Korean islands and all that. Doesn't
Yeah.
stop me from wanting to go there though. I'd still love to go to Korea. I'd love to see that DMZ line.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, South Korea would be great. I've always wanted to go to South Korea, Japan, and actually used to want to go to Ukraine before what was happening previously. And I didn't think obviously they would have conflict ever again. I knew they'd have like brush ups. and kind of I knew something was going to happen when there's like a lot of military buildup on their borders. I was like, uh-oh. But before that, like I actually wanted to travel there because I was watching a lot of travel vlogs, and there's some YouTubers documenting their like where they went to go eat and like the fantastic places to visit in Ukraine. And I was like, man, this looks like an actually beautiful place I want to go to. And now it's like obviously too dangerous, but yeah, that's one place I would love to go to. Portugal, Spain, that kind of area.
Dude, Spain has some of the most beautiful people in the world. Like that, they could all be modeled. Like I was only in like Rota, Spain, so I wasn't in like Madrid, which I imagine even more beautiful people. But that's yeah. I feel like New York's like the melting pot where like the average man goes, and Spain is where all like the beautiful people go.
I also want to go to like the islands like down south in the Caribbean. So like, and then like Puerto Rico, Cozumel, like places like that as well.
Take a cruise down there. Like if you do that, take a cruise. A lot of fun. Do like a 7-day cruise, like a day on each island. Do not, however, I don't even remember what islands we were on. I don't know if it was like Bermuda or one of like Jamaican islands. There's this person that we were taking like, they had like a skyboat, I guess it's called, where they had like the little rafts that they're on, but they could also hop and fly over to other islands. I don't know who was flying this thing, but I'm pretty sure they were smoked. I'm pretty sure they were high, like high as a kite while they were doing it. Because even they would go on and it didn't help that they had like the Jamaican accent, like they experienced some and then it just cut out. I was like, oh god, this. And maybe I feel like other people they weren't as worried as I was, but I was like, oh man, this doesn't feel good. But this was also like 12 years ago, it was before I was in the military, so that maybe I wasn't as I don't know. But I say definitely stay on the cruise ship and then just go to like the main tourist areas. Although,
yeah,
I guess is that the point though? If you want to go to visit the islands, you kind of want to be on them.
Right. Costa Rica, I hear, is really, really great to go to as well. Yeah, I'd love to go to those islands for sure.
Yeah, I haven't had but I haven't been on a cruise in a while. A couple of buddies of mine are going next year. I kind of want to go, but the Wi-Fi is like robbery, so I don't know if I want to do that. And I don't even know if that's Clever Jerk just got the 1983 had the number 77 TIE fighter and the number 1983 to match with his Vader.
Dang. Yeah.
It went crazy.
That's nuts.
Where's been the most beautiful place you have traveled to?
Currently Hawaii.
Oh, Hawaii's pretty nice.
Yeah. Specifically Maui, and specifically like on the top of the mountain in Maui. I've been to like both of the peaks there. Just so beautiful, man. It's just like, what even is this? Is this even real? Like just going up, like hiking the mountain was like one of the coolest experiences. Just seeing like fruit dangling from trees and you can just pick it and then eat it. Like it's just so pure. Like I'm like, what is this? Like the Garden of freaking Eden? Like what the crap is this? And I don't know. It's just so beautiful. I remember snorkeling too. The waters are just so crystal clear. I'm like, this truly like has some weird healing properties, just even being on this island. Like, I don't know. For me, it was like a good disconnect, I guess, like mentally.
You ever run into any of those jacked Samoans that are just like 8 feet tall and just, break you?
Yeah, I know a guy. He's Samoan. He came from Samoa. Yeah, he's like 6'3" or something, and him and his brother are like pretty big. Oh. And apparently, like they're like they have like historical ties to their family, like on the island, and like I don't know, their grandpa was like a chieftain or something.
So Jerry's trolling. Like cruises are for losers. Cruises are awesome. They're amazing. But I guess he does live in Hawaii, saying there's no rabies in Hawaii. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, no snakes. There used to be no like rats. I think the only thing that like can bring those in is like planes that can carry them in by accident. But yeah, before that, like Hawaii was like pristine. No, like pretty much nothing bad. Nothing that sucks. Like
like the opposite of Australia, where Australia's everything
like
can kill you there.
Hawaii was so like perfect because it's so isolated by itself.
Nice fly around. I still want to go to Australia, but there's so many things that I just can kill you.
Everything can kill you. Yeah, literally, it's like, oh, if I'm gonna go out in here, like a spider could kill me, like the world's most dangerous spider. It's like they have the most dangerous spider, snake, like everything, like the sea. It's like, oh yeah, if you want to go swim the ocean, lots of sharks, great whites, like we have megalodon.
It's like normal to them. It's like people say like, oh, I could, like, for me, like, I don't know, like I couldn't deal with every now and then. Yeah, especially in New York, you get some bugs in your house every now and then. Go and toss them out.
Right. And that's kind of everywhere too.
But if I'm gonna like lift up my toilet seat and see a snake, which apparently they just deal with every now and then, they just like I'm never gonna be comfortable. I will never be comfortable in my own home. I have to check for snakes in the toilet.
Yeah, forget that, man.
I couldn't do it. I guess it's nice knowing it's always gonna. I guess it's nice knowing you'll never need a sweatshirt. You just go and run any time of day.
It's just so nice there, man. It's something special, and like I'm like half native, and especially like when I get like really tan, I actually get kind of a lot darker. And
I get super dark. Yeah, I get like disgusting.
Yeah, no, I love being dark, man. I love being in the sun. When I don't get sun, I actually feel a little sick. So like I have to make a point to like be out in the sun a little bit. I feel like I have to sunbathe a little bit. Like I don't know if that's a melatonin thing, and I don't know if it's different for you, but where it's like you feel like you need at least a good solid like 10 minutes per day, like just in the sun, just chilling. I don't know if that's the same for you.
I feel like the darker you are, the more you need the sun, because your skin like protects against a lot of the stuff that. So you need more exposure time. I feel like white people are like walking solar panels. They'll just absorb like they get all the vitamin D that they need.
Right.
And like I feel like especially in the winter, like the limited amount of sun that I would get, I'd have to take massive amounts of vitamin D in order to get that. I do feel really good if it's like, especially after winter, like after winter and it starts spring, it's like, oh, just take your shirt off, just chill in the backyard, and then hopefully I'm not carrying this holiday weight anymore. I know it's not even the holidays yet, but
yeah. No, I love that, man. Springtime, and it's just like, oh, this is so. That's one of my favorite times is spring. Like everything just kind of coming back to life, and I don't know, I love it.
Spring is good. I've been telling people here it will be, Florida. This will be my last year in New York. I've said that before, but this will be my last year in New York, or at least the last winter in New York, and then I'll probably Florida for.
Florida.
Yeah.
Let's go. I love Florida.
You want to come? You want to? So
dude, I will visit you in Florida.
How much money you have? You don't have to say.
No comment.
Okay. So I think that at some point in the next couple of years, like it's probably just going to be me and maybe like a couple of people that people might know from here. That people definitely know from here. But then I want this whole like this cul-de-sac, and I want it to be originally I want to be all veterans, but then all my veteran peeps are just like kind of like where we are. So I was like, okay, that's fine. But I want like a cul-de-sac of like all people that are just like familiar, whether it be veterans or just, I guess now just be Veve fam, where we all just have houses like, and we all just, you remember in the pandemic, all like the dads would share like a social distancing beer. Like I feel like that would be us in like 5 years, where we all just sit outside in our lawn chairs.
Yeah, that'd be dope. Yeah, I've considered actually moving there just because the taxes are like no state tax. Like I love that. And also like the capital like of crypto and Web3 is kind of like, it's kind of like Miami, sort of like, it's kind of like New York as well, obviously too. But like Miami and Palm Beach, like a lot of like crypto Web3 companies are building out there.
It's just like where Melon and Queen's at. There was I don't know. We don't have a Topia cul-de-sac. There's I was gonna say that I don't know how well that would be received, like the minorities of Veve, but I feel like enough of us are minorities anyway that it doesn't really, doesn't really matter. You don't really need it. But I think most, even like the OGs, like Kay, wherever he's from, and then said you're like half Native American. Me and I'm Peruvian. Cabell's African American. I think Taps is half Mexican too. You wouldn't know it by looking at him, but
I didn't know. Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't know that about Taps.
He's half brown man, so that's maybe why we get along so well.
If people saw my family too, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, you native." because like yeah, it you can clearly see like when you see my family that they're obviously like Native American. My mom has like black hair, looks super native.
How'd you get the orange in you? The red beard?
Dad, I had a so yeah, I had a Caucasian dad, and he had blonde hair essentially.
Yeah.
But yeah, from his like family line, like red is pretty common. And I guess so. What my mom says is I actually had red hair when I was young. It fell out and came back brown.
What?
But like a part of me, yeah, which is weird. So I guess my beard was like, okay, we'll still be red. I don't know. It's kind of like I kind of like it because
You like molted it. You just like, and then it came back. Oh, that's nuts.
it's kind of like bittersweet because my dad like died in a car wreck when I was like just a baby. Yeah, so I'm like, oh, I get like a little bit of feature from him. Like, but had my dad been like, you know, a minority, I would be probably super dark. Like if my mom married a native man, I would be so dark. Like I would definitely have like jet black hair, and be probably like 3 times darker.
Oh, we would. I mean, so mine was Inca Indian, where I was from. But that's South America, Northwest, probably. I don't know how, if there's any lineage that goes back maybe like thousands of years or something. You ever want to do the 23andMe things, or do you know like pretty much where you are from anyway?
Wait, what is that? 23andMe?
Oh, it's like the genealogy, like you like spit in a cup or whatever, and they say you're this much from here. And
yeah. So I like that'll just show up as like native, indigenous. Like it'll because I already know my lineage. We have to like do it kind of to be in the tribe. Yeah. So like I have blood quantum cards that show like the exact blood quantum level that Native American I am per tribe.
Oh, that's epic.
Yeah. So like you have to prove, like the tribe has to like approve it as well. So like for instance with Elizabeth Warren, why like people like why natives were kind of pissed about her is because she
she's
did
like
not
1/1000th.
Yeah, and she doesn't have a blood quantum card from the tribe, so she can't prove that she's actually Native American. And since she did do the genetic thing, it said that she might be, but those are pretty inaccurate because it's hard to follow lineage if you haven't followed it before. But Native Americans have been doing it for a long time, and that's why I can prove like I am a certain blood quantum level, versus like just some average person that like randomly decided to do it. But somebody said, yeah, Reservation Dogs. I love that. That movie literally reminds me of myself. And I'll tell you why. The main character's name's Bear. My middle name's Tiger. And I used to go by the name Tiger all the time. I wanted to move to California. I actually lived in California for like 6 months to a year. Moved back to Oklahoma. And I do feel pressure to like, lift up Native Americans like and be a positive force in my culture. So that show hit home big time for me. But yeah, highly recommend Reservation Dogs. It's great. It's a great show.
I have, so in the way that a lot of your family can trace back where they were because they've been doing it for generations. I'm first generation like Peru. Like I was adopted out of I have zero idea where I come from. I know it's from Peru, and part of I guess people have said, "Oh, you're Inca Indian," because like I said, I had high cheekbones before I got fat. And they could tell. There's like, okay, you have high cheekbones.
Yeah. Typically face structure. You can usually tell like bone, teeth, and structures. Like you can tell a lot about somebody's DNA or like the way their body is formed or whatever.
So that's something that I do want to fix when I get I get a lot of that OMI money. Mm-hmm. When I was younger, I had straight teeth, but then I was in this fight, and it wasn't even like a registered fight. It was like a backyard fight. My mouthpiece fell out. Oh no, there's like 10 seconds left in the round. It's fine. I don't need it. And then I get hit, and this one tooth goes like that way, and I have been 100% like, so what's that called? Like insecure about it since.
Yeah.
But I definitely want to fix that when I get that OMI money coming in.
Yeah, I need to get like my bottom teeth fixed because I had my wisdoms or whatever kind of pushed my teeth together just a little bit, and I got them removed. But like by the time I got them removed, like the damage was already done. It happened quick. Like it was like a month or two period. It was just like these teeth just were like what, like grew together, and I was like, oh, crap. Like so now I kind of have to get these bottom teeth. fixed. And yeah, one day.
Yeah, I couldn't even tell. But there's that was like the worst thing that I think I ever did. I had my wisdom teeth taken out, and these three were fine, but it was the bottom right one that I guess they left a piece or two in or whatever, and it bled for like months, and I finally got it out. Like I got it out like a month later. I was like, oh.
I hated getting them out because I was like super weird about it. I was like, yo, we got these teeth for a reason. Like we evolved to get these teeth. And so I didn't want to get them out. Like I hated it. And then I got them out and I was like, oh, thank God I got them out because my teeth were like getting jacked up.
Okay, so we have to switch subjects because apparently you can tell we're aging when we talk about health issues more and more. All right, so best video game that you see coming out like in the last year. I thought it was the cat game where you get to play as a cat. It's called Stray. Game of the year right there. What about you?
Oh, yeah. Game of the year. Blockchain game, I would say for me, I'll bring it back to the Web3 space.
Okay.
Phantom Galaxies, it was super good. It was like a mech shooter. So you're like this like mech pilot and you get to pilot mechs and I don't know, it's fun. It's fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that would be wicked in like VR. Like put on a headset and just that'd be
and that one's gonna go places. I think they're gonna do really well. It's really fun, and they're gonna have like their own like little metaverse in there. So I think that one will be a fun one. Yeah, Illuvium.
Yeah.
So Illuvium's not out yet though. Like they have it is in beta, but not like everybody can kind of just play it. So I don't really consider that one like out yet. But yeah, Illuvium's great. Illuvium's another one. Super AAA. That one is definitely one of my favorites as well. It's insane graphics, insane. They're going places too.
Nice. The other things that I kind of wish that we had that are just not ready yet. Like, did you see the what's that called? Meta's fencing game?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
So that might like, I feel like that's like kind of like their version of Wii Sports, and if they continue doing that, dude, Wii Sports is that should be game of the decade, game of the century.
OG, man, that's so OG.
Yeah, I mean, this is in the mid 2000s, so I feel like OG is like Mario and Yoshi and Yoshi.
That's
and
super OG.
That's
okay. But in terms of the wands, like I remember, man, that Wii blew up and like every family or a lot of families had like the Wii.
Yeah, because you also needed was one controller. You could just share it with everyone.
Yeah, take turns.
Yeah. So that got really fun. I think you needed 2 for baseball, and then you need the extension for boxing. Or I guess Wii Tennis as well. I guess there were some things but yeah, Wii Tennis you could do by yourself or you could do with people.
Yeah. It was kind of revolutionary. Like it was like, oh my God, you can use these wands and like interact with the game. Yeah.
My friend Justin destroyed his ceiling fan when we were doing Wii Tennis. And he's like, and then
oh my God.
So like it's not like he even had like the wrist strap and everything, but he just like we were way too high for the server, and his ceiling fan just came crashing down. He's been on the podcast before. Justin Pierce, he's the Disney expert. Him and Steph Valentano come on. Yeah, it's we did crazy stuff. That he was actually my first apartment when I first moved out. It was his mom's place, and it was like their garage that they had converted into an apartment. The man, the myth, the legend. What up, Mr. Pags?
What's going on? Hey, what's up, Kyle?
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on, you guys? Man, is this you guys almost 4 hours? You guys?
Randy, it's not me. I've been actually an hour and a half, I think. So
yeah, I've been on for almost 4. About an hour into it, Eva came on, and then I think a half hour later, Kyle came on. Eva dipped like maybe a half hour ago, give or take. Maybe not. I don't know. It's been time is an illusion right now, Mr. Pags. I'm on Lucy, and
time is an illusion.
But speaking of time, though, we were talking about trying to get the younger generation like into this and like interview. Are your kids available right now to interview? Can we like ask some questions?
My son is. I gotta. There's my daughter calling me right now. Hold on.
Speak of the devil. And they shall appear.
Are you at the school?
No, I'm actually live, Randy, right now. You want to? He wants to ask you something.
Who?
Randy.
Hi.
Okay.
So, I mean, are you going to be home anytime soon?
Setting up Dungeons & Dragons character sheets. With, like a bunch of people.
Are you gonna be home anytime soon?
Can you repeat one more time? Sorry.
Jay,
Yes.
he wants to know if you're going to be home anytime soon.
Yeah, literally like right now.
I gotta go. Why you come? You gonna get a ride home? Or you want me to come get you?
I mean, I can probably get one. Yeah.
All right, so get a ride. Come. Bye.
Yeah,
So
get a ride. Your dad's busy. Your dad's busy now.
Yeah, she's 16. She'll be 17 in another almost 2 months.
Yeah, 'cause I feel like we're a bunch of old men here. We don't really know like what's cool anymore.
Yeah, what's the inquiry?
Just about like what are they spending their free time on? Is it still like things like Among Us? Is it still like, because we're talking about things before. People were cooking NyQuil in their chicken. I don't know if that started with the younger generation or that was.
Hey,
Wait, is she
Luch, Luciano, come here.
Breaking out the accent.
yeah. Pags is actually an Italian crime lord. No, I'm kidding.
Come here.
No, Pags,
Come here.
is your
Randy has a question for you. They're live right now. They just want to ask you what he has questions about the new generation. G's coming in too. Come here.
Okay, 1 second, please.
Sure. Well, I mean, I'm going all night, so like it doesn't have to be right away.
Hey, I'm sorry, Kyle. Real quick, Rand. Your pad is changing.
Yeah, I moved. I had a crazy landlord experience a few weeks ago. I did a whole live on it. It was like it was nuts.
Okay, I got. Can you go wide on?
Yeah.
There we go.
All right. What questions?
All right. So are you?
Come up.
How old are you?
11.
Okay. Like, do you surf on TikTok yet? Like, how much of the internet is your life? I feel like.
Good amount.
Okay. Like, so do you have a TikTok?
Yes.
Okay. Where did the whole cooking your chicken with NyQuil thing start? The origins of that. I guess not on TikTok.
Wait, you mean pink sauce?
Is that what it's called?
Yeah. So this lady came up with this brand called Pink Sauce, but it's like mayo and ranch mixed together with like pink.
I feel like we've been doing that forever, but like they were cooking like NyQuil, like the thing that you take to go to bed. You know, they were cooking that
like
with their
NyQuil, chicken, but it isn't.
Oh yeah, no, this is this is what I saw people on TikTok reacting to it. Like, this is what kids are doing. I was like, what the? And I don't know how many. I was curious to try, but I don't know how many people were.
Are they doing that?
Yes.
Yeah, he's all like, what's your specialty? Like gaming.
Pokemon.
Oh, no Roblox? No Roblox?
Roblox is weird.
What about Minecraft?
Yeah, Minecraft.
I'm okay at it. Like,
what about Among Us? Is that still hip?
Kind of mods, I guess. Kind of, not really.
What's the coolest game right now out?
That's hard to answer.
So what are popular YouTubers? What are they doing? Like, it doesn't have to be gaming. Like, what are popular YouTubers that you're watching right now?
Okay, well, one of them is doing Minecraft and Among Us.
Come look in here. Look at the camera. So you're
I can't. I gotta sit down, but I can't. Yeah.
Okay, so
is he wrapped up in a Spider-Man blanket? Is that what that is?
It's amazing.
Yes.
Secret Rare Spider-Man or MC1? I'm just kidding.
Sorry. What was the question
So
again?
it was like, what are the popular YouTubers? What are they talking about right now? But I guess you said it's Among Us and Minecraft, right?
Yeah, but there's also another YouTuber I watch.
What's up, Sal?
He watches or he doesn't watch, but he plays like random games.
Like scary games? Like spoopy games?
Like any games. Like he does a thing
about
where it's like 3
less
random
than,
games and then he plays all 3.
What I got already.
Like short, like they can be any category of weird, funny,
30%
horror.
off.
Okay.
But
Right.
let me call you back real quick.
Are any of the people that you watch are any of them into blockchain gaming? Have they mentioned that before?
No.
Blockchain.
They're not aware. They're I'm telling you, bro. There's a gap missing there, and he's 11. My daughter's 16.
Yeah,
No idea, bro.
But do they know about Veve yet?
I don't think they do.
They know about it because of me. Other than that, bro,
Yeah.
it's not
They
even.
might- they
I mean, you
might
got to
know,
realize something.
but-
And I'm not. This is just because it's a year difference, a year almost to the date. When I was in Comic-Con last year,
Yeah.
I made it very clear. 99.9% of everybody that I spoke to, vendor or people that I was in there, never heard of Veve, don't know what it is, don't care. I was pushed aside.
Could be a lot different this year.
Not like anti-NFT, but just don't want to talk about it, don't care about NFTs. Now, Veve's going to be there. So 1 year difference from total ignorance to total acceptance, shit's moving.
That's really powerful. They said like they didn't know who they were, and now Vivi's going to be there, basically headlining right next to Marvel.
With Marvel,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
There was another company that was there at Comic-Con. There's a couple of NFT companies, but one of the ones that I recently dug into was Cryptoys, and they were at the Mattel booth. So I thought that was kind of interesting. And I was talking to their team a little bit because I was like, Veve was at the Marvel booth, and they're like, oh yeah, we saw them. But yeah, it's interesting. These brands are having these companies at their booth, and that's like, to me, that's like, oh my gosh moment, you know?
Yeah, I mean, where was that at? San Diego Comic-Con?
Yeah.
Yeah, Hero was at San Diego as well.
There's been
that's right.
There definitely is a Dive Jedi total acceptance. I would not go that far. No. What I'm saying is from a standpoint of 1 year going to every vendor that I had spoke about with questions, and I was going to some of the top ones. They have absolutely no experience, no idea. For the majority of the ones that were a little more OG, obviously you'd think they'd be a little bit more open-minded. They were even more like not want to talk about it. I was actually, some of them were actually rude to me. Now, I don't know, like very ignorant and very, just like, I don't know. I don't want to, it's like, I don't want to say that they looked at it like it was a competitor that was going to kind of put them out of business, or it was their predecessor as to, what's going to take their place, instead of looking at it from one being comparable of the other and one going to actually inspire the other. And obviously, look, coming from me, don't own no comics, come into Veve, spend a lot of money into Veve, come into now actually purchasing comic books. So it's because of Veve that I purchased comic books, not because I want. Obviously, I've been at 4 or 5 Comic-Cons. I haven't buy one book. I get Veve within 3 or 4 months of being in Veve. I'm at Comic-Con buying books. So I mean, you got to look at that from that aspect. But what I mean by it, the fact of total acceptance is they weren't there. Now they're going to be there. I mean, being at a Comic-Con attached to Marvel, now you're going to come to New York, the Mecca, and you're going to be, for me, it's acceptance on the level of they broke through, and they're being attached to the Mecca in the name, in the brand of all comics. So if you're the only NFT or digital collectible space, and you're being attached to the leader in the space from that aspect of digital collectibles and comics, that goes. I mean, think about what next year's Comic-Con is going to be like, and where Veve's, what their acceptance rate's going to be a little bit more in the next year. Yeah. People that are collecting comic books are now going to be like, wait a minute, digital comic books? Wait a minute, Veve? Watch how many downloads come from just.
I'm excited for record number sales, like on some of these like Grail comics. Like, oh, this one went for $1 million. Like, we're gonna get that. I think one day is like the $1 million sales or whatever, or maybe I don't know how far that is, but I think we'll get those record sales, and I'm super excited for that type of publicity.
I think when OMI moons, I'll do one of those sales just to say we've had just to say we've had one of those sales. We've had plenty in the 6 figures already, but I really want something to be. Oh god. Okay, we're back.
Oh, now we're back. Yeah. Speaking of which, I gotta bounce, guys. Pax, right. Randy, it was great.
Peace,
the little one, peace, man.
Wow, man, good seeing you again.
Yeah, cheers. See you guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, bro.
Cheers, mate. He's a cool dude. He's fun.
Definitely.
So I don't know if you've seen. I covered this on my on the show a little while ago. It was like maybe a week ago that they have a new. I guess Andrew MC says they have a new type of rewards called digital collectibles. Visual representations of all things that PlayStation fans enjoying, including figurines, beloved iconic characters. Have you heard about that? What do you make of it? And so, also, what are the? Do people still amiibo hunt like for their Wii stuff? Like, do people still chase those like figurines?
I mean, some people try to get amiibos.
Yeah, and so people like go like specifically out to like amiibo hunt. Hey, I want this particular one.
I mean,
And-
actually, sometimes I'm pretty sure in New York City they have a Nintendo store and they sell amiibos.
Yeah, I love that place. Are you guys going to New York Comic Con?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
You guys are going to Comic Con, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be there.
I'm going to be there too. I'm going to be there 2 days with my daughter. I mean, one day I'm going to be there Friday with my daughter, just
then-
us two, and then Sunday, all four of us, me, my wife, and the 2 kids are going to be there.
I'll be there
We're
Thursday,
gonna be-
Friday.
What
Sorry,
happened? Wait, what'd you say?
I'll be there Thursday, Friday. But I was saying what your kid was saying.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
we were going to do. I was going to be Joker, my wife Harley, my son Penguin, and my daughter Riddler. We were going to do
nice.
like a cosplay, but I think we're gonna not do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna do it, and then we're all set up, and then because there's a lot of prepping in that's involved, and I don't want to.
That's true.
There's a couple of things that have to go. We kind of got caught up in a little real estate stuff on Sunday.
Yeah.
We might have to do something a little bit earlier, and I'd hate to come run home and then
have to try to put everything on and then go that. Yeah, no, I feel you.
I don't want to half-ass it, and I didn't order stuff like the uniforms. I mean, the outfits and stuff, wigs and everything. I didn't do that. Not that that was a big deal. I'm just saying I did it. I didn't do it for that reason.
Yeah.
So actually, let me see something. Hold on. Yeah, my daughter's a little bit more when it comes to like gaming. She's more seasoned than my son in the sense of timeline experience. But when it comes to other gaming and stuff, like my daughter's a little more into like art and her artwork and her characters. She's got like hundreds of characters that she created from scratch. She's got over a dozen sketch pad books that she has set up in, like each character has its own.
A lot of them are actually from things.
Yeah, like she's got like the names she created, like their
Oh,
abilities.
so you have backstories.
Actually, no,
Like
that's-
backstory, all kinds of stuff. Wait, also too. But my son, like when it comes to like Oculus 2, like he's the master at that. Like and he's. I mean, obviously we've had it now. I got it like early when it was like the pre-sale. I got it like even before it's 2 years now. He's had it.
Yeah.
Oculus 2.
well, it's more like a year and a half.
Yeah. No, it's actually close to 2. We got it in Christmas time of 2020.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah.
Almost 2 years. Oh yeah. Also, my dad said you had a question about Gen 9 of Pokemon.
In general, I mean, I know we get little bits of information like every week or every other week. I haven't kept up too much with it. I know they do get released in November. Do you know if you get any exclusive Pokemon? Like I remember in Brilliant Diamond.
Yeah, Pearl and Brilliant Diamond, there were exclusives for legendaries and other Pokemon.
Yeah, and you could get
We
Mew
haven't-
and sorry, go ahead.
We haven't seen any Pokemon that seem like version exclusives, but we have seen multiple types of Pokemon that are like fan favorites. Like
I think the
Well-
Diglett Pokemon.
it's Wiglet, Lechonk, some like Dodog. I forgot what the name was though. And then we have Smoliv, and we also have some Pikachu clone.
Oh, nice. I
So
know
the-
in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, what they would do is if you had game data in your games from like, I think Sword and Shield, you get like a Mew or a Jirachi.
No, you
I don't
actually
know-
get both. Because in
do?
Florida Town, if you talk to this old couple, they give you both Jirachi and Mew. And in the early like parts of the game when it just came out, you could get a Manaphy.
Oh,
give
nice.
egg, right? Which was actually really nice. They used it on my team. But trying to think. what else is there? Oh, in Gen 9, there is a lot of new features. Like, one of the new features is you can have your Pokemon auto battle for you. So you can throw out your Pokemon, have it auto battle while you go do other stuff. So grinding won't be as painful.
Oh, that'll be a lot. Yeah, you can go and do other stuff.
And
That'll be good.
There's also another feature where you can play crossplay with 4 people actually like online with you, right? Like you could connect to the internet, I believe, and then you'd either get put up with your friends or other people, right? Like 3 other people, because it goes up to 4, and you can all just kind of play together and look around the world. And there's also actually, I believe I know 2 version exclusives for each. I don't know which are for which game, but we have
Excuse me, I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure. So the version exclusive. I mean, we'll take a look at the Google right now and see what they're
I'm
they're
pretty
saying.
okay. So I'm pretty sure it's Bagon for Salamence and Larvitar for Tyrant. I don't know.
A new version of Larvitar? Oh, like they have a Alolan Dugtrio. It's gonna be like a new version.
I don't think it's a new form. I think those are going to be version exclusive though, and they also might do a new cool thing with them. Like maybe they will give new regional forms. Maybe Salamence will get a past form, and Tyranitar might get a future form, because the whole presence of the game is that it's back in time and in the future, which is there's some Pokemon like Jigglypuff who in the past looked different and were different, right? And then there's also Pokemon in the future, of course, that look different. Like in one of the trailers, people have guessed that Sunflora will be a Neo form or a future form, and it will be like a solar energy like plant, right?
Oh, yeah, because Sunflora was not a good Pokemon back in the day, but I guess giving it a new form.
It would not.
Oh, that'd be really cool.
Yeah, it would probably be like Grass Electric or maybe Ghost Electric, because it's not a real plant. It's technically like electric. But either one would work.
Well,
hey, what's up, pal? Pavley,
we'll see him there. We'll see Punch at Comic-Con.
Pav stand, bro. Yeah, bro. It's gonna be. I'm really. I didn't know Sean was coming too, bro. Right. He said he's coming.
Yeah, I think Sean's coming. I think Chad from NFT Pirates is coming.
Spencer too.
Yeah. Spencer will be there as well. Foster Hilt's coming.
Foster's coming. Foster's coming too.
Yeah, Foster will be down. We and Foster are actually probably going to stay together. We haven't gotten a place yet. But because where I used to be, it used to be just an hour ride, train station. But now that I moved, it's like a half-hour ride just to the train station, and then it's another 90-minute ride from there just to Penn. So we'll probably get someplace close, maybe in like Woodside or whatever, just like a train station away. And then so we don't know. It's like a week before. We don't know where we're staying yet, but we'll go and we'll get that. I'll keep you posted. But I'll be there Thursday, Friday at the con, and then on Saturday I'll be in the city. But I do have a lot of meetings. Like unfortunately, every day, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, I have all dinners like that. So it kind of impedes a lot of the.
That's okay. That's good stuff, though. That's good for you, man.
I'm gonna head out. So
yeah.
All right. Thanks, man.
He's gonna head out. That's what. Yeah,
I guess Dr. Strange will be there too.
No, we gotta. I know. I'm not. I didn't. This is a little freak invite, and I appreciate it. I just I was in the middle of something. I want to. We got to get God's entry on. There were some things that I wanted to talk about with respect to.
You want me to get him on now? I just sent him right now.
Hit him up. I haven't. I spoke with him yesterday. He hit me up because he had said there were some things that were. When he gets like indicators and stuff, and like things start to get pegged, like he hits me up just because he doesn't know like if I'm in the market or not. I'm not in at all. I'm 100% out at the moment. I'm in cash action. I'm not even holding tether. I'm not even stable. I'm not in stables. I'm really laying low. I'm waiting for either some macro bad thing to happen, which I don't want to ultimately, but at the same time, I don't want to be invested while something like that happens. I mean, look, here's where I'm at. If this is the bottom, Okay, so where are we going to go? 100% from here? Listen, we can go 150 to 300% from here, and I'm still at or above my cost average. So I'm still safe. That's 100%, 200% from here, maybe more. So if we're at a bottom, that's likely that can happen, no problem.
Yeah.
However, if we're 60, 80, even as much as 75%, I'm sorry, 60 to 80% from here that we can drop down. You look at it from a standpoint of 100K. That's you're left with 20 to 40K in value from 100K entry. That's huge drop.
Yeah.
But coming in at that number from here could mean like a 0006 or a 0004 or 0005. I know it sounds ridiculous, but did you ever consider OMI being where it is right now when we were 06, 007? You would believe we would, because based on the growth of Veve and me and you and everybody that's pumping and everything's going on I guess
in the bull market.
That was pre-Golden. That was pre-Disney, pre-Golden Moments. You know what I'm saying? So you would never imagine something like that. And look where we're at. And we came so far. We're going to Comic-Cons. Veve's going to, you know what I'm saying? Like, and it's growing.
Yeah.
So to think where we were with less noise at 006 and 008, and to believe at that point that we would never hit this, and we're here now with all the growth and all what we've had. For me, it's just too much. For me, it's more risk than there is reward, and I'll take my chances. But if we can get Jay in here, he could. Like I said, I didn't. Did you hit him up?
I did. So I don't know if he can get in here. So I messaged him like 3 times, like, "Hey, Pags is on," and then I messaged him the link, said, "Can you come on now?" He hasn't answered yet. I don't know. But we do have Wet Wizard Veve that texted me. He's like, "Hey, hop on." So I guess I want to say hi, Wet Wizard.
Yeah, bro.
So we'll get him on when he responds.
Rabbi?
Yeah, Rabbi. Love that man. I think he's going to New York as well.
You know what? I think he hit me up that he asked me if I was going, and I think he either said trying, or I may hit you, I might surprise you, like some weird kind of text like a day ago or 2 days ago.
Yeah, I don't think it was confirmed that he was going. And it's I guess maybe not now he might be like, "Oh, guess what? Going on." So I'll see what he says. But what do you make of the Nord Stream pipeline? How big do you think that affects the markets, depending on what NATO finds out, depending on, they say it was sabotaged, and this is
what I'm trying to tell you, bro. And we're on the brink of Russia with nukes and invading. And
don't say that.
I know, bro. I hear it. Listen, look, the narrative that's being brought out for us to listen to, there's motive behind that, and for that reasoning, right? But at the same time, it's like, there's conspiracy talk, but then there's reality talk. And it's unfortunate that when you try to walk the tightrope of reality, and you're not really, it's unfortunate that there's some things that, caused the rock, and you don't know where to blame. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't know who to charge as guilty, because if God forbid a bomb just happened right now in somewhere in the Middle East, wherever, it doesn't matter. The narrative can be who did it for us to hear on the news, just like 9/11. They automatically knew what happened. They knew who it was. They knew the terror. They knew it was terrorists. There was a guy getting interviewed talking about, there was a terrorist bomb. Like what I'm saying, nothing. It's so fresh. How can you know who and where and what? It could be us. We could be dropping the bomb, and it could be all set up just to set out the news and who we're gonna, and then the whole world believes it.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not too, into. I'm just making a point that I know Russia ain't using nukes. I know, but I'm just making a point that anything could happen on the macro level. We're having food shortages across the world. There's riots happening. I mean, and just commodities, sugar. I mean, it's really bad. That's physical and reality. That's not like a narrative that's being put out. There's real footage being put online. You can see it. And I'm only saying we're just like a We're a hair. Look, if Rodney King can cause riots on a mass scale, and George Floyd can cause riots on a country scale from East Coast to West Coast, what the hell can happen when you remember when we got hit with Sandy? What happened with people rioting and getting crazy because
there's no gas. The gas lines
we had
were
rationing and a certain amount of toilet paper and paper towels we were limited to.
Yeah,
I'm just thinking, if that's a minimal thing. Imagine a global look. I don't care what happens. This isn't going to be like the National Guard comes out and it's like FEMA in a state of emergency. Get in your house or what? Get in your house or what? People need to eat. You're getting people and there's Walmarts and Costco's and big box stores getting trampled on. And Home Depot's getting broken into. I'm just saying, and there's no way, no one's stopping it because there's no cops are going to get there with their gun and take a chance of getting shot themselves. The military can only handle so much they can handle because if it's countrywide, you know what I'm saying? Once banks start to get broken into and bombed and broken into, I'm not trying to make a civil unrest reality out of nothing. I'm just making a point that if it does happen, people don't listen, bro. And when you're talking about riots in this country, it could get stupid, especially gas stations.
Yeah, before the NFT craze went on in 2020, there were a lot of riots, and there were a lot of. It's so weird how the pandemic stopped for the riots, you know.
Yeah,
what up, Wet Wizard?
There he is. What's up, Bob?
Wet Wizard, we have somebody that said Wet Wizard's coming on. Now it's time for a shot. I don't know where he went though. I can't.
All right. Did I interrupt all the doom and gloom? My bad.
No, man, no. Just I know. You know what it is? We get into a tangent. We start running. I don't like to. I want to be positive. I'm looking forward to. We're going to be Comic-Con, bro.
I don't know, man. I might make a last little ditch effort to make it happen. I mean, just hearing you guys talk about it, the people that are going, I'm like, fuck, I'm makes me want to go now because I've never met Foster before. I've never met Chad from NFT Pirates.
Yeah, Sean, and Foster's not going to DesignerCon now because he's going to New York Comic Con. So this is your only chance to see Foster.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Shit. Damn. Yeah, that's awesome though. Like, cause I think he's is he Canadian? Is he from Canada?
Yeah.
Okay, like closer to New York.
Yeah, he's like a 6-hour drive. He was here like not too long ago. It was like 2 months ago, maybe. He was here for like a night, or he was here for a couple days. I was only able to see him for a night.
I tried to catch you guys and do a little bar crawl, and I was gonna bump into yous. I just couldn't make it. I was involved in something.
We had a couple of fans meet. Like Omar met us. I just threw on Twitter, "Hey guys, we're here." Omar came, and this one guy from Omar, where was he from? He was doing his PhD, I think, at Columbia. And he was talking about all the stuff that Disney actually had already done, but because people weren't into like digital collectibles or AR space like 10 years ago, there's like, they still have that technology. They still have some of the rides and stuff, but it's just not as popular because they haven't done much with it. But Disney's been looking to do this for a while.
Yeah, that Omar right here, right? We ain't going to Miami. Omar Kazajay.
Yeah. He into that, but yeah.
Omar.
If I'll can't wait to see Paz. First time me and Paz will ever actually meet in person. That'll be great.
The headlock's coming, bro. You know the headlock. You know what I mean?
Big bear hug.
We're like 45 minutes away from each other, and you're like, hey.
Well, now we're a bit farther away, but
yeah,
now
bro.
I move.
Abby, bro, you gotta jump. You gotta try to do something, man. It'll be cool. I mean, not just meeting, but like hanging out and everything. I mean, I'll have my daughter with me. She's cosplaying on Friday. She has these, unique characters that she cosplays, and this particular one, we had to go to and get a shirt printed with this symbol, and she got these yellow Vans that she's got to wear, and I had to go to a tailor.
Wait, what was she doing? She's cosplaying as who?
This character, I don't know, but she's got like this blue like a hood that has like this long kind of cone thing that goes down, and she's got this symbol on, and then she got yellow, like blue sweatpants and like yellow Vans, brand new yellow Van sneakers.
So video game character?
She's going to be here in any minute. She just texted me. She had to stop at Wawa or I'm sorry, Quick Check for.
Oh, I miss Wawa. Oh
Yeah.
God, Wawa was so good. Do you have Wawas down there?
No.
Oh,
I thought you were talking about like the bank or something. But
no, there's kind of like a combination between like 7-Elevens and Subways and yeah, like
it's a gas station slash a quick stop, with like a big like eatery in it, where you can have
I guess it's your version of Come and Go.
We have Quick Trips out here.
Just say hi.
Oh, okay.
They're just talking about you.
We don't have Quick Trips. Like even in New York, we don't really have Wawa. But the reason why I know Wawa is because when I was stationed in McGuire Air Force Base, there was a Wawa maybe like a couple miles down the road. So that's just where we'd go at night after mission comes in or whatever. But so you have Quick Trips, you said?
Yeah. Quick Trips are Quick Trips, and then 7-Elevens kind of around too.
Do they have alcohol in the Quick Trips?
Oh yeah.
Because for whatever reason in New Jersey sucked. Like you could only get alcohol in like alcohol stores. I don't even know if they had beer in the Wawas. I think in 7-Elevens they did, but in Wawas they didn't. I was super salty about that.
Yeah, they don't sell bottles over at Quick Trip, but you can get like beers and like shit like that for sure. Yeah. I think wine too, some like shitty wine.
You tipsy now?
Bro, I just woke up. I got it in last night. I just woke up probably like 40 minutes ago. I went and picked up my car. I left it at like the restaurant that I started at last night.
Oh yeah. Tell us about your
pretty hard.
What'd you do last night on a Thursday night?
So
Thursday night's big over here on East Coast. We got so many spots in Jersey. I mean, Thursday night's like the new Friday night. I know West Coast is obviously because of curfew reasons and stuff a lot earlier than the East Coast. We go to 3, 4, 5 in the morning, and the normal. Then we have after hours. You guys stop at like 1:30 or something, and then you do after hour after that. So it's kind of like a little different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's no curfew, but places close. I mean, like actual like bars and stuff close at like 2. Where on the East Coast, I think they stay open a lot later. So, I went to this restaurant that's like, it's local, which is legit, and it's getting like, they were just in the New York Times. They're getting like national attention for this restaurant, which is like legit.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
So, try
Randy,
that out.
Rabbi, that's my daughter. G, she's gonna be 17 in a couple months. She's gonna be. Randy had a couple questions, more like gaming and she's Gianna, by the way.
Yeah, you can just call me G.
Hi G, I'm Randy, and that is Wet Wizard. Question, like, what are kids your age like? Who are they following on like social media, and what are they doing that kids are following them?
Okay, well, I can't answer what are they following on the media, because personally for me, I don't really follow anybody on media. I kind of just do my own thing, and I don't know. I don't really follow any mainstream.
That's fair.
But, what was your other question?
Just like what, like, do you know who other people follow? Like, are they following like Logan Paul still, or is it like?
I can't say that people I know have followed Logan Paul. For me, I think that he's pretty irrelevant. But
really? Okay.
I mean, if you're doing it in like a way, like I know that he has like some sort of podcast that's about like the minimum knowledge I know, like he runs like a podcast or something like that. Or
he's got a pretty crazy podcast. Yeah.
But I think that's about it. Like his podcast.
Okay. So who are the people that you follow though? Or if you follow them on social media,
or you watch like, or even your online gaming.
Well, I can't do this from like off the top of my head. I follow a lot of like Minecraft YouTubers, but I haven't been keeping up because I've been kind of doing my own thing, really.
Okay.
But for the most part, yeah, like Minecraft and stuff.
All right, so Minecraft is still big and people are still enjoying that.
Yeah, there's like a new update for Minecraft that came out recently of this like beginning of the summer. It's huge. Hi.
What's
Mommy's
what's
home.
the what's the update?
Are they still not Pokemon? They're on.
No. So the update. So it was actually said in I think last year, 2 years ago, that there was an
Power broker right there.
an update coming out that was going to be split into 2 parts. One that is split into more of like a biome thing, and more bigger updates with like the animals or mobs or whatever, if you know.
Yeah.
Release. So the Warden was recently put out, and it's one of the hardest mobs currently to encounter in survival without having to either summon it or to summon. So like there's hard mobs, but the Warden you can't really summon.
Okay, so that's what I guess what
encounter
that's Dan K was asking about what they announced with that. So cool.
Yeah. That's what they announced with the Minecraft stuff. Like the Warden came out. There's a new biome, new tree type. Like
I'm so out of the loop on like everything. I feel so ancient.
Now Minecraft, that's Mojang, right? Minecraft,
not anymore. It used to be Mojang, but now it's all controlled by like Microsoft and stuff.
Babe, I gotta go back to P3.
Oh, okay. Oh, I wonder how much Microsoft paid for them.
I have no idea, but it's basically run by Xbox now. So
Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. Dude, Microsoft making moves in the background.
Yeah, they are. They've acquired like a couple of different gaming companies and stuff. So like,
Oh, maybe that was part of their Blizzard package because they purchased Blizzard and they purchased. I think they paid like $69 billion for it. Everyone comment nice down below. 69.
I'm coming there.
was it really 69 billion?
Yeah, it was really close. It was like just above.
I think it was
or just below.
69 billion.
Yeah, it was just above or just below. I remember like if you wanted people to read the article, why not make it at like the head of it? But they didn't. Like it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought that. Yeah, those are little pags, fam bam. Those
Yeah.
I mean, getting back to what you were saying with respect to like the with the gaming and
Actually, I have something to say about Minecraft.
Okay, go ahead. But I'm gonna get my food.
the crossover.
Yeah.
I think that it's been. I mean, my daughter's been doing Minecraft.
2011.
They weren't.
It's 11 years, going on 13 years. I mean, she literally was 3-4 years old. I mean, she was just as old enough to I mean, she was doing the keyboards and stuff. I honestly, God, I didn't even know what she was doing, and she knew about mods and things that it was unbelievable. I honestly, to this day, I still don't know how she did it. I guess when you're in it, you do it enough. But like the VR, I mean, they both do it, but like my son.
I play Beat Saber.
Yeah, my daughter's into like the Beat Saber stuff. But Luch, like with the VR.
So let me explain VR.
But that is
Yeah, I like Beat
that's the
Saber.
thing that's gonna. I'm telling you, that's gonna bridge the gap because all of the AR and VR stuff and things that are happening with Apple and I mean even with Facebook and stuff. I know they're coming out with the new one. I think this Christmas for the Quest and I think it's called Quest Real or something like Quest Reality. That's like the new one.
Okay, that's from Meta, right? Because Meta has
yeah,
Quest.
Yep. And
So there's a lot of games I play, but I like fighting games a lot. I have 2 very good fighting games. All right, I don't know if you ever heard of them. You might have heard of one, but you might not have heard of the other. So one's called Gorn. I don't know if you heard of that, but
GORN?
GORN, yes, Gorn. And then another is called Blade and Sorcery.
this is on this is on the Quest 2.
Those are 2 games that I
Yeah. There's a
Right.
bunch of mods for
I
it.
don't have the Quest, unfortunately. I hear it's legit though. I hear it's fun.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean they got it. Like I said, they got it. I got it for them on the Christmas of 2020. And so it's two years now. I mean, and people are just starting to get it now. That maybe they're 1 year in. They had it already a year before the first people started having it already, and like they were, but it's growing. But it's also I paid like almost $800 for it, but I got like the 256 gig. I extra controller, a headset, and all that. I went all out, but that's I don't want to say it's like the Atari of our generation.
Yeah.
I'd say it's probably more of the Nintendo of the new generation. It's not like the PlayStation. It's like you know, where we're going with AR and VR and how they're going to accelerate this and what Apple's got coming out. And I see a lot of stuff, little spoilers and little Easter eggs getting thrown out. You know,
Yeah.
it's gonna be insane. You know, I think more.
Yeah.
I'm thinking more like holographic, and to the point where we won't even need the goggles. At a point very close. You know, I think we're in the real near future. I think
So-
under 3 years.
Yeah.
I'm probably the best known for knowing how to do things in VR, because my dad doesn't play VR and G only plays Beat Saber, right?
Oh yeah.
So
You're
I'm
supposed to only use it like an hour or so, like at max or whatever. You know,
Because you'll get all like headaches and equilibrium.
bro, it's actually not even healthy. I shouldn't even say that, but he's 4 hours. You know,
I've never done
He
over
gets-
an hour 30 minutes. That's my that's the
I
longest
do
I've
about an
ever done.
hour of Beat Saber.
trust me, they're both
I've never done
20 minutes and stuff, and it's like supposed to be.
I've seen people do the challenge where they go through the whole whole Shrek they go through a whole Shrek movie of like Beat Saber. I was like, damn, how are they still doing that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember you get told not to sit next to your TV because it like mess your eyes, and now people have TVs literally right in front of their eyes.
Yeah, I'm wearing blue like
Crazy.
that. I wear them all the time.
Yeah, but as I was saying, so I probably know how to do VR the best in the house, right? Because I played the most games. I've used it probably the most out of everyone, right? And there's a lot of I actually knew about VR from years ago, right? From other types of VR headsets before the Quest 2. And if I ever got a VR headset, which I play on now, I would have a good amount of selections of games that I would want to have to play, because obviously I've seen how fun they can be, right? Like a couple famous VR games, or Job Simulator, right? That's a very famous game.
Yeah.
If you have not heard of Job Simulator in VR premise,
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of YouTubers play the Job Simulator stuff, and it seems so foreign to me because it's Job Simulators. The goal is to answer the phone and staple these papers. Like, why would you want to do that? That's work. That's work.
That's so funny.
No, you see,
There's
that's
other
it's
jobs,
getting a
jobs.
generations ready to be more sheep.
No, but it's other jobs. It's
No,
not
no,
that.
no. Hey, that's
Like
not
car mechanic.
that's not actually how it is.
Because they don't want you to be an entrepreneur. They don't want you to be a boss. They want you to be a worker bee. Remember
That-
that?
Yeah, that's
Well, Rabbi knows that.
That's also not what they do in the game.
Yeah.
So you have this annoying little fellow called Jobbot, and in the story mode of the game,
Story mode.
kind of not really.
It's like
You just play through all the
Yeah.
jobs,
Yeah.
and it's kind of a story, but not really. So you play through all the jobs, right? And all you do in the game,
Rabbi, are you my daddy? I love it.
so,
That's
as I
fun.
was saying, in the game, you mostly play as a worker, right? But the whole premise of the game is just to have fun, obviously, because the game is mostly about messing around. Because you can mess around with people, and you can also just obviously do the job. You can just not do your job and just mess up every order, or just
Okay.
You can
make
throw things at the NPCs. That's what I like to do, or make giant
Oh,
things.
all right.
or yes, you can if you go into store clerk, I think there's a
Yeah.
jumbo sizer, and if you
You can jumbo size the hot
if you
dog.
All right, so listen, we're gonna buzzkill. Anyway, going back.
wow.
Bzz,
You really
But,
give me 5 seconds of fame.
bzz. That was the you got the code. Yeah, thanks. So,
So I guess if Meta's moving to that route, they definitely see something there. Meta's sunk in how many billions into it, and they don't have. I mean, they have the cool AR, fencing game that they had shown, but that's about it. It's like Wii Sports, but
things
for,
become if things become more interoperable and we start getting the crossovers, obviously it's not going to be Veve. Veve, listen, look, I know Vive's always ahead and stuff, but we're going to probably follow the leader. We could become the leader, but there's going to be a leader that's going to probably just break through for interoperability when it comes to NFT to crossover into some kind of gaming. And then I just don't think Veve's maybe capable, but not
Well, I feel like Veve doesn't even need to be the one to build it. Other people can build it, and then they would just want Veve as like their thing. Like,
I don't look at Veve being resourceful. Yeah, I'll just leave it. I don't look at Veve being resourceful. Not now, no. Yeah, enough. I've always said that they didn't have enough developers and they didn't have enough people on board. I honest to God don't even know how we came this far this fast with the little resources and just a hope and a dream from 2 guys or 3 guys, really. I'm not saying that it's the greatest story ever. And they're the best. It's just the utility and the interoperability of that utility is what's going to bring things mainstream and going to bring the big money, and it's going to bring the big following. And that's what we need to do. You can't just like, I mean, I'm not saying that you need a Veve commercial every 10 minutes, but a Veve commercial on a Super Bowl is important. A Veve commercial in the World Series is important. And those particular things, especially if it's like, a Veve commercial and you see Veve like coming in with NFTs in the crossover into some kind of like a Microsoft or an Apple product, that brings you to the next level. It doesn't have to happen. It could be proof of concept, but it's just, bringing you and breaking through. You need that for mass appeal.
Have you guys seen the Wendyverse? Like Wendy's, they came out with a metaverse game. They trailered it like a few months ago. And it looks like one of the only things that I'm excited for, like metaverse wise, because there's everyone and their sisters, like CVS is getting the metaverse. Like, I have zero idea what they're gonna do, but
I see that actually often. In fact, I think, I don't know if I was watching CNBC and they did a commercial with it, like with the actual cast with like it was like a play on the characters, but someone developed it. And it might be, POC, but it's still they're already like common mimicking it.
Oh, so, it's
come on,
gonna be Swift then.
Live on CNBC.
Oh, it's gonna be Swift.
Yeah, I think so. I was just having this conversation last night. I met this girl at this restaurant I was at the bar, and she said that her friend that had developed a kind of metaverse. I think it's called like New City Art or some shit like that. I think that's actually the name. Yeah. And she said that pretty early on within the development, some investors just literally threw 500,000 at her. Just immediately just threw 500,000 at her.
Wait, and what type of pitch was done to get the like? Is this somebody that has like hundreds of millions of dollars? Like, yeah, I'll throw this at it because you're my sister's, cousin, whatever. Like, I don't know.
I don't believe so. No, it's the way she made it sound like was just these outside investors, because I think she has a working product, and it's like kind of metaverse like. I think it's involving art.
So keep going.
Yeah, basically she just got 500,000 thrown at her, and we were kind of talking about basically Meta, Facebook's role in the metaverse. And she was strong in the idea that it's already failed. Like, they've already failed in a way, basically based off of what they've already shown, and Mark Zuckerberg's credibility, how people don't trust him in regards to just generally anything like privacy and things like that.
Yeah, Washington.
And so I'm under the completely different assumption, and I tend to side with Reese. And I heard this from an investor talking about Facebook is like a completely undervalued stock, because out of something in their portfolio, whether it's Meta, or Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, like a huge percentage of the population uses at least one of those apps. Like a astronomical percentage of the world populace uses at least one of those apps. And then they have the VR things as well. So what I believe, and Reese spoke to this as well, is Meta is going to be the one that is going to make metaverse and NFTs like commonplace. They're going to be the ones that are going to do all the heavy lifting to make to make it cool and to make it something that's going to be acceptable. Whereas right now it's very niche, but you know, we're already kind of seeing it. Facebook and Instagram, they're adding digital collectibles to their platforms and things like that. They're just going to continue to do that and implement it within their apps. And then once they make the transition to their metaverse being launched, because they're losing a lot of money and a lot of investors when they announced that they're going to be basically not really profitable because they're going to be building the metaverse for like the next foreseeable future. They lost so many investors. Their stock tanked, and you know they have a lot in on it. So they're going to definitely utilize their resources and do put the marketing budget behind it so that the metaverse and NFTs will become commonplace and acceptable. You know, they're going to be the ones that spearhead it. And the way I see Veve is they're just going to be, you know, Meta's going to be the rocket ship, and Vivi's just going to be holding on to from a string behind the rocket. And then once everything becomes acceptable, then people are going to discover Veve and be like, oh, wow, this is sick, because, you know, all the brands and everything like that. And then whatever their metaverse play is. Yeah. So, yeah, I think Meta's role is going to be the one that's going to do all the heavy lifting. I don't think it's going to be Veve that's going to push it into the common populace. Meta is going to push that, and then Veve is going to just be right there behind them, you know?
Yeah, I think, and I agree. There's even some aspect of the branding about that, because you're saying, like, obviously for the majority of those.
Keep going.
Apps,
yeah, it's been like 5 hours. I'll be right back.
The majority of those particular apps, obviously, it's a global thing. It's not like it's just like, you know, a demographic or just, you know, local. And so so that's where the mass appeal is. But understand something. Facebook's Facebook, but how are you accessing it? You're accessing it 99% of the time. You're accessing it on your handheld. So so it's likely an iPhone, okay, and it's likely your smartphone, okay. If it's an Apple already has that brand and that market push. So if it's not necessarily does it have to come through the actual pipe of the actual app, it could come directly through because Apple's coming out with their AR and VR too. So the interoperability that comes through having the iPhone hardware and the actual AR glasses or headsets, and that's hardware, they can streamline that and not necessarily go and like, it's not like they're diverting it away from Facebook, because it's all going to be integrated. But in terms of the actual majority of the grab, I think it comes through Apple and versus Meta. And I'm not taking away anything from that push, because it obviously Oculus has been out. This is already the second generation, and they're coming, which my kids are using, and the third that's coming out for this Christmas season. It's more for adults, or I don't know what they're calling it. They're kind of bridging it more for like an adult use thing or something for some reason, but it's going to have those extra, you know, pluses in it. So I mean this because we don't know which way it's going to come, but it's coming. It's not about if, it's when and who, and if we can grab, I know there's been, you know, a mention from David himself about phone calls on a daily basis with Apple. What does that mean? You know, and how does that become a part of development for resources? Because if it's about code, Veve will drop whatever you need. Here you go. Let me know. And if you're dealing with Apple, their resources it's unlimited. So if you get some kind of a promo and some real crazy awesome beta that gets thrown around, let's just say, and it gets attached somewhere down in an upgrade or another version into the AR glasses or AR. And Randy, it's ironic because we're about a year from our very first very initial and very first anniversary of our first stream.
Oh, when was that?
Yeah, September. We were right around the 20th to 28th of September.
Oh, that was our first stream?
First and only, very one. And it's like a year where we broke our anniversary thing. So happy anniversary. Anyway, but
Glad I
No,
could be here for
and
that,
it was
guys.
it was actually at this time that I actually found, because Wizard was private and I couldn't get in touch with him because his account was private and I needed to know who he was. You had some MC1 like lows and I was like in the lows and I basically wanted to clean you out, bro. I really wanted to buy everything you had. Everything that you had you were in the low mint numbers I couldn't grab. And
Now's your chance.
yeah.
Oh,
You
yeah.
buy 'em, I'm going to New York Comic Con. That's how it goes.
It was
Listen,
September 26th.
if you're going to New York, if you're here, when was that? What was the date?
September 26th.
I told you we just cracked it a couple of days ago. That's why I bring that up is because on our 4+ hour stream, like almost as long as this, you've been here on this one. I was specific to mention particular characters in Disney. We've gone through them all. I was specific, not that I'm not boasting. I'm just making a point that there was things that I had said, made keys that here we are a year later. And we transgressed past that. And we also, I was talking about Apple coming into the game with their own glasses and stuff. And then we're round and third now coming with the reality of that. So it's not, things I'm saying are happening at such a fast pace now.
How do you feel about Apple saying that they want to implement a 30% tax on all NFTs that are bought through their ecosystem?
It doesn't surprise me.
And do you think that they're able to get away with that? Or do you think companies will be like, nah, heck it, we're pulling our stuff? Or do you think they'll just eat it?
That's the thing of it. That's going to be very interesting because, basically they do have a monopoly in regards to their hardware as well. Yeah. And I don't know. It's very interesting because Apple could just say like, hey, it's going to be a walled off garden, just kind of similar to Veve, how it is structured right now, because Apple laptops, I know like really people that are like really hard on like computers and stuff, they say that Apple's software is kind of tough to deal with because it's not as open, as accessible as PCs. They kind of control it a bit more. And Apple is known for having that kind of level of control within their products.
Closed network stuff. Yep.
Yeah. So if they go in with the AR stuff and they say, well, the only NFTs that we're going to allow to be within our hardware are ones that are purchased through our basically pathways, that could be a very interesting thing, but that could be shooting themselves in the foot. But who knows what approach they're going to take, but kind of just tying it back into what Pags was saying in regards to the Meta versus Apple, that could be that power play between those two players could be the point that basically brings in interoperability within the corporate world, because they could just come to an understanding. It's like, hey, well, we don't need to fight each other here. We could be totally interoperable with each other. And then that could be the levee that broke that could be the straw that broke the camel's back, And then that's when the big companies are like, okay, well, yeah, they now see the benefit of interoperability because Meta and Apple basically came to that.
It really, I think it really has to do with, like you were saying before, I think it has to do with the branding and how fast they can get this to market, because that really is important. I think it is a little more geographic and demographic for the sense of the population centers and how they actually acute that. Because if you think about it, like the Asian markets haven't even really touched a lot of the NFT markets yet. And specifically, Veve, there hasn't been a lot of things that are, we're working on things, Vive's getting there and stuff, but they keep that closed type networking. Like as we grow, it's still tight and it's growing, but it's still that inner circle. And until you break out of that and you start overflowing, and I think look, I don't want to take nothing away from Apple, because they were a box that looks like it was going to be closed, and Steve Jobs just exploded. And everything they did when it was from the iPod to, even coming out of the PC with different color PCs. He just branded it. He did it right. It was marketed right, and it blew up. So I can't ever take anything away. But like you were saying, it could start inner core and explode from there. It's not like OpenSea started from the outside and they're trying to kind of contain it, but they can't because there's just so much going on OpenSea. It's just overflowing. So it's kind of like that open network, do whatever you want, sell and buy crypto, whatever you want to do, and it's just go with it. Versus this little inner core of Veve, our open network, our gems, our shit, can't get nothing outside. You got to come to Veve app. If you don't, I don't know what to tell you. Good
Yeah.
luck. If you're not in the part of the world that is available, KYC, sorry, don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? So there's strategy. I just
that's the other thing I'm really excited about, what Veve had gone on and said, and it's open to beta right now. That's just beta testing it. But in order to take your money out, they're going to have to not KYC you again, but you'll have to, do a Face ID scan again in order to withdraw. So this way people can't just sell a KYC'd account and suddenly it's fine. You actually have to make sure it's you. So I'm really happy about that. The only thing I'm not sure how they're going to do is what if somebody dies and then, okay, well, how do you get the collectibles in there? And I don't know if they have a solution for that yet, but that's probably
they have the print. They have the clear like saran wrap printing now that you can wrap around those foam heads, the wig heads, and people are starting to get away with it now. Like I could print your face on the clear sheet, and they could put it. They're starting to put it around a colored of those styrofoam heads that like wig heads.
Oh, if we like 3D print myself?
And no, not 3D print. It's coming on a like a sheet, and they're wrapping it around the wig, the styrofoam wig heads.
Oh,
and your face is on it, and like a 3-dimensional, but because the print is coming out like the person's face. There's a lot of fraud happening right now. I'm gonna say how I'm
I had an issue KYCing myself for Earth 2, and for whatever reason it wouldn't verify myself. And they had an old software at the time. They updated it since, but I put my ID in front, and basically it saw because their software couldn't tell the difference between a face and like a photocopy of a face. So the older software you can hack pretty easily. The newer ones, though, that I think I hope Vive's using, hopefully you won't be able to do that. But I don't know how. Again, you could 3D print someone's face, and
where there's a will, there's a way. You're never going to be able to. You're never going to be able to, at least not at this point, like completely authenticate everybody. There's going to be people that are going to find workarounds. But the thing is, you just have to make it more and more sophisticated. So just the average individual is not going to be able to do that.
Look at what we see. Look at what we see on TikTok and some of the YouTube. You ever see the comedians? They're like what's his name? Jay. What's his name on Saturday Night Live? They in other words, they mimic the person and their face becomes that person. You see it, Mike Tyson. It could be a comedian. They're talking, but their face and their whole mouth speaks like Mike Tyson, because they're mimicking their voice. They're imitating them, and then they change into a different character, and the face changes into that character, and it looks just like them, and it sounds like them, because they're it's their take on their mimicking them, and that's you're looking at the person. It looks like they're the person talking. Eddie Murphy, Chris Rock. You know what I'm saying?
I think Disney has that where they actually can buy the person's like face or the person's like identity. Like there's a movie coming out where both of the lead actors are dead. Like they've been gone for a while, and they're able to Disney owns them like somehow. Like I don't know what way that they can, but they did it, and I think that's how a lot of movies are going to be made, like with the amazing actors and actors that from the past that are gone now.
Yeah,
you could own an estate. I was saying you could own an estate. So like Michael Jackson's estate, or
that's wild.
Estate. Like I think I don't know who exactly owns it, but you could own that estate. So generally it goes to the family, but that family can sell off the estate and the rights to whatever purchasing company, and then from there they can essentially do whatever they want with that person's legacy, which is crazy. But
I can understand that, at least from a standpoint of even like collectability or anything when it comes to like licensing and stuff. If you want to own that, because for an investment or just for your own needs or wants. But when it's talking about like live people, I'm talking about like cybersecurity, like actually like having just a random person like any of us, and just being hacked because they had somehow the capability of being able to show our face into an app. You know what I mean? It's like weird.
Yeah. Deepfake is a big concern in regards to that. Yeah.
There's probably so this is coming from like a Reddit post about Harry Potter. But this has some things here where, there's a potion that they could use where they could turn into another person. Like they've used that in the Harry Potter series where they turn into somebody else to, so they can obtain an objective. And they would say, like, could you imagine how many times that was done for like, like porn, or that was done for like, and people like whoring themselves out? If they have that, like, let's say anyone owns the Potsy Weber, you want to come on? He's a good dude. He's a lawyer over in New York. I think that like if you own an estate, like the same way they did with Winnie the Pooh, and now that became their domain name is like out there. So they're making a horror version of Winnie the Pooh called Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey. And do you think that could happen with with Disney and Steamboat Willie? Because in 2 years, that's going to happen with the Steamboat Willie, the same way that it happened with Winnie the Pooh. Now
What do you mean in 2 years?
Is it too long? I thought it was shorter than that.
Oh,
Yeah.
is it? So, Paz, it basically for Winnie the Pooh, they lost, I guess, their rights to. They only had the rights of Winnie the Pooh for so long, and you think that being owned by Disney would probably put tens of hundreds of thousands of dollars to keep it, but they couldn't, and now there is a
What, expiration?
It's two games. So like classical music, like I think there's a certain, I think it's like 84 years or something along those lines.
Yeah.
That you can protect your work, and then after that point, anybody could use it. So
It's like something like a patent.
yeah, it's essentially, yeah, exactly. So there's a shelf life on your copyright where you can actually hold it. And Winnie the Pooh came up, and now basically anybody, like I could make a Winnie the Pooh, I could start making Winnie the Pooh t-shirts, and I could just start. People are going wild with it, like there's a horror movie coming out. I don't know, man. If they lose the Steamboat Willie, that's going to be very interesting because.
Oh, Polyjuice Potion, that's what it is. I mean, I would want to see like a horror version of Steamboat Willie where he's just shanking people. Like that'd be awesome. Because if you have the Winnie the Pooh one, he's just in 100 Acre Woods snapping necks. He's going pretty hardcore. So I would love to see like a horror, but I don't know like how that would happen. Like I don't know if their deep fakes are getting so good, could we put them in like, I don't know, like other stuff, like and stuff that maybe they don't want them to.
What do you mean?
Well,
like
Steamboat Willie is an animated character.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, like, is it? I mean, I guess like Rule 34 exists everywhere, but so I guess that
What is it? 100 years? Is it 100 years? How many years is the expiration on Steamboat?
I think it's 100 years. The domains last, and they had it since like the 20s, and then it expired. It's like, oh, okay, well, this is it now.
Yeah, crazy. That's crazy that it's had that lasting power, and that just goes to show you the power of those brands. And yeah.
Do you think
Randy, what's your favorite? What's your favorite on the app? It doesn't have to be the most expensive. I'll ask you the same thing, Rabbi. The most expensive. I mean, I'm sorry. The your favorite a comic and your favorite collectible, and why?
So the comic, I'll answer that first because that's a little more like whatever. I like the Marvel now .1s, the Marvel All Now the first appearance of Kamala Khan, because in that show it shows that she was a brown teenager that had really strict parents, and I had that was me when I was younger, so I really like that. So that's she's my favorite comic. I have as many of her. The favorite collectible is either going to be one of two things: either the Loch Ness monster, Nessie, because that's just I love the supernatural and I love that type of stuff, or it would be the Ice King from Adventure Time, because that's the first the only other time that a cartoon had ever addressed dementia was in Rugrats in one of like the old early 90s. But the Ice King is the only other time where I think the first time they had mentioned that. So I thought I was like, okay, that's really cool. So I got him.
That's really cool.
Yeah. What about you? What was it?
So I like the best shit. Like like for certain things in my collectible history, like I try to get the absolute best thing, and then if I sell everything else, I still have the best thing. So I still have like the Charizard Pokemon card from the base set I don't have any more of my Pokemon cards, but I made sure I kept that one. So I always just like to keep the best shit because I think that's just the safest route, like in terms of, you know, whatever, you know. There's a million Pokemon cards, but I have one of the best ones, at least that are commonly available. So I like the best shit. So I in terms of comics, like I would say AF-15 Secret Rare, which I don't have one. At some point I definitely would like to get one. And Donnie. I think Donnie's going to be that same one. Like me and Randy have had that conversation.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of, yeah, it's the most controversial NFT on Veve, which is, you know, hilarious. But I think it's going to be the Charizard, like base set season 1. I think it's totally slept on all of season 1. Like I think that's going to be the stand the test of time. Because it always does. Anything that's collectible, the very first season, the very first editions of them, the rookie cards, those are the things that always have value. So like to think that it's not going to translate with this, like I don't think that's true.
It's PSA graded.
No, it's not PSA graded. I need to. I think it could probably get a decent grade, but I haven't yet. But I've been thinking about getting it graded.
Dude,
but
there's a Donnie out there for 20K.
Huh?
Yeah, I removed mine.
Dude,
yeah,
you should get him.
I had it originally for $19.99. But yeah,
that.
I mean, season 1, and it's only 110 of them. Like,
and yeah, it's sub 100.
Season 1 is just going to be valuable. Everything season 1, I think, at a certain point, you know, flashing forward.
Dude, those sub 100s are going to be so sought after. Like there are a bunch of season 1s right now of sub 100s that you can't get. Like there's like at least 5 or 6 collectibles that there are no more sub 100s of. Like you can't get. There's no more like
you won't see them, and if you do, it'll be just for showcase and you know, flexing, and they're in the like million, you know, just to flex, but not necessarily for like any expectation on a sale.
Yeah. So I was just going through it, you know, just because we're in Powerpuff Girls and Blossom. There's no sub 100 for Blossom, and she's not like a Bubbles. You know, she's not like one of the more popular ones, but no sub 100.
So I did have a question after we get through this one that I generally wanted to generally ask, but you know, what was your favorite, Pags? Same question again.
For the I'm really just for the comic. I mean, the MC1 Secret Rare, not just from the nostalgic of it and the I think it's just more for the representation of what that actual Human Torch and what that represents. Is a lot of motifs and metaphors in that photo. I think it just represents a lot of things, and it's like a song where 10 people can listen to it, and it can mean a different thing for each one. And that for me is great. I think so. Definitely the MC1 Secret Rare is my favorite. The FF1 Secret Rare is my second favorite on that. It's very close behind it, but more for the representation of that and Stan Lee and Kirby's workmanship on it as a collective. For the collectibles, and I'm taking nothing away from Spidey Secret Rare, and I'm not taking anything away from its rarity.
The rest of the grails, yeah.
For me, the Tom McFarlane Batman, the Todd, is by far, it's so perfect for being the first. It's so perfect for being the first. Regardless of how it's on the blockchain is irrelevant to me. It was the first. It was the first opportunistic one that you can buy. It was just the number one. And
the whole first set.
Yeah, it's the best, and I love the art in a lot of characters. I mean, even it doesn't matter. I mean, there was some awesome. I mean, honestly, I like the him is one of my favorite characters. I love that.
Yeah, I love him.
Long legs. That's a real.
I agree.
That's a cool ass freaking character too. I love that. But
it's only 300 of them.
Yeah, I just think for my favorite, the Todd, and that's basically it. I mean, but I think that Dive Jedi said Reese has the first Batman mint. Mint of 20.
there are
It's
lower
16.
ones. There's number 18s and so there is
yeah.
stuff below.
Brock has the
Brock has them.
the 19. I sent that out as a tweet just to show people. That's been sent to me a couple. And I also have a photo of the set of the 43 of all four of them together. A person that has 43 also, another person.
There's number 15. There's some below what Brock has as well, but Brock has like I think the 19 set or whatever it is.
I think 16 is where it started. I think they kept the first 16.
So 17 was the
so maybe 17 or 16, maybe I think.
But they actually said that now moving forward, they're actually not, maybe once in a blue moon for like 1 or 2 collectibles for a super amazing like anniversary giveaway, they would maybe give away some sub 41s, but for the most part, those are never. So we can stay. Reset said you're good with the number 41s because they don't want to undercut the people that release in the next 5.
I said the same things. I said that made that same argument. In fact, it was I think on our first show we made mention of, because you were asking me what the importance to me was of collecting and what my strategy was and why I went and delved into getting low mints. And obviously, Rabbi, you're right. You're in the same thing. I mean, you have the same kind of we have the same strategy, and it was just because of the differentiation between the collectibles and the comics. What makes one more than the other if they're a twin, and if the number's the only thing, the lower numbers, they came with premiums. I mean, that's it. I mean, it speaks, for itself. I mean, but there's a lot of like even the comics, like, when you're talking about like them being held back like 41, even like the Spider-Man 252, that 90, I think the 97 or 98 was like the lowest. That's like crazy low, you know what I mean? But I think the first SR was 103 in that set or something like that, right?
The other mints exist. Me and Wet Wizard saw them in San Diego Comic-Con on the tablets that they had set up. The accounts that they were signed into, they had like number 43 of a comic. Like they didn't just stop at number 200.
Did you see any of the like MC1s or FF1s, anything like that? Like
it was the Grails. Yeah, it was the Grails.
No, lower than the like 5, like.
Yeah.
MC1 SRs.
They have like MC1 like number 98 and shit like that. Play.
Yeah.
No, it was a common.
No, I meant secret rares lower than the. I mean, obviously, 599.
I mean, they probably had them as well.
They had secret rares. They just had like they just had like all the main things, and then it just had lower mints. But they have them. They have them in their vaults. They just didn't have them displayed at Comic-Con.
Do you guys know if Veve is a part of the Marvel booth like they did at the other Comic-Con?
Yes, that would be exactly the same.
Really, that's sick.
Yeah, I can't wait. So we don't have like a map of it right now. Me and Pax could tell you if you do decide to come, Wet Wizard. It's Javits Center is kind of it's nothing like. Well, obviously, you've been to San Diego Comic-Con, you've been to DesignerCon in London. New York's a lot bigger than DesignerCon, obviously.
It's a few 100,000, square feet. It's over a few million cubic feet of, and that's just the first floor. Downstairs is Artist Alley. Artist Alley,
and then there's a second floor, and then there's they have cars in there. It's pretty cool. There's one of my favorite cosplays, I think it was in like 2019. Somebody straight up bought a couch, and they were Al Bundy. They were Al Bundy and sitting in front of the TV. I was like, oh, that's so cool. That was one of my favorite cosplays.
So I did have a question. This is kind of be changing the conversation a bit.
Yeah, sure.
It's being more in terms of the metaverse, but this is a question that because I see Reese has been coming around a lot, which is awesome that he's been talking to a lot of the community.
Very vocal.
Yeah, connecting with the international group as well, which is so sick. But this is a question that I had for them in terms of the metaverse, and I think it's a big question that I'm very interested to know the answer to. And they always mention, or they mentioned early on, and they've kind of reiterated that their goal is to be like Ready Player One type metaverse. And basically, they mentioned that, well, when Trevor was around, he mentioned that it's going to be difficult to make these NFTs, movable and interactable in a metaverse type of setting because they don't have the skeletons orchestrated with it where they could have the movements and everything like that. And my question is, well, okay, they diagnosed that was a concern kind of early on, at least somewhat more early on. Like, okay, well, damn, our NFTs don't have the skeletons in place. And if that is truly the vision and that is still the vision, why didn't you correct that at that moment? Like, okay, shit, well, all the NFTs from now on, we're going to start implementing the skeletons.
I mean, who's to say that they didn't
stop that at the point of understanding and recognizing it so that everything forward could be fitted and you'd only have to back dialogue your previous NFTs that didn't have it. Now they're still haven't corrected that. So I'm curious to understand why they didn't correct that. And is that still truly the vision?
I mean, how do we know that they haven't corrected stuff moving forward, like with the Marvel IDs or with, like, how do we know they haven't done that?
Well, yeah, actually, that's true. We don't fully know, but I don't believe that there's skeletal things in place, but I don't know for certain.
Because I
don't know about skeletal, but I know that how much of a skeleton, at least from an internal structure, that you're talking about versus like Captain America collectibles or Spidey collectibles, where there is movement,
interaction, yeah.
There is animation in some of the actual either secret rare or ultra rares, to some extent. A Thor, you know what I mean? There's movement. But it's a great question. I don't know, but see, I think that could be just a whole new development. This is what we were set up with respect to collecting and collectibles. But I think that when it comes to like metaverse, I think it's different code. I don't even think it might even be a totally different subset of a template.
I mean, I'll give you guys some alpha here. After almost as soon as Trevor and Veve parted ways, they got two guys from Mondo, and they've been those two guys from Mondo, like as you've seen, like the Mondo posters. I don't know if we sniped them or not, or that just a deal having to be worked out. Apparently, what they were doing, or what they're doing now, since Trevor left, has been work has, I guess, gotten a bit easier for them to do, or whatever. I think anything that what was kind of bringing up might not be as much of a concern in the future. I think they're proactively doing things to the best of my ability, I can say.
Working with the previous, or the NFTs that are being launched in the previous NFTs?
Well, I know that there's another company that's doing the Veveverse, and it's not
Big Red Button. I asked them at London, and I like that.
What'd they say?
I love that smile. Cool. I knew it.
Listen, Wizard.
I asked them, yeah.
You know what that is, bro? I'm gonna tell you what that is. That's an NDA that was signed. Okay. But don't worry.
How many people are in this? How many people are in here?
Listen, get to New York, bro.
I'll let you guys know that I have.
No, I don't want you to get in trouble, bro. So.
Oh no, I don't have an NDA. I just all right, that scene in Avengers, the first one, where Black Widow's tied to a chair and she's getting interrogated, and then she gets a call from Coulson. It's like, I'm working. This guy's giving me everything. That's a technique in the military they call reverse interrogation, where people ask you questions, and based on the questions they're asking, you get to see what they know and what they don't know. So so no NDA has been signed, but there has been forms of reverse interrogation that I have pulled off out of certain people. And there's the OEP is going to be amazing. And I had K on before that said he has orders, or he's got an extra 50K that he wants to be able to put into OMI, but he thinks that it'll go down to 0.0011, and it very well could. It could go there, it could go below. Pat was saying that it could possibly hit triple zeros. I think that there's way too many, or I know that there are millions of dollars, like not millions of OMI, millions of dollars in buy orders that will either prevent it from hitting triple zeros, or as soon as it hits triple zeros, they're going to fill immediately. You would have to, I don't think there's enough OMI in circulating supply that could be sold in order to make it go that, because like most people that wanted to sell, like they've sold already. You're not going to sell at these prices, or if you are, you're not going to sell at 0.001. Maybe nuclear holocaust, maybe like alien invasion, but there are a lot of different people. What we were going to up here right before
alien invasion. Wizard, we need an alien invasion to get OMI to a 000.
So
I don't know, it might happen.
Oh man, let me tell you something. Look,
there's a buddy of mine.
Let me tell you something. Let me just say something.
Okay. Pumped.
When you cracked your million in OMI, okay, in value, okay. We were both in. You were a little bit ahead of me, but I had cracked it also, right?
Yeah.
Just realize something, and it's not about numbers in the sense of what their value was at the time. Just make this a reality, right? If someone told you, or someone came to us and said, we're going to see 0012 or 0011 or even 0099, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Forget about the gambling degens that you might have in your blood, or we do, right? The reality, when you have that, to know that I have $1 million now, and you're trying to tell me that I'm going to have like $100,000 worth, or 120,000 worth, and I got $1 million now, bro. It's not believable. It's you can't conceive the reality of that, because you just believe like what you're saying right now. Oh man, if it gets to 002, there's going to be so many orders that are going to be lined up that even if it ever hit 0015, there's not enough in the reserve in the circulating supply to get it. And here we are talking right now in the same discussion, and it's 0012, and I could put a 50 million buy order right now, and guess what? It'll take probably like about 20 minutes, and it'll get filled. So please, let's keep this conversation in reality, because we're not that far from 000, and we're not that far from 0007 or 6. Versus where we were at 007, 008, and we're at 001 right now.
Yeah, that's
true.
Fair.
That's true.
That's a fair way of looking at it.
That's a good
point. And a lot of people, there's a lot of buyer's exhaustion as well. I can't afford to put in another 500,000 like I did last year.
No, but I'll tell you, I know a lot of people that came in at 002 and 003. That guess what? They actually made in a point in time, at like everybody that has NFTs that maybe never would sell, including myself, including you, Wizard, including you, Randy, that would probably have said, "Oh, I'll die with that secret rare. I'll die with that. That's never coming out of," and we don't even own them anymore. So let's not, like, we have to talk reality when we're talking about people who have OMI that's losing, and then they need money, because
I'll be homeless.
They lost their job. Their kids need food. We're food shortages. I need to get a gun. I need to get ammo. You know what? This OMI ain't doing nothing for me. Yeah, this OMI isn't. That's what I'm saying. This OMI ain't doing nothing for me. I need a vertical farm light for, I need things. And bro,
you'll see me in my car.
OMI's just OMI, bro.
I'll be streaming in my car because I had no place to live before I sell the OMI.
That'll never happen, bro. You come over to G-Dub, bro, and we're right here.
Thank you. I almost did you a few weeks ago. But what I was saying is that there is one of the whales that I'm seeing in the next week. It has a decent amount of money, where there's an absolute degen move that if he had come to me before, I would have told him not to make the move. There's a app, or there's a game called Toshimon, where you can get a bunch of the Toshi coin on Uniswap. You can get a bunch of the packs. I'm involved with them now because he put in $100,000, and he like owns 20% of the company now. But they're with a legit gaming studio now. They just signed contract. I can't say who it is. I can't say what it is, but they signed NDAs and stuff like 2 days ago. but Toshiman is an absolute degen play. But I am making sure that my boy that already put 100 grand in and owns 20% of the company, making sure that's worth it. But there's people that'll do that type of stuff. Like and you'll see them a lot in New York. Paz will know especially that there are people coming to New York for Comic-Con for stuff, and the fun stuff happens during the day. A lot of the deals are made at night. The deals are made in a steakhouse at night, whether it be.
You're 100% right, and I, honest to God, and I mean this, and this has a lot to do with some of the things that I sold. There's things that I've sold. I know people they were telling me, Henry, give me 24 hours. I have to get my money from my OMI. I'm selling OMI to buy your NFT. They bought 2 NFTs. I'm not going to mention a person. They know who they are if they're listening or not.
Yeah.
They bought 2 NFTs, like close to like 40K. They had to dump OMI to get it. So there's going to be a lot of, and this is as the price is going down. The price is going down in NFTs or new NFTs. What if we get the P word? Just saying. And there's a whole shitload of characters. You're talking about your Charizard card. Imagine a secret rare Charizard. I'm just making a point because it's coming.
Okay.
But I'm just saying,
yeah.
People ain't going to sell OMI to get it. I sold OMI to get a lot of NFTs I got. And I mean, in the 6 and 7 and range and whatever.
And that'll happen when we have OMI to NFT and we have OEC coming out in the next couple months.
Things are now. It's but I'm saying, but that's my point. So to say, I'm just saying, it's very generic to say that it's unlikely that it could get to the 000 whatever's.
I mean,
I know you can have a billion OMI lined up in a buy order. You don't understand. There could be a lot more than a billion OMI because the cheaper it goes down, the more you have to sell to get money. So people are, may just say to hell with OMI. Look at me. I dumped everything. I was fortunate to get rid of it when I did, but I had 1.6. I dumped like 3 million to get some gems. I had like 116.
When are you getting back in? Are you do you have buy order set for 0009? Or
no, I'm in cash right now. I don't even have my money in on any exchange at the moment. In fact, I just ordered 3 Ledger Nano X's. I had like a 3 for it was like $500 something, almost $600. Like I'm getting like something. They gave me something else, but I'm going into Cold Wallet when I get it. Like when it comes when I'm ready to go.
I mean, none of mine's on exchanges either.
Yeah. I mean, even though Nexo, you get it. Nexo actually, it's in a cold storage. Even though it's on exchange, it's not in a hot wallet or it's cold. Believe it or not, that's why it's not even on. You go through your Etherscan. It doesn't show up as a transaction because it goes.
Sorry, Justin.
Storage.
I missed I'm so behind on comments. I missed his mint question. I forgot it. Or before I get to that, what I was going to say is that there are people that are going that are where I was just like Barclays. Me and Omar Kasaje, like he heard it from one of his buddies. I heard it from one of my buddies that Barclays is going hard into the metaverse. Republic, where I'll be working at hopefully in the next month or two for Ken Gwynn.
Congratulations.
Yeah, they'll be advisor on that, so that'll be fun.
Barclays, the bank.
Yeah, Barclays Bank is going hardcore into the metaverse. Republic's about to do
Have they announced that?
They're I don't think it's public. I think basically what we heard was like the guys talking around the water cooler, like guys. What happens? I swear, bartenders know everything because nobody really pays attention to the bartenders, but they'll be talking about the craziest stuff, like right in front of their servers. And of course, like Omar works in New York, and he hears all of this, and he's like, "Oh, hey," I was like, "Oh, this lines up with what I'm seeing." With a bunch, and it's not Barclays as a whole; it's a bunch of the people that are in like their tech division and in their place that they see what Meta's doing, they see all this stuff. I had Janine Oyo on the other day from Every Realm. She's like the biggest sandbox owner. Like she has the most amount. Like so, there's people and companies out there that are. I just don't know. I don't see that really going to 000. And if it does, I could be 100% wrong here. I could be 100,000% wrong. I hope I am because this way.
You ever think Bitcoin would ever? Would you think Bitcoin would ever float around and go sub 2017 all-time highs after reaching 69,000?
I didn't think we'd go below 30 because I know that's about where Elon Musk bought in at Bitcoin. So I didn't think we'd go.
You think it'll go sub 15?
Yeah, I think 13 to 15 is where people are saying. I mean, I don't know. if that happens,
what if I told you 6,500?
I like manipulation, or is that what it's trading at for like a good week?
You ever think it would go to 30? You ever think it would go to 3,500 after in 2020?
No.
It's just like a football betting. It's what you don't think. You ever think the Yankees would lose to the Orioles? You ever think the Yankees would? I'm making a point.
Yeah.
Last place team beating the best team in Major League Baseball. How's that possible? The thing that you don't believe is possible is what happens.
I'm gonna grab my charger real quick.
There's a lot of people. You were saying in Barclays, there's people in Apple don't know what's going on in Apple.
That's true.
Oh yeah, I got a friend that works in Apple. Oh my God, ask him a question, he might know something. No,
yeah,
so does that.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Point. It's such a huge company. What's the question?
All right, so question: there's MC1 secret rare mints in the 50,000s, but there's no secret rare Spider-Man mints in the 50,000s. Why is it so different for comics? Oh, just because I don't know. Yeah, why do they have the well, in the commons for Spider-Man, it's not.
Because you're talking about the no secret rare Spider-Man's in the collectible, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the collectibles were limited in the sense of the whole each individual variant had its limitation of its particular edition set. With the comics, it's one edition set, so it had to share. All the variants had to share the total of the editions. So if that helps, that answer, Justin.
So I did want to hop back into the Big Red Button Entertainment.
Oh yeah.
So I did ask them about this. So this is just for anybody that's not familiar of I'll kind of like tie it together, because this is basically the company that I believe is building the Veveverse. And so basically in 2018 they wrote an article about gamification, and they mentioned two companies, one being Pixion Games, which seems like that project has been scrapped through Pixion Games, and then they mentioned Big Red Entertainment. And Big Red Entertainment's a legit gaming company. Like, they've done legit games like Sonic, Marvel, Crash Bandicoot. I think they've worked on God of War, like tons of games. And so I asked them at London Decon about that. I was like, hey, so I know you guys mentioned this in 2018, in regards to, I basically asked, are they still around? And Dan confirmed that Dan confirmed. So I want to get your take on that, Randy.
Randy, are you in like selfie mode on your bed? Like, what's going on, bro?
Yeah, I've been sitting for like 5.5 hours. I need to lay down for a minute. So yeah, I'm on my bed.
You hold your laptop up?
I actually have a bed now. So it's the first time I had a bed in like 10 years. What was I saying? Repeat that last part again, what Wizard?
Big Red Button. Dan confirmed that they still work with Big Red Button Entertainment.
I think that there's a lot of things that are probably going to come to pass. I don't actually know what he meant with that. I do know that there's a lot of things that are going to be happening with OUP. I think there's a lot of things that will happen with gaming in general.
Marvel Mighties?
I don't think so. I have all of them on the off chance that they are happening. I have all of them. I like, because when at San Diego Comic-Con, David asked if I had the new Marvel Mighty, which is the Chimichanga truck. I was like, yeah, I have all the Marvel Mighties. Like, you have all the Marvel Mighties? I was like, yeah, why? What's up, fam? And he's like, oh, okay, just asking. I was like, He got way too excited for no reason. So I don't know. I know there's a lot coming that's going to be wild. A lot of it is already leaked in with OEP Reese going out everywhere. But there's
yeah, he mentioned that Big Red Button Entertainment, they work with them for their 3D modeling, which I don't know if that means NFTs, but I don't. It doesn't, maybe, or if that means they're 3D modeling for the Veveverse.
What's their market cap? Big Red Button.
I don't know. I think you've asked me that before. I'm not familiar.
Oh, can someone Google that real quick? I'm on my bed and I'm in selfie mode. I can't. because to whoever's building I don't know if they're building somebody somewhere is building the Veveverse, and it is a company. I don't know who, but it's not Veve, obviously.
So the deeper connections as well is that the Alfred Kahn interview, he mentioned that they're working with the company that developed Pokemon Go, which was Niantic. But Big Red Button Entertainment has also partnered with Niantic. And I don't know if Big Red Button, if they had like a joint partnership or something to help Niantic build Pokemon Go. I'm not aware of that. But the fact that Big Red Button Entertainment also has worked with Niantic, and on their website they're like partnered with them. I mean, just the ties are just all there. And then Big Red Button, the Gale did a video on this about a year ago, and it was actually really good. Big Red Button has a technology a software they created called Tapestry, which is like, it basically looks like, it's like Pokemon Go, but even more expanded. There's gamification. It basically looks like it would be the Veveverse. So, just all the ties are there.
This would be a hell of a stock play if we knew which one.
It's showing that on Zoom info that it's revenue 5 million.
Well, they're not a publicly traded company, right?
Yeah, they're just showing revenue of 5 million.
Also, a deeper connection too is I heard, and I haven't been able to confirm this, but I heard through the grapevine that one of the owners of Big Red Button Entertainment is on the advisory board of Ecomi. You like that?
I'm looking at Big Red Button. So I'm taking a look at. Their whole thing is okay. That's interesting. Sorry, their whole website is. Oh, okay. They got stuff on the.
Look at their partnerships too.
I'm so curious to see what their. You said the revenue is only 5 million though.
Said 5 million on
that. Zoom. I feel like that doesn't make sense.
Look at it up. Just I did
get water while you guys are looking at that.
The Coinbase or the Crunchbase filing. I get so many messages. I can't scroll. Founded. Is it Babak Rafai? Is that the name that he found? I'm looking at the same one, right? Yeah, Big Red Button.
Yeah, shows 5 million.
Are you talking about the owner?
Are they from England?
No, I think they're American.
Cali.
Okay, I'm looking at some of
them. Yeah, I think they're Santa Monica.
It says El Segundo.
El Segundo, okay.
Yeah, it's showing El Segundo. Revenue 5 million, 27 employees. And I'm seeing this across the board on 3 sites now.
So
27 to 32 employees.
So if you ever look at that,
I don't think it's them
on YouTube, and it looks just like I would imagine the Veveverse would look. It's all.
What am I looking up on YouTube to take a look at that?
Oh, so if you want to look it up, go to Big Red Button Entertainment and then put Tapestry.
Big Red Button Entertainment.
And then Tapestry. It's like 1 minute long too, so it's not even that long.
Okay, so let me.
Yeah. Okay, so there you go.
And I don't know if I would getting everything. Okay, so they go into the map like that, and you find stuff on your phone.
It's like, yeah, it's AR. It's like it's legit. Basically, it looks just like what I would imagine the Veveverse would look like.
I don't know. I'd have to.
So many ties. There's just so many ties. So I don't know. That's me trying to connect dots, and those dots have been connected by others as well. Like shout out to the Gale, and I think there's somebody else that did a video like back in the day. But I did ask him at Decon London, and he did confirm that they're still in the picture, and they're developing like 3D models for Veve. So I don't know if that's NFTs or if that's.
Well, we got a new exchange that just Renegade listed us called BitCove. BitCove is located in Ireland, and they just said it's they just announced
just right now.
Yeah, like they're not a big exchange. They literally have like 1,000, like less than 1,000 followers.
Never heard of them.
But yeah, so it's a tiny exchange that they have, but it's available to trade on BitCove. So I guess BitCove is maybe they just don't have a big presence on Twitter. Maybe that's somewhere else, but they have Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash. They have a bunch of everything, but Okomi is one of the ones that they have. So I was out of that.
Cool.
There's a question by CP 536 CS Pill 99. Has anyone put OMI in the Veve wallet? I did. I don't know if you remember, Randy. I did remember. I put the 100,000 worth. At the time, it was
I'm sure I still have
14 million OMI at the time. It was worth 100 grand.
It was worth that much. 14 million.
I put 100. I was putting 100 grand in, and I put 13.99. Came out to, it was 14 million. I think after, I don't know, whatever, I got lost a couple, but it was just short of 14 mil. I actually sent that entire account to Foster to cash out.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I got I sent it to him. I wanted to put that 14 million in a Sendix. Remember that like a staking thing?
Oh yeah.
And he was setting it up for me. And right before he was going to send it in, I said, "The hell with it, don't do it. Send it." And I sent him my my Bitforex address, and I converted it into Tether. And at the time, it was only 25,000.
Yeah. Now I think probably even. I think now. Well, what's in mine is not even worth like 20K. I don't even think what's in my Veve app. So I still do have OMI there, but I'm gonna use that for staking.
It's annoying as fuck to get it out. It's so annoying to get it out.
Yeah, it's layer 2.
It's like it's fucking annoying. I can't stand that. Is it
easy now to get in? Like it's hard to get out, but I imagine the process of converting it from layer 1 to layer 2 on there is probably also equally as frustrating.
You have to. Foster did a good video on it too. I kind of use that as a guideline too. But
okay.
You have to send it from Veve wallet to Immutable.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if you have to convert it to IMX tokens or something, but basically in order for it to, you do the transaction to Immutable, and basically it takes like, from what I heard, there's people like to do the transfer. It took like weeks for them to get it into their Immutable wallet.
Oh my God.
From what I heard. I did a test transaction, and that day it didn't hit. So yeah. I haven't even checked back on it.
Yeah, I think
it was such a small amount. It was whatever, but like I was just kind of just testing it. But I have to go back and look. But from what I saw through the comments, like it took somebody like 2 weeks or like 10 days. I forgot, but it was a long time, and I was like, holy shit. So there's no quick way of getting. At least you can get it out now, I guess. But yeah, it's not quick or not efficient at all. So yeah, only put a little bit in your Veve wallet if you want to do it. That's all I did. I only put a little bit just to test it.
I mean, now I hope it's a lot better, or they mainstream the connection, because if they have a $40,000 staking tier that's been released. So if we're expected to stake that, hopefully it becomes a lot easier to do that, because that's how we incentivize a lot of lockups.
Well, you can get it in easily. Getting it out.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
Pags, I love you so much.
You guys are funny. Listen, I put it in when it was 0071.
Gotcha. I don't know what mine's at now, but well, Pags, when are you gonna? Do you have buy-in points? You're looking at 0.0095 or 0.00095? Triple zeros? No. Is it lower? Or are you just not going to get back in?
Listen, I'll tell you when I'm getting back in.
Okay.
I'll tell you when I'm getting back in. I can't say when I'm like where the bottom is.
Yeah.
But because I don't expect to be perfect, no one could be.
Yeah.
I need, the bottom is defined by me, not necessarily by an actual value. The bottom for me is defined by transmitting out of that range very comfortably. Now I know where the bottom is or was, but we're not we're not lifting off comfortably right now. So I know the bottom is not in.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Like, I wanted to get to the point where it goes to a number that when it gets there on its way coming back out, it's shown it has health, and the economy has health, and the narrative has health, and people and just the good days of feeling good. Like
Well, that could take years. Like that
No,
we're
but-
in a recession.
no, but,
like
but no, you know what? Who cares? Look at Bitcoin. Or it doesn't matter. How do you know where the bottom is? You don't know.
yeah, nobody knows.
You don't, but you feel comfortable that when it, so this is my point. If it goes to 15K, are you going to take your money and put it in? Are you actually physically going to buy Bitcoin at 15K? Because I'm not. You know why? Because unless it goes to 15 and goes very nice up to like 16 and makes these little like ups and these like higher highs and higher lows going out of 15, I don't feel 15 is a bottom.
So I tend to do.
I feel more comfortable paying 25 for something, knowing it went to 15, than or paying 40 for something, knowing it went to 15, because I know then we're going to 80.
Yeah.
But to get to 15 and then it goes to 5, my stomach.
But does that really matter though? Like, is it going to matter 5 years from now?
Bro, well, for me, I like to get the best bang for my buck. When I step at the plate, I only got 3 strikes. Then I got to go back in the dugout. That's my time to shine. That's my time to shine. If I don't do it when I'm up at bat, when am I doing it? I can't do it in the dugout. Still my team. Time's still going on. I can still win the game. But for me as a batter, I got my spotlight on Broadway is limited.
No.
I'm but look.
I mean, I guess also you have a family.
We all have a different approach, and we all have our own financial thresholds. All 3 of us right here on the panel, we all value money totally differently, regardless of our risk reward influences.
All millionaires at one point.
Right. No matter how much you're worth, we may have different thoughts of what we do with our money on different levels of finance. But when it comes to philosophy and when it comes to strategy, it's across the board. Everybody wants to get in low. We all want the low. We don't want to buy when it's high. We no matter what it is, when you're trying to do some kind, look, and when you're buying, someone's selling. So if that person that was capable of filling your order, regardless if it was an exchange or it's a market maker, they had to get it at a lower level to give you to make a profit.
Yeah.
So there's always a seller on, and there's going to be sellers that fill that inventory for those exchanges to have in their inventory to begin with. So who the hell was not confident at 00009? Who's not confident at 00009 that they're selling to you at 00007?
I mean,
to get your orders filled. I mean, it's such an impossibility, but I'm telling you, brother.
Well,
if all this time we never broke, if all this time since it was at 00033 and 00032, if we go back to that time, March, April, around that time, give or take, if we were in that time period right now and we never cracked it right now, I would have absolutely no problem feeling good and comfortable coming into the market, because we held up and we didn't move. We went sideways all this time, and we still held that real good trip 003, 0033. But to break through the 003 and go and slice through 002s like a hot knife through butter, 002s was like not even in existence. We're right into one. That shows a lot of weakness on my. And honestly, bro, for me.
Yeah. OMI's chart looks like dog shit. There's gonna be a lot of tough times, because there's just so many sell points of people that have bought in at 5.5, 4.4, 40, 30, 33. Like, it's gonna be a very tough road for OMI to go up, but there needs to just be like insane fucking mind-blowing catalyst to just launch it off. So like, a Veveverse type of example, or
listen, it doesn't matter. No matter how you look at it, even from a PR perspective, we can get the P word announced. We can get diamond moments. We can get obviously Veveverse is obviously a lot more farther away than we considered, because we thought last September it was coming in March and April of 2022. Randy, me and you were already talking about things we were building in Veveverse come in like May and June of 2022. You understand what I'm saying, brother? And trust me, I'm still pro OMI. Oh, where's God's entry? Abe, when's God?
He's out shopping with his girl right now. Maybe he'll be on at some point, but
No,
currently...
he just told me 10 minutes.
Oh, heck yeah!
If you can send him another invite, he's ready to come.
I mean, it's still. Just let him know it's the same invite that I sent.
He was driving. He texted me. I was reading it. So
Nice.
I'm only saying, you know, and listen, I want to be wrong. You know why I want to be wrong? Because I'm for the community. I'm an integral, you know, piece of the puzzle, and trust me, I'm a buyer. I'm sitting on the sidelines right now with a lot of paper, ready to come in and blow loads. But this is not an environment I feel comfortable with. It's not an environment I feel comfortable with my own family with respect to specific things. Like I don't want to fly to Europe right now. There's a lot of things I don't want to do right now that I could do that I'm holding back because of certain reasons. There's a lot of trickiness in the market right now, and I don't want to be, resourceless.
No, nobody should be a confident buyer right now in terms of any particular type of market. You know, unless you're buying the low mint Marvel 1 common comics that I have available. I mean, those are for sure. But anything other than that, you like that,
bro?
So the reason why
I told you about, you know what I'm talking about. All right, Wizard. Remember I was telling you about,
about that other deal
about
that you
interest. Yeah, just letting you know. Just keep that in mind.
Oh yeah.
Don't get desperate because you know arguably you got the 6th lowest comic and the 8th lowest comic on the app that was released. So you have things that are nice, regardless if you know. I mean, if it was up to me, you know, dump it to me just to give it to me for $500 each. And I'll give you the rest in cash at Comic-Con. I mean, we know what I'm saying? I mean, just to, you know what I mean? But we got to do it on a sneak because, you know, there's people out there looking at, you know, the under what do you call low mint searchers, I call them savages. You know, the Randy Chavez looking to get secret rares at like 200 and shit. Alligator Pokies.
There's snipe bots out there, man. They're still there. There's snipe bots that are out there.
You're right.
So like, yeah, if you're ever transacting, be careful.
I would suggest waiting until they have transfers back on, and even if it's not the same way that we had it, you'll be able to most likely go and say, "Oh, I'm going to have this up for a certain amount," but you'll be able to have offers on there. So if I have something up for, let's say, $1 million, but what was you offer? We have a side deal for, you know, like whatever in cash, and you say, "Well, I'm going to offer this. I'm going to offer him 1 gem," and then okay, I'll accept it because we had that deal.
They're going to implement that.
I hope so. I mean, they have to have transfers back on at some point.
I don't think they would do that because that's just going to tear into their. That could.
I mean, they have to have transfers on at some point.
Maybe. I hope so.
The problem with transfer is, and it only has to do with Veve not getting any of that money.
Any of the fees,
I mean, 10 NFTs that I, transferred over to Dr. Profit, among other things, was a significant amount of gems and a burn and everything else on that. So it kind of, it diverts away from the essentially the plan. I mean, think about it. If you did transfer and there was no, it's like having no such thing as gems. You don't need the gems then. Everybody could just do their own deals. You know what I mean? And ultimately, a lot of that was taking place last year. And millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars was done off app. And we call it secondary market. It's really not secondary market. It's no market. It's just a private market.
Yeah.
That's why we called it secondary market, but really it's secondary. It's after you get it. The next person second, those were just, and it was kind of like limited bots at the time, though there were bots there. It was just not as full blown now and marketed as heavily. But for me, if there is definitely specific like thresholds that you could meet on the app to ignite or get the transfer capability? Like maybe you need to have X amount of comics, a number of comics, or X amount of collectibles, or maybe just you need to have a specific value in your particular account, and then your transfer, but and then if you go under that value, your transfer is taken away. So it'll have there'll be an incentive there for you to have the transfer, because you have some value in you yourself have value in it. It's not just fluff.
Yeah.
And so that for an incentivification of that, it would make sense to me, because now you've gotten to the higher tier in the way that you are. Even if you don't have MCP points, or you're not really, don't use that as a metric. Just use the fact that maybe your account has a specific value, and you got to stay over that value to have the transfer if it's worth it to you.
Or maybe staking. You can only do it if you have a certain amount staked, which would be really great.
You mean OMI?
Yeah, like if you have a certain amount of OMI stake, then maybe you could get transfers back. Like maybe that could be one of their tiers. There's 5 tiers.
Yeah,
I think.
you know what's funny about that though, man, is you don't have to own $1 worth of anything on Veve, but you can have just a bunch of OMI. It doesn't really make you a part of the app's money bringing in for the app, and that's really attached to the burn. I think where the incentive comes in is to affect the burn and have that much volume of value in your account for you to ever get rid of it, or you to buy more or get rid of any transactions in it or out of it. You're contributing to the burn. You know what I'm saying? And that would be an incentive to get that little transfer. For me, I would love the transfer, because for me it would be more for either donating, having incentive
giveaways
for what we used to do, and giving stuff away. The giveaways are great. But it's also great for trading. You know what I mean? And trading's huge. It took I was such an integral trader. I did so much trading. It was ridiculous. But now there's no transactions off app. It's just I'm just getting 1 for another, or 2 for 1, or 3. You know what I'm saying? Or 3 for 2. I'll give you 3 of these for there's so much, and it doesn't do nothing for the burn. It doesn't affect the off USDT or not. And there's no escrows really needed if you're a known guy. But it's just a matter of getting movement, really.
So there's something that I talked about on the beginning of the stream, which I'll bring up to you guys. There's a bunch of content creators. I think I was the first one to make it public, but this was brought up by Doctor of Stuff, saying that if we can get 20,000 people, 20,000 wallets to have 5 million OMI each, that would be 100 billion OMI locked up. So I was the first one, and there'll be other people as well. But if we can get that, I'll give away a full alligator Loki set, and I'll give away $5,000 worth of OMI to a lucky person. We got God's Entry in the house.
Yo,
hey, got him.
What are you guys
What's up,
doing?
brother?
God's Entry, what's up?
Everything's cool, man.
That's cool.
All right, let me send out a tweet. Let me send out a tweet with this. I gotta tell everyone we got God's Entry in the house.
Nice
Come
of you
miss
to
you
join,
guys.
brother. I haven't met you before, but I've been following you. What's up,
Sounds
dog?
good. Nice to meet you too. Your name again? I can't see.
Let me go.
We got some low mint wizards in the house. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
We got a low mint panel here, bro. There's a lot of.
All right, I'm gonna tag everyone in this. At Wet Wizard, okay. At Pag, Pag's his name on Twitter. Oh, it's just Hammer Pag, okay. And at God's Entry. God's Entry, come on down. All right, let me go and throw this out here.
You said 5 million OMI.
Yeah.
You're talking 20,000 people. Doesn't matter if they're on Veve or not, or it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. So if you have 20,000 people to get 5 million OMI, or it doesn't have to be people, it could be 20,000 wallets. So it could be a bunch, across individual 20,000 wallets, have 5 million OMI each. Then we would be able to get that's 100 billion OMI locked up. So
you're saying, but time out. That's what I want to ask you. You're saying locked up. That would be just to would we have to send it somewhere? Is it
no? It's just if you can track, because you can be able to track the wallets. If you have 20,000 wallets that have 5 million OMI in it or more, and that have entered this competition, like, okay, I'll be giving away a full Loki set and $5,000 worth of OMI to like a random person, one of those wallets. And then Doctor of Stuff is giving away something. Crypto Rain's giving away something. Hello K is giving away something. Foster's giving away something. Jordan Reese, who's been on the podcast a couple times, he's got well over 100 million. OMI, he'll be giving away something. But a lot of the content creators this is how we're going to try to move the needle in the next year or so.
Oh, wait, the transferring aspect of transfer?
No. Like, this is how we're going to get OMI to the freaking moon. If we can,
but 100 billion. What is that? That's crazy. What's our number? What are we at?
Well, I don't know. Like, we're just,
huh?
That's right around 1/3 of the circulating supply. I want to say.
Yeah. So even if we get like half of that, but it's only 20,000 wallets to have 5 million OMI in it, and say like, okay, we're just at one time.
Can we get that much? Can you get 20,000? I mean, can you really get 20,000 wallets? I mean, people collectively?
I might have to lower it at some point so that but I mean, that's the goal. I mean, I'll do giveaways when we reach, 10,000 people and maybe 5,000 people that have that. But at some point, 5 million OMI is going to be really hard to get.
Yeah, I would do that as levels, like 5,000, 10,000, 15.
Yeah.
Just to...
Because I mean, right now, 5 million OMI is. I feel like anyone just working like a random, like if they're okay, they could get an extra job, and in a couple of months they'll have gotten 5 million OMI. Like, I feel like anyone can really do that right now.
There's just something. I actually have to go drop a lockbox off. My real estate career is calling me at the moment. I just got to do a little thing for my wife. Listen, if I come back, I'll come back. But listen to me, God's entry. If you can speak more in depth onto
the market.
I know you're driving, but
no, it's all right. I got about like 15 minutes. I could hang out for a minute.
All right, cool.
So
he's got a lot to say that he shares with me offline, and we talk. If he could share some stuff with you, at least onto what he's seeing in that area of his TA expertise, that'll be great for you guys. And I'll watch it after. I got to get out of here.
All right, peace, man. Catch you later.
Yep. If I'm still, I'll check this out. But we'll talk after. All right.
I'll see you on Thursday.
Later, guys. Thank you. I'll see you before that.
No problem.
All right. Give us a tip. What are your tips?
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't know. I'm not liking the way the market looks right now. Still, I'm trying to be unbiased. Today we have a big monthly close, obviously.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah. What did you do?
My number was 19.5.
Okay.
So we closed in about 2 hours, I think. CME is already closed, and I closed at 19.350. So it was really close to 19.5. Yeah. So I still think we have more downside. My target was between 10 and 13 months and months ago.
Yeah.
I believe that's still the target. We may not get there, but that's the overall target. So
yeah, I think even OMI Panda was saying I think his bottom was like 14, so it's right around where exactly.
Yeah, it's like 13.8 to 10.2 to be exact. That's like my buy box. But depending how the overall markets go, it's just I can't get the time. The time should be like about now is what I figured months ago.
Yeah.
But the more I'm looking at it, we could maybe not find bottom till like December. So timing is the hard part, but the target that's a little bit easier for me to figure out.
How much of this do you think is because of the Nord Stream pipeline or the Nord pipeline, and like do you think like this war gets worse in Europe before it? Like, do you think it spreads to Europe?
Well, something noticing that I didn't really pay attention to. We're having currency wars right now, basically.
Yeah.
That's what I kind of see going on. I mean, currencies like we'll say the top 5 countries. Well, we're the top country. Well, the other 4, they're having big problems with their currency to battle with inflation. So we got to see how that pans out. We got to wait. Basically, we need 3 things to happen. Like I'm looking at the dollar.
Yeah.
That's DXY. That target is like $1.20. When we get to $1.20, that should be a good place for a bottom in the overall markets. We haven't had what they called earnings recession for like the regular market, where all the earnings come in way under than what they thought. We
Yeah.
haven't had that yet. So we usually don't bottom until that happens. And the other thing is we need rates to be higher than inflation. And so when that line,
Yeah.
so when either inflation comes down or rates go higher, whenever they intersect, that's generally the bottom. So those are the 3 things I'm looking at for the overall bottom.
Oh, so you're thinking we might be down here for several more months?
It depends. But then on the positive side, like the bullish side, Bitcoin's been hanging pretty tough. It's been, even though we haven't gone up and down, we're staying pretty solid sideways while the regular markets are going down.
So currently there are only 412 wallets with 5 million OMI in them. So it's less than 2% of all wallets with 1 million OMI in it. Yeah, I guess I'll have to do the giveaways at, I guess we're starting at 1,000, 5,000, 10,000.
That number dropped significantly, huh?
I mean, I'll still be holding out for the 20,000. That's what we're, or maybe that'll cheapen it if I say, oh, if we only hit here, it's fine. Maybe I should hold out.
That's why you should start lower and make more incentive so people can actually achieve it.
Well, yeah, that's a good point.
So, God's entry, are you completely out of the market right now?
At the moment, but I'm leverage trading, so I jump in and jump out.
Yeah.
I was a little upset because I closed my short like a long time ago, and I kind of, as a trader, I knew I shouldn't have closed the whole thing, quite honest. So,
yeah.
But it's good. It's gave me time to catch up on life a little bit because I've been at the computer looking at charts for, like 3 years straight.
Yeah.
So I've kind of used this time just to regroup and recalibrate myself a little bit.
I mean, it's good. So like, I also have a good friend of mine that's like a longtime trader, like 20 plus years, stocks and like everything. And like, basically crypto is like stocks, like people that follow charts. It's like stock trading on like steroids.
Yeah.
So like,
awesome.
yeah,
because
it's like,
stocks are just too slow. They take forever.
If you know the fundamentals of the charts, like you're having a playground during crypto the last 3 years.
It's just a little bit harder now. I'm going to say it's a little bit more. It's not as easy right now with all the news coming in because the news is affecting.
Do we lose you?
Yeah, so it's you kind of got to wait for the news and then play off of that position. I usually counter trade the position.
Mm-hmm. Do you play around with? I believe I heard before you do have some collectibles and things like that.
Oh, yeah. I haven't sold any really. I mean, I sold a couple things, but I was thinking just selling a little bit to pull some money out just to have it. But
yeah.
My plan was for 2025, 2026 when I originally started with the collectibles.
Have you added to the collectibles since then?
Oh yeah. I keep.
What stuff have you been? What's like some of your favorite stuff to buy?
I just keep up with the drops because I'm going for MCP points.
Oh, how many sets you got?
140.
Oh, yeah. Wizard, how many you got?
I'd have to check. I think I'm around the 130 range. I want to say. I'd have to double check though.
Nice.
But I do like the collectible. I mean, I like the comics a lot more for value.
Yeah.
I think they hold their value a little bit more. Well, remains to be seen. We'll find out.
Guys, do you have a Patreon?
I was thinking about doing one. I'm not sure yet. I should probably do one. I was going to do one to post charts early for everybody, and maybe start like a little community where I can help people and everybody can help each other.
Yeah, So I'm TA is not really my thing. So I'd have you or other people come on for that. Mine is just I know what's undervalued. I know where it's gonna go, but that's it. The intricacies that y'all do, I was like, I have no idea what's going on.
Curious, do you hold any?
Sorry,
I was gonna say curious, like, because there are these people that are building like third party like Veve analytical information. Do you hold any like validity to the charts that are being created off of the NFTs, or do you think it's just such a?
No, that will work. Charts work for everything.
Do you think charts for NFTs will also?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Do you mind
Really?
expanding on that? Because I'm just curious because I think NFTs are it's going to be it's just so like. Do you think people will? Because my understanding,
it depends. Come in, but
Yeah.
if anybody knows how to read a chart, they're going to apply it to that. It generally works because you can tell where the bottoms are and the tops. So rather than just guessing what the top and the bottom was, you get to see the top and bottom.
But that only works for floors. Like that doesn't really work for sub 100s, does it? Or does it?
Right.
And I feel like so that's how I made a lot of money in Pokemon back in the day, telling people like, okay, it's first edition PSA 9s or first edition PSA 10s and how to value them. I feel like you can do that a lot of ways now with the collectibles and mint numbers.
I think I'm losing here for a second. All right.
Yeah, there you go.
I got you back. Yeah, I think the low mints you really can't chart. I wouldn't chart those, but the floor prices definitely. I would think so.
That's great. Wow. So with this new layer of analytics that are going to be entering it, that's going to be a game changer.
Oh yeah, the more tools you have, the better.
Yeah. I think OMI the Clown and Kelly the Veve Fox, Rootless Girl on Twitter, they're like I think the top two for that. They're all their info. So whatever OMI the Clown uses, and then whatever at Rootless Girl on Twitter uses, I think they're the best for that.
I think it's
I haven't seen it, so I want to take a look at it actually.
Yeah, I think they have like a little membership thing. I don't think it's that expensive at all, like $5 or something. And then like, I think they're building charts into they're actively building charts into their analytics and stuff. But they have a bunch of other analytics.
And then you can put alerts when we get to the bottom. It just tells you what to do, and you can buy and sell.
I wonder. I wonder if Eva has that for Veveversity. I gotta ask her when she's on next. Because I know she's got a paid thing as well. I don't know if it's just for collectible or if she has type of software floors like that for Veveversity. I have to check into it.
Yeah, I definitely want to take a look at it. Maybe I can give them. I'll ask them for some things we'll need, make it better.
Do you see anything happening before the elections to try to pump her one way or the other?
Well, what I'm looking at right now is we're in like a supply zone. Or a liquid zone, because everybody's going to short right here. We could get a little mini short squeeze where the price goes up a little bit, but I just don't think it's going to be long lasting if we do get one.
Yeah. Okay.
So I feel like we have time. We have time till we get to the bottom. So it's good for people that want to accumulate. Accumulation time.
Stack.
So I'm curious as well. So. The people that I know that are really heavy into charts and TAs and stuff like that, like they strictly go off of the charts. Is OMI something that's a little bit of a different project that you kind of analyze because of the potential future of the project?
It's really hard without the volume, the chart.
Yeah.
It doesn't move as a normal coin.
There's like $400,000 in volume in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, it's very like one person could come in and move the whole coin.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to move it 2 years ago when I bought it and sold it. I still think we're just an accumulation pattern. So at some point we can drop lower, and that's going to make what they call like a spring. So even if we drop lower than where we have been, that's probably going to be the low point. So, coil up and become a spring, and then off we go. It may take time though, but.
So kind of charts aside. How do you feel about OMI just in general, like as a project, with the charts aside? Is it something that you kind of look at a little differently? Like you have a little bit of a...
Yeah, because I look at the project overall. That's how I got into Veve and OMI. I mean, I got into OMI first. And I saw the vision that everybody was building, and I was like, all right, this will be long lasting. In crypto, you got to realize they made it through the last bear market, so they should make it through this one too. Because usually what happens,
that last bear market, they had no revenue. They had nothing coming out.
Right, but we lose coins and they never come back. So I think that's the best thing that we're not on exchanges yet, to be quite honest.
Really?
So I hope they actually time it closer to the bottom. Because
they hired a token expert, I think last year, like late last year they hired one. And I think with the That's why they were going to plan. Originally, they planned it out to have like 4 more exchanges this year, but then they, since Russia invaded Ukraine and giant bear market crypto winter, said, okay, we're going to delay everything like a year.
Because the problem is, if they do it now, we'll have an artificial pump and it won't sustain, and we'll try to drop back down. Yeah. So we're better off to get the exchanges as we're gradually, organically moving up.
So I know there's like 50 people here. I want to ignore that now, and I know I don't know what this does short term. We could go down to 0.009, but I know that 0.0013 that we're at now, or 0009, but at 1.3 right now, I'll like let you guys know. Guys, stack. Like, this is just between us 3 right now. Stack as much as you can, and as long as you can hold for X amount of months or a year, whatever. Which I know you guys can.
I think 2025, 2026 that's where we should be selling, because we should go.
I mean, I also think there's a very, very, very strong chance that we do a 10x by next year, just because of the burn that we're going to have. When we start that, we'll probably start it in Q1, but it's the staking, the locking up of the tokens, the utility. I think it's gonna be pretty wild. It'll probably start in Q1, but they'll release that full article at some point in Q4.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for OMI utility, because that's how I look at OMI. I look at OMI as an exchange token, like BNB. That's how I look at OMI. That's how I would categorize it.
It'll start off as a utility token, but it will be a metaverse token. Like that's the end goal. Like, or not even the end goal. That's just one of the goals in 2024. Like, that'll be a full blown metaverse token.
Yeah, I think it's such a unique project in terms of, obviously it's already established within its actual retail aspect, selling the NFTs and stuff like that, which is already a proven business model. But it's very unique because it's such an established project, and then now they're releasing their tokenomics. So when OUP comes out, I see that as their tokenomics are being released, basically, and it's crazy. They have a track record already, and it's a proven company, which is extremely rare in crypto just in itself. But let alone having a company that already has all these partnerships, already has a proven business model that works, a revenue stream, and then they're releasing their tokenomics, which, you're mentioning it's potentially going to be something great and something special. Like, it's just so unique. Like, I don't think I've seen that really in crypto.
I can't wait for OUP to be like, there's...
No, we haven't. We haven't seen one like this. This is totally
And the diehard crypto people, those tokenomics may get their attention, because I know that's what caught my attention in the beginning was the tokenomics.
Yeah.
Now they're revising it. So those diehard crypto people that are really about, understanding the white paper, understanding the tokenomics, OMI could be that beacon that's, because the world's all dark right now in terms of markets. OMI could be that beacon once they drop that OUP, if it's something really special that crypto people can gravitate to. Potentially, that's obviously looking rose-colored glasses, but I could very much see it.
I see it 100%. I see it 100%. I think, but what we need at that time for the real crypto people to come in is an exchange. Definitely.
Yeah.
So that's what held us up the last run.
So when you do see us in 2025, when we do have as many or all the exchanges what we want, if we reach peak FOMO and again, just after the next Bitcoin halving, 2025, maybe 2026, where do you see it going if it becomes a meme coin? All right, there you go. Yeah.
Sorry, I lost you.
Yeah, where do you see that going?
If we had a full pump, I mean, honestly, my target was 5 cents, but we can go to 10. We can go to 10, 11 cents easy, too. Because once we get to those numbers, those prices jump. They obviously go. You go from 5 to 10 cents pretty fast. So it depends. The perfect timing. 5 to 10 cents all day.
Out of curiosity, where would you, just to get your thoughts on it, where do you think in, like, so let's say the OMI token is booming, do you think the Veve NFTs are going to follow along suit, or do you think they'll definitely be decoupled in some aspect?
Nah, they'll definitely go up because all the new users will come in. I mean, there's a limited supply basically. All the collectibles, they're obviously going to go up.
Mhm.
Something I've been thinking too, if like we actually do have, the markets are pretty. I mean, I don't know. Back in the Depression days, art held its value.
Yeah.
So if we do have some crazy thing happen, it's long and drawn out for a couple of years, these NFTs might become more valuable than we realize.
Fair point. Especially like the one of one, maybe not even the one of one.
It's just a thought I had. Doesn't mean it's going to happen.
Yeah, it's true.
But it can definitely.
Out of curiosity, so this is something that I think is going to be very huge for the NFTs, and it's speaking towards the rentability aspect to where these now become like income generating assets. What are your thoughts in regards to that in terms of like value, or if you have any thoughts in regards to that?
Is that a gun?
Sorry, guys, I keep losing you, but no, to answer your question, that's why I'm holding all my NFTs for that reason.
Because of the rentability aspects?
Yeah, for the passive income in the future. I mean, that was one of my.
Same.
That's one of my
Same.
ideas why I held on. I really wasn't interested in becoming a flipper.
Mm-hmm.
Even though there's a lot of money in that, but I can't. It's hard to flip the market and trade, crypto at the same time. So it's actually my goal, just to rent them out.
At some point last month, there was where I did a marathon stream. David, you did come on for about an hour. He did mention that hedge funds and whales are very much interested, and that there's going to be KYB for Know Your Business corporate accounts. I don't think he would have mentioned that unless he's already been approached by certain things. Where do you see that going? That to me, that's more valuable toward collectibles because everyone's going to be buying OMI at some point. But the collectibles, what do you see them buying? Do you see them buying just Golden Moments, Season 1, sub-100s of everything?
They're going to go for the Grail comics probably at least. Definitely.
Oh, that's a good point.
They can scoop those up and control the supply easier.
That's a really good point.
So
I only have one Fantastic Four. I only have one comic. It's a Fantastic Four #1 Secret Rare. That's the only good one I have.
You know what I did? I sold the one you gave me the other day. Actually, I sold it when they announced the original had a high auction.
Oh, yeah, the Go Collect. I think they announced it. Yeah.
Because I have like 3 of them still. So yeah.
Nice. I got one. I got one left. I don't know.
I keep selling stuff to keep buying the new drops. Is what I'm doing. So I got multiples early on. So.
What are your thoughts on what will be rentable in the future, like in terms of comics versus collectibles, and then specifically within collectibles, if you have any thoughts?
I don't see how the comics can be rented. I don't see the purpose for that really.
Me neither. Yeah.
I'm trying to imagine what they could be rented for, but
yeah, because I mean, if you don't want the
collectibles,
even the comics for you can read the comics, but if they only give you like the first appearances or whatever, and you're not really getting into the storylines, like some of the storylines are some of those beautiful things ever, but you're only getting like one of the stories. Like you're not getting the whole arc. You're not getting all the issues. You're not getting all the tie-ins. It's kind of like almost not worth it for me.
There's also resources that people have. Like when I was on a plane flying back from London Decon, there was a girl that I was sitting next to that reads comics, and she's like she was on this like subscription, like Comixology or some shit. And then they have the Marvel also has like a membership for $9.99. So yeah, I agree. I don't foresee comics, and that's why I lean more to the collectible side, because I don't foresee comics being rentable, whereas I see the collectibles have that opportunity, and that's kind of really what I'm in it for, is the passive income aspect of it.
That's exactly why I'm in with it. But listen, I keep losing the signal, and I got to pick my girlfriend's brother up here in a minute.
Okay. So, enjoy.
I just wanted to come on. Nice meeting you, bud.
Hey, man. Likewise. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Take care. Have a good weekend.
Thank you so much for having me on. Later.
Talk to you soon.
Hell yeah, man.
So AF-15 Secret Rare. This is one of the things that they kind of wowed us with, where they only had 10,000 mints. Of the AF-15.
Yeah.
And that was absolutely wild because I think that's the best comic. Like on the app right now is AF-15. Do you have any of them?
No, I don't have a single one.
Yeah, I don't either. And this is like the curse because I want the like. What are some things that you want right now but you don't have?
AF-15 Secret Rare.
Same.
That's the only one. Really. I mean, I don't think everything else. I think I already have. I mean, I'd like to get another Veve logo. I sold mine.
I
So
know.
I'd like
Yeah, I saw there's a guy named Caspi. He's around. Like you've probably seen him. Like he sells a lot. He has a lot of the floors of the sub 100s. And Caspi had the number 42. I was like, oh, I want that. But it was like $7,000, and I was like, I don't know if he took it down or if somebody bought it, but whoever has that number 42, I want it. And now the number 43 is out there. I just don't have the funds for it though.
Don't you have 41?
Yeah, I have 41.
Oh, so you want to like get the first 5?
Yeah, I want it. I want this, so exactly. I want the 42, the 43.
You little mint slut.
I'm a mint slut daddy. Ooh.
I mean, that's insane. Yes. Yeah, I mean, that'd be interesting for those like you were mentioning. I think you did a video on it to where those very unique like Pokemon cards you were correlating into, I think, where you have to go to a certain tournament and then you get that like unique card. I definitely think the Veve logo is going to be something that's going to be unique as well.
Yeah.
But I'm just really curious because also for the kickoff party, which you were also at, we're supposed to be getting those logos. So I'm wondering.
The letters.
And there was only 500 people that were available to go to that too. So I'm wondering.
And I lost my QR. I lost that invite, that email, wherever it goes. I lost it. So there's going to be a lot less than the 500 that were given out for those.
You don't have access to that email?
I'm sure I do, but I don't remember getting a. I think, is it too late?
No. They'll resend it to you. It hasn't been dropped yet. They said
so.
that.
Decon, I don't even know what I would kick off. Maybe if I search Decon kickoff,
it doesn't matter. You don't need to see it because it hasn't been airdropped yet.
Wait, you needed to buy a ticket to the Decon kickoff party to get it though, right?
Well, the tickets were free, but yeah. So basically, when you went to get the ticket, like online, you entered your email address. So that's how they registered it. So
that's what I didn't do because they had like the tickets, even though they were free, it like sold out, I guess, because of space. So I found out they were sold out. I was like, I tried to apply for like a press pass for it. And I think Alex messaged me. He's like, what the fudge are you trying to do? A press pass? It's a parking lot. I was like, I don't know. I want a thing. And so somebody wound up giving me their ticket. So somebody has mine. Whoever they.
Yeah. So that's going to be interesting. So I'm wondering, like, are they going to, that'll be interesting. So, and then are they going to mass, like, is it going to be like the Disney magician drop with the Aladdin genie thing where like you'll get a promo code to where you're guaranteed to get it?
I don't know.
Versus they'll actually do a public mint as well. So will the gold and silver one be the actual like unique one?
That's a good point.
I'm just curious. I'm just interested in that, but
yeah, I'm not sure.
It would be sick. Veve logo would be tight. That little blue monster, the one that only has like 70 mints, that was Decon. That'd be sick.
Oh, I want that one too. There's what is it? The fire, the water villas. Do you have any of those? Oh, there were like 100 of them.
I can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Had to go. I was not looking the way I looked. The Waterzillas, like there were like 100 of them of the secret rares. Do you have any of those?
No, that's the one I was mentioning. I wouldn't mind having one of those.
Yeah.
I have 15 secret rare. It would be sick to have, and then Veve logo. I think those are the ones. I mean, getting a Todd back again. I don't have a Todd anymore. I sold that one, so getting another Todd again would be at some point.
That whole first set is going to be massive. But yeah, I think that AF-15 secret rare, I think that'll be 6 figures at some point. Like no cap.
Possible.
Because I think it's the best one. It's the scarcest one on the app.
if comics are gonna be whatever comics are gonna be, AF-15 Secret Rare is gonna be the thing that takes it there. That's gonna be the one. That's gonna be the front runner.
Yeah, no, agreed. So we'll have to see where that goes and see how many of them are even locked up, because I don't know if that was botted at all. So who knows how many of those are actually even available and not locked up.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see. I think they'll come out eventually with the metadata that shows, oh, these particular collectibles are in this account and they were botted, so they're frozen. Like, could you imagine if we have like 1,000 partner statues that are just frozen and suddenly take 25% off that circulating supply? Goes from 4,000 to 3,000.
That'd be nuts.
Great.
Yeah, I mean that's crazy. In terms of the botting too, yeah. Well, I wonder, like they said, I think at London Decon, they said that they're gonna get updated figures for how many mints exist and like, you know, how many were burned once burning becomes available, and like they will have updated analytics in terms of the actual available supply for particular collectibles.
Because S4NJ1 is so salty
That's my friend. Yeah, I sold my Todd. I sold it I sold it higher than where the current floor is, so
I mean that's good. Do you have a buyback in point for that, or just whenever? It doesn't matter. Just whenever you
so I mean, yeah, I don't know. I kind of turned a leaf in regards to into my Veve strategy, like as terms of NFTs. Yeah, I'd say I'm more, if I was to go like and be purchasing things, I'd be more towards OMI, because the way I think of, like, I'm like, all right, well, so this money I put into Veve and OMI,
Yeah.
if OMI becomes what we all think and hope it's going to become, I could always go back and buy the collectible if I truly want it.
Yeah.
You know, truly want it, and I feel like, oh shit, I need this collectible. Hopefully, I could utilize my profits from OMI to like purchase it. So, yeah, I'm not like all like super about any particular, like I have to have some NFTs right now, because I've already invested within my, like I've kind of already made my plays, you know, like I've made my plays in the Thors, I've made my plays in the airplanes, made my plays, I guess you could say, with the Powerpuff Season 1, the Donnies that I have. Yeah, so
if we have OMI going up like 3x and collectibles don't move, I'm gonna put in probably 20% of my OMI into collectibles. If we have like a 3x from where OMI is and then collectibles don't move, on the opposite end of that, if we have like a 4x for collectibles and OMI doesn't move, then I'll just, you know, I'll go one way or the other. But I expect them to kind of raise not as crazily as that.
I agree. Yeah, though I think they're symbiotic in somewhat of aspects, you know, in terms of that. So, but yeah, I mean, yeah. So I mean, like that's why I was really curious about. Same. I'd rather buy OMI too, but AF-15 is solid. Like if you have one, that's great. It's amazing.
Yeah.
That's the best comic on the app, like hands down. But yeah, that's why I was really curious about God's Entry's take on it, on the rentability aspect, because that's really what I've aimed my portfolio kind of towards in bulk, is like trying to project what will potentially be rentable in the future. Like, and you know, I could strike out, or I could hopefully hit a grand slam, you know, because those aircrafts, like the aircrafts too, with the Star Wars ones, like, you know, like I feel like they need to be flyable, or at least like kind of make some type of hint towards that, or potential, like if it's going to be or not, because that's what's going to help move those units. Like if you're going to be able to fly those TIE fighters or whatever they are, the X fighter, I don't know exactly what they are. Are they TIE fighters?
The TIE fighters that just came out. The X-wings, they'll be in another series.
Yeah.
And they might have Naboo cruisers and starships and whatever. Like there's so many things that they could do with this. They could have unlimited amount of drops forever. But if you take a look at like sports cards and in Pokemon cards, like there doesn't really need to be a utility for people to collect them. It's just like they like to collect them because it's awesome and there's only a certain amount in the world and they're popular. What do you think? Why do you think for NFTs, like, or why do you think for digital collectibles that there's this like want for like for utility, where if we don't get utility, the collectible's not going to do well?
So two reasons. That's a phenomenal question. Two reasons to come off the bat is one, you don't physically own it, so it's not physically in your hands. So like you just don't physically own it. So there has to be some other forms of entertainment or other forms of value outside of just taking pictures with it in AR. Because if that's the only use case, like, I mean, I'm just going to be honest and I'm just going to speak for myself.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's cool, but you get over it. Like,
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what collectible or whatever it is. Like, there has to be because it hasn't entered the physical world yet,
Yeah.
So like, there has to be something else. If the only value proposition is you can own it and then you could take pictures with it, like, that's just a stale experience. So like, it has to be something else more. And then also just the aspect of just the technology and just the infinite possibilities of it. It's just a totally incomplete product if you don't build anything else beyond it. And like, the consumer knows that. So if you're just building like all these other NFT projects that basically are fucking dead, ones that are not have any utility, or the owners, the creators could care less about creating any utility, or don't even have the ability to create utility, like, they're just going to be done. Like, there's no more depth within those projects, and it's just like, yeah, they're just going to be done, so there's not going to translate. So if you don't build things around your NFTs or your projects, then you're basically just deserting them, is the way that I kind of see it. And yeah, you can the collectibles, but like, there's just so much other capabilities there, and you're not exploring those capabilities. Well, I'm just going to go to other people that are, like.
So in 2 years, when I'm not saying like Viviverse will be full blown in 2 years, we'll get parts of it next year. We'll get hopefully parts of it end of this year, but we'll get parts of it next year, and it'll be like downloadable content. In 2 years, when we're pretty fleshed out in the Viviverse and there's other things happening there, do you see us absorbing other projects that have already, in your opinion, like died because they're not building? Do you see us going in and like making some power play moves, saying, okay, we're gonna buy this company for $30 million, and we're gonna buy, or is that going to be like the dead will stay dead? We have too much of our own IP to worry about.
In terms of NFT projects, like, will they purchase?
Yeah, like, do you think Veve will go and absorb other companies, or do you think that we have more than enough IP and we don't need to do that?
This is a really great question. So in regards to the whale, this is kind of going to get into a bigger, deeper conversation. In regards to the whale chat that I'm in, there's a guy that's like straight up an NFT whale, like NFT in general, not Veve.
Yeah.
And he's bearish. He's very bearish on Veve.
Why?
His perspective is very interesting. So like, I'll try to expand on it. He's very bearish on Veve in regards to their closed. Well, one, their development and their developers, as well as their closed wall garden.
Mm-hmm.
He believes the world of AR and VR is being built outside of Veve's walls continuously by artists all over the world. And he's really bullish on the Nike project, Artifact, and their open source code and everything like that. And in terms of your question, originally started, will they buy other companies?
Yeah, that was the original.
So his belief of Veve, another reason why he's bearish as well, is he believes that at a certain point, it's going to be the Netflix effect, where these companies, this Disney and the big companies, they're eventually going to take their own IP and build their own types of products, or basically cut out the middleman in the terms that he puts it. And what he truly believes Veve needs to do and should do is essentially what Netflix and all these other streaming companies have done, create their own content. So that they need to start creating their own content as well. So there's also, they have their own content they're producing, and they're not completely reliant upon other IP that may or may not leave in the future, or whatever the case. Once again, this is his perspective.
Yeah.
This guy is huge in NFTs. Like he's a big player for sure. And I very much value his insight. It's very interesting, you know.
Could
He's
you put me in like a room with him at some point? Because I feel like we do have a good, and it obviously not doesn't have to be public. It could just be like, and it could just be on Telegram, wherever. But
I could ask him. Yeah, I mean, I know sometimes he'll enter into spaces, and like he'll enter into spaces, and like people have showed him respect. Like I don't go into spaces a lot, so I think he's kind of known. But the time there has been times where he has entered spaces, and like a lot of people like showed him respect. So he is. I only know him from like that Telegram group, which was VP Wales originally, but that was his perspective. So kind of getting into your question, maybe, and hopefully, I think that could be a route that could be really beneficial for Veve if they're if maybe they do purchase other characters and other NFT things of other projects, and now this is their ownership. So it's like they basically own the IP of these companies that have been defact, but they're still like awesome characters and maybe awesome backstories and things like that. And then they also get a development team to actually develop those projects and bring life into them and bring new characters and, you know, utilize their machine to bring in additional utility. I think that's something that could be very, very beneficial for Veve to look at. And then just kind of along the lines of that guy's thoughts. Yeah, I mean, that could be great for Veve to start creating their own content as well. So they're just not purely the middleman between IPs and stuff like that. I'm not saying I totally hold his perspective by any means, but it is very interesting. And we have gotten in a lot of like deep conversations, which is like awesome. But that's his perspective that Veve needs, that they need to, once again, this is his perspective. He's bearish on it, but that they need to start developing their own IP as well, which is very similar to what Netflix, Amazon, they've all done. So
yeah, Netflix is very good at their own IP. Like Stranger Things, amazing. They've had, you know, like House of Cards. They have a lot of really good stuff. But
The Witcher
where
is
Netflix
awesome
really
too.
went wrong is that they spend so much time on their stuff, and like there's a lot of their IP is really good, like, you know, Queen's Gambit, but their marketing is, I think, pretty terrible. There's a lot of things on Netflix that I have no idea what they are, and it's like their second or third movie that they're doing of it, because most of their marketing is done on like Stranger Things, or it's done on, you know, on one different thing. They don't have time to really market for a bunch of these other things, and also they have a lot of debt. You know, Veve is pretty flush with cash. They won't go into debt as easily as a lot of these other companies are, like Netflix.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying, once again, I was mentioning that's his perspective, but I think it's very interesting. And in regards to your question, which I've never really pondered about, like that maybe they can buy, you know, NFT projects that have, like, because Yuga Labs bought, you know, the Bored Ape Yacht Clubs and like, you know, all the ones that they bought. And it's interesting because I think the owner of Solana or whatever mentioned that he believes that a new Marvel or new Disney may come out of the NFT sphere, you know. And I could potentially see that. And, you know, maybe Veve should take a look at possibly doing a similar Yuga Labs stream. Thank you, brother.
He sent me $100 on Cash App. Heck YouTube. Heck him.
Oh, hell yeah. Nice.
He's the one that gave me a bunch of money for cutting my hair and shaving last time. So gracias, amigo.
That's awesome of him. Yeah. So I mean, I think that's a very interesting question, and I think that is something that potentially they should explore, and I wonder if they are exploring, because if Veve can start creating their own content too and start creating their own characters and bringing value to characters, maybe that new Marvel and Disney type of thing can come out of Veve, and then they could also build it even greater because they're gonna have the Viviverse, so they could truly build those stories through the Viviverse, which I think is a very interesting concept. And
Yeah, like they could have like, hey, you can play with all these characters, but they want you to play with VV. Like let's say it's a guy and it's just the letter V, and it's kind of like Cuphead, and you have like a gun or you have like whatever. Or we could take, wouldn't that be wild if they said, hey, we're looking for writers, and we just go in there, we just take a bunch of Lucy, like, okay, there's so many ideas.
I think it'd be great. Yeah, like I think that'd be awesome too if they also like start building their own characters, or maybe even doing collaborations with some of the artists like Ron English or whatever the case, and they build characters. They assign writers to them too. I mean, this is something that could be grandiose, but it could be something that could help them to develop a more broader product, because his fear, and there are other people, like I think that Giancarlo guy who was like an NFT guy made a video about VV kind of early on, and he also alluded to the potential of the Netflix effect, to where Disney could branch off and do their own thing. I'm not saying I don't believe that that's going to be the case, but you never know. It could be a possibility. But I think everything under the sun's going to be under Vivi. But I mean, I don't think it'd hurt for them to start developing their own intellectual property as well.
I would, and that's why I was also really bullish on the VV logo, is because the first time they had put their IP on the blockchain, even though other stuff is going to be happening as well. I don't know. That was the first time. I'm super bullish on it. I want to get that, but yeah, I wonder if they come out with a character like you can buy VV, and he's like a dude, and I would buy the fudge out of him. If they said, hey, there's only 10,000 mints of this guy, how many would you buy?
I don't know. I mean, it depends on the price point and things like that. And I may buy. I'd probably go for it on the drop. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to analyze it.
I mean, it's. I guess you're gambling on Vivi at that point, but I would, if we think if Vivi does what we think they're gonna do, them having like their first official Vivi character, probably be really big. I'd probably bet a lot on that. Probably put like 10K into it.
Yeah, and I mean, and then from there, like they could really start building utility. It could be similar to like they'd essentially have like a mole in the VV world. So like you could use him as like a conduit for more utility. So like let's say you have the VV logo character, you can do like special types of burns for collectibles or whatever, to where I don't know, who knows, you could just start playing and start building all this crazy utility, where if you burn a collectible without the logo, without that character, you get a certain rewards, but if you have that character and you do a burn, then you get like a little additional something. Maybe get more master collector points, or maybe you do something like that. Like they could start really doing like crazy utility through their IP. They don't have to ask Disney for permission. They don't have to ask.
That's true.
Whoever, So like, I think it could be something very valuable for them to explore, and that's interesting. I haven't. When you brought that question up, it made me really tie in those conversations, and yeah, that could be something that could be very valuable for them.
If we get stuff, we get like MCP points or whatever for burning collectibles. I told people I'll never sell my alligator Lokis, but I will burn the fudge out of them. Like if you get me something for that, light 100 Lokis on fire. That'd be great.
Yeah, that'd be nuts.
Also, I've been calling you S4NJ1 for like a year, and now you finally tell me it's spelled Sanji.
I think it's based off of like an anime character or something like that.
Is that Bleak? I don't even know who that anime character is. There's so many amazing ones that I just don't know. I can't keep up with.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We'll see what happens. I mean, this year I'm hoping there's something big, at least this year, whether it's the OUP article or OUP being implemented, Master Collector, something starting. The Viviverse was still potential. Dan at TCon London said probably. They asked him, hey, is Viviverse still potential for this year? And he said probably. So I mean, I hope there's some type. All three, I mean, would be awesome. Like, I mean, that's kind of what they mentioned previously. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I mean, at least one something big, you know, MCP, OUP.
Yeah, OUP will be really big.
Yeah.
So there was one drop this week, or I guess two if you count the one of one that they did that ended yesterday or even today, and then obviously I had the Star Wars drop today.
And then they
But
have the Ultraman on Sunday.
oh, that's true, that's true. But next week, the week of Comic-Con, be a lot of stuff. Cannot
Are
wait.
they? Are they
They're
dropping
gonna have
shit
a
for
few
Comic
good.
Con?
They're gonna have a few good things for Comic-Con. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know that. I completely forgot my mind because I've been thinking of going to Comic Con. I haven't even been thinking about like the drops or anything.
Yeah, they're probably gonna have a few good ones. I can picture another Marvel Mighties. Because again, if they're at the Marvel booth and it's a con exclusive, it would make
Yeah,
sense.
yeah,
That.
that'd be sick.
Yeah. So I don't know what I'm gonna sell for that. I don't know what I'm gonna. Maybe I'll just put in extra money. I don't know. I'll see what happens. But this is not the 3-day stream. The 3-day stream is going to be, and I'll obviously get you on for it. It'll be the 20th of October till the 23rd. So that's the 3. They were doing a 69-hour stream.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that'll be pretty legit.
Insane.
I'm
Yeah.
at my friend Megan's place. She's like, "You're alive." I'm alive. She's got a bunny. So I was talking with Kyle Willson and Eva from University before about absolute degen things that we're gonna do when we we get like superstardom and we reach like a crazy level of success. I want to buy a tank. It's gonna be like $175,000, but I just want a tank. What about you? What are you gonna do that you absolutely don't need but you want?
Man, I don't have anything that I truly want. I mean, maybe property in different countries.
Yeah.
Like I'd like to have a place in Rome or oh yeah.
Yeah, get it, Sanji.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean maybe the property aspect, but yeah, I feel like there's nothing that I really like am like crazy want. I just want to be able to just fucking float around, do whatever the fuck I want. Like, okay, sick, I want to go to that oh thanks, brother. Yeah, man. If I want to go to like Europe for a month or 2 months, like I'm there and I'll decide, hey, well fuck it, let me stay for a couple more months. And then I'm like, okay, well let me go to like Iceland or something, like I could just that's kind of just what I want, the ability to just float around.
Yeah.
I don't really want to buy something because buying like something like that, like it kind of ties you down to a certain area somewhat.
Yeah. We don't need that.
You're gonna have to have a tank parking somewhere, but that's awesome. There was a guy in I want to say it was San Diego. It might have been San Diego where he like hijacked the tank and like was destroying the streets.
Oh,
Yeah.
I would need to have some type of protection, I guess, for it, right?
Maybe. No, I think he stole it. I want to say it was LA. I think it was California, LA or San Diego.
So I would need to have protection for it. God forbid someone tries to jump my barbed wire fences and steal my tank.
Yeah.
So that's a good point.
Protection against you too. Who knows, man? You might flip a wire and just start going fucking wild.
I shouldn't ask this. Well, let's pretend it's me. Let's say out of all the Veve influencers and the Veve people that are out there, any of them goes crazy. Let's say it's me. What do you think I do? Do I just burn all my collectibles? Do I just dump on everyone and just dump 150 million OMI? I don't have that much, 145.5. Do you think I buy a bunch to burn? Like buy a bunch of Burmacornos and burn them? Like, I don't know. What do you think I do? Evil Chavez.
You mean in like the Veve world?
I guess in any world, Evil Chavez. What does he do?
I could foresee you shaving your head like Britney Spears and then just ramming an umbrella into a car door. I can see you just mimicking the Britney Spears meltdown.
Do you think there'll be any of those Britney? Remember those super fans that were just like, "Leave her alone," and they were like crying as.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe. That's what I would foresee your meltdown would be. Very Britney-esque.
Oh, dude, that'd be so wild if that, what, like, could you imagine if I peaked already and like that's it, Chavez? There's gonna be no, like, you peaked at 8,000 subscribers. That's all.
Sheesh. Nah, man, you got a bright future, dude. There's gonna be yeah, it's awesome. Like all you guys, all you YouTube creators, like I'm so like excited for you guys in the coming. Because if Veve becomes what we believe it can become, that's just gonna follow along with your guys's accessibility,
Yeah.
Because yeah, I've been hearing with the bear market, like not as many people have been viewing like certain there's just content, Veve content. So on the vice versa, if Veve starts popping off again and starts becoming a household name, you guys are gonna be like pretty big.
I hope so. I hope so. That'd be that's the goal. I wonder how long until, like, I asked a buddy of mine that happens to have, condos with him. I was like, hey, do you think I could get him? I was like, no, absolutely zero chance. Like, oh damn, okay. Because I don't know who I would have to have on to like be considered like made it. I mean, if I already had David Yu on, but like, I mean, I've had Amar Singh on, I've had CEOs on. I like, when do you see like somebody's like made it as like a interviewer or a podcaster? Like, when do you think not like Joe Rogan status? That's like the person, but
are you just in the entire
like in general, like you ever watch Millennial Money? They're like the Sam Griffin and Andre Jick and
Meet Kevin and Andre Jick.
Yeah.
I've seen some of them. Yeah, I don't really keep up with it, but yeah, I see some of them. Yeah, I mean, and you have had Andre Jick on, right?
I have had him on, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's huge. That's kind of almost a made it moment,
He still owns,
even though they were
all of his OMI.
They were hella putting out fires on that one. Yeah, that was a crazy time, man. I thought it was very unfair, like how the Veve community kind of lashed at him.
Yeah.
I get both sides, but like, I mean, those are the type of people that we need in the community.
Yeah,
the type of people that really kind of push the needle, and if every time they come into the community and they just get burned super hard, it's gonna make them not want to mess with us no more, So I think there needs, but I mean, you can't control Twitter in any way, but like, yeah, we got to be more welcoming towards new people and new ideas,
Yeah.
At least not so harsh,
Sure. The Reese is already an NFT on Veve. It's Electra. David Yu is a NFT on Epico Regal. I have a golden David Yu. Have you played Epico Regal?
I downloaded it. I downloaded it when they first made the announcement, and it just wasn't for me. I love Hello K, and I met Venkatesh, I want to say his name is, in Decon London. He seemed like an awesome guy. Hello K is fucking awesome. I love that guy.
Yeah, they're great.
But then again, that was a long time ago. So I don't know if they've since made some updates and things like that. Maybe I'll give it another try again sometime.
Yeah. It's Sanji from One Piece. Gotcha. So yeah, they have a golden David Yu, which I got. So do you own Feesh? You own any Feesh?
No, I don't own any Feesh either. I'm Feesh.
Yeah, you gotta get some Feesh, man. Link down below to their I think to the Feesh's. Yeah, you can mint one there. He does airdrops. He literally dropped like 19 airdrops in September, like for Feesh holders, per Feesh.
Brock's cool too, man. Like Brock was in that that chat that I was telling you about, and he was talking about Feesh before they even launched and stuff, and yeah, I missed the boat. Like fuck, I probably should have got on like way back then, but yeah, Brock's a cool guy too. That guy's smart, very smart.
I'm very happy I'm so happy he's like chaotic good, like on our side.
Yeah,
he's a good
really
bro.
Smart guy, and obviously he's like he knows a lot of ins and outs of things because he's been there from like day one.
Yeah,
he was like one of the first users.
Yeah, that's how how he has a bunch of sub 100s on everything, because he's just
one of the first investors too. I think he invested when it was like ICO.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he has at least 1 billion, if not 2 billion, OMI.
He mentioned that on a stream before. Yeah. I mean,
Oh.
yeah, it's sick.
Sanjay says once I have Jim Cramer on, that we officially be famous.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, Reese was on. So Vivi Meister did a really good job. He unloaded a bunch of questions on Reese for like an hour, and then Fanny Carbonell came in, unloaded more questions on him. I was like, oh, this is great.
Dude, Vivi Dermeister, that guy is freaking awesome. I partied
Yeah.
with him, hung out with him in Decon London. That guy is like legit. That guy's legit.
Oh, how was that?
But that was one of the cool.
Oh, you never told us
partying
the
with
story
him.
of last night as well, where you like started off at a hotel and then you wound up just picking up your car like an hour ago.
Yeah, I mean it wasn't a crazy story. So, but so there's this local restaurant that's starting to get like nationwide notoriety. They were just in the New York Times, I guess, and like top 50 restaurants in the United States. So
Oh, shit.
sick. Like it's not far from my house. So I was like, it's been on my list. So I just went over there. I was gonna get something to go, and just whatever, just kick it at the house. But I ended up there like, oh, it'll take long for it to go. You could get it faster at the bar. So like, okay, cool. So I just go to the bar, and then I mean their food is like freaking awesome, and then their cocktail menu is just like insane, like crazy cocktails. So I was like, all right, well I'm gonna get one for sure. And then I start talking to this girl that's next to me that's doing like a cross country like trip.
Oh, whoa.
Get another cocktail, and then I have 3 of them, and then I'm like, shit, like I don't drink and drive anymore. So I'm like, fuck, well I'm gonna have to leave my car here. And then so I Ubered back home, and then I have a bar over here. I don't know if you could like see it. You can't really.
It's amazing.
I have quite a bit of like cocktails and stuff here, so like I'll make my own drinks and shit.
Oh, looks so good. I can't wait.
I was
And
already buzzed out, so I was like, well, shit, fuck it, may as well keep it going. So I just started making some cocktails, and then went to bed.
Should have told me we would have streamed. Would have streamed with you being buzzed. That would have been great.
Oh shit! Yeah, shit, I didn't even think about it. Yeah, and yeah, I went to sleep at like 5, 6 in the morning. Cool. And then I woke up. Yeah, I woke up at like 12 and went and picked up my car, and then now I'm here.
So there's been a couple of things. So you were talking to a girl. When are you gonna get the official Mrs. Wet Wizard Veve? Are we gonna see an official Wet Wizard Mrs. Wet Wizard Veve, or a lady friend of yours anytime soon? Because they've been asking me for months since I broke up with Danielle. I was like,
huh?
They've been asking me for months. Like I remember being even they didn't even wait. Like I remember it was at San Diego Comic-Con. And I was just asking this girl for directions. And I go to the comments like 10 minutes later, like, oh, was that the Mrs. Randy Chavez? Like, guys, I was asking where the bathroom was.
Oh, I think I remember seeing that.
That was fun.
Yes, yeah, and I just Tags is back. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of just living the single life, just enjoying. I'm very nomadic right now, so I'm very kind of like spontaneous. I'm kind of all over the place right now. So, yeah, I don't know. I got a kind of a high speed life, so I don't know. We'll see.
So, girls got to keep up with that high speed life. Need to have that big life energy.
As of right now, I'm pretty active in the world, but yeah, I mean, definitely. I have girls that are friends I talk to, but nothing like serious and stuff.
Yeah, so. Really. So moving it back to the crypto side, because buying zones for crypto. To be honest, like I'll tell my friends, my whales, like, hey, now's a really good time to buy. I mean, can it get down to 0.0010? Sure. How much more money are you gonna save or get if you buy it there or buy it here? Yeah, it's a decent amount, but it's I mean, we were at 0.008 when we were, I don't know what, like even before Disney Golden Moments. So the next bull run's gonna be wild. Feesh is really good. I think God's Entry was a little. I think it was again. This is me being like super moon boy, or not even moon boyish. I think with the right FOMO, and I think we get to like 30 to 50 cents, like 25, 26. I don't think that's outside the realm of possibility.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible for sure. Like, there's a lot of things that have to go in place. Like, I mean, there's just tons of catalysts that could potentially come about for Veve. And, basically the metaverse and NFTs have to be hugely mainstream, which I think Meta is going to be a big part of that, as well as Veve. And the AR glasses being launched. I think once AR glasses are launched and people could use NFTs with AR glasses and mixed reality, like there's going to be a mad dash to get NFTs. The one concern that I have though is, are Veve going to be the best ones? So yeah, I see that we have the IP and things like that, but there's tons of artists out there that are not like even like well-known artists like the Ron Englishes of the world and things like that. There are other artists that are very talented that may be producing some really exceptional, really in-depth, interactive types of NFTs. So one of the things, I actually had this conversation with that girl that I was talking to yesterday. Yeah. And I've mentioned, I think I may have mentioned this before on a stream, but like, in sci-fi movies where they'll have the future advanced technology, the guy, and he's like, and he's in a room and he like has a hologram of Earth and he's like, moving it, or the galaxy, and he's like moving the galaxy around and he clicks on a planet and then it pops up all the information of that planet, the resources that are on the land. Oh shit.
KFC. Yo.
What's up, Kay?
Hey.
Dude, wow. That's great guy to join for this.
With what the KFC.
Bro, I'm so hungry. I'm gonna eat it. Damn, that looks good.
Yeah, I could make a sandwich now as well. But
rain to the KFC.
But yeah, this would be great to get Kay's input on. So basically, like,
he's got a piece of chicken. Someone screenshot that right now. Kay with a piece of chicken in his mouth. Screenshot it. I'm sure we got it. We're good. We're good.
It's recorded anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
But like the so yeah, like in sci-fi, there's a guy that is in his hologram of the entire Earth or the entire galaxy, and he's just going through different planets and he's clicking on them, and it gives you all the information of that planet, the minerals, maybe the inhabitants that are there, and he's just all like holographic in front of him. I believe that is going to be, those are going to be NFTs, and we're going to reach that holographic technology through the AR glasses.
Oh, that'd be really cool.
I believe they're going to be artists. They're going to be creating NFTs that is like of Earth, and it's going to be all crazy. You're going to be able to interact with it in your living room through AR glasses. And I believe that's going to be the scale of potential competition that's going to be out there, along with, whatever Veve's putting out. And there's just going to be, it's just so limitless, and there's just going to be some insane NFT content that's out there. So
I mean, you're going to see a little bit of that with the Patrick Hughes. Like he's got the whatever the paintings were. I forget what they were. They're coming up with another. They're going to have another drop soon. But that dude is not young. He's like 80 something years old. Probably not going to be around in 20 years from now. Dare I say, I feel like a lot of his stuff that are the first NFT artworks, and especially of an NFT artwork of somebody that has died, I don't think has happened yet. Like we don't have any one whose artwork where they made it and then they are now deceased. Do we have that? As if we did, we'd buy that up right now.
Darwin Cook on Veve.
Wait, who?
Darwin Cook, the Batman guy.
Did he die?
So basically, there was a big thing on Veve about this, right? So what happened was, for one of the, I think it was Batman Black and White Series 3, maybe maybe 2 or 3. They released the Darwin Cook Batman. It's the kind of like really retro looking one, if you look on Veve. And basically, he died, but his widow, she is like super against NFTs, and she asked or like demanded, I don't know, that they never ever do NFTs of his work again. So at the time, a lot of people were buying Darwin Cook Batmans off of like the speculation that this is going to be like the only Darwin Cook NFT that we ever see. And then that's basically how it kind of played out. And then, as usual, with people who have short memories, they kind of forgot about it, and now the prices come back down. But that was speculation at the time that they're never going to do any more Darwin Cook NFTs. So the one on Veve is like the one to get because
I don't really know who he is, but they're literally $17 right now. That's probably a pretty good buying point.
Yeah, and people were buying those at the time for like 100 plus.
And the list price was at 40, so they're well below retail. And there's only 57 of them right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the only Darwin Cook NFTs we're ever going to have, I guess. Unless
who knows?
Changes her mind.
Unfortunately, I don't know if, and this is kind of shitty to say, and that's very hate to hear that. Like, rest in peace to him and their family. But who knows if she can call shots like that, because I know from what I've heard, a lot of the artists, like there's artists, like I was talking to Sean from Comics and Crypto when we were at San Diego Comic-Con, and you're saying like a lot of these artists, like they don't even have access to their characters anymore. Like Marvel owns their characters completely, and like DC owns their characters completely, and like they don't even get paid for things, or they don't even know things happen. Like I guess there's a big controversy about that, and well, like that's been going on. So who knows if she has the power to make those types of decisions? I mean, in good faith, I would think DC would, and maybe Veve would operate and respect her wishes. But who knows if they have she has that type of authority. But I mean, it's just to kind of counterbalance it. Unfortunately, the corporate world, as we know, is.
That is something I wanted to get your guys' opinion on. I don't know if I've touched on it with Wet Wizard yet, but okay. So a lot of people were talking about, well, let's just say like Winnie the Pooh. That'd really be something that Disney would probably want to keep, but that domain name they kind of let split because then now they're making Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey. It's a horror film where Winnie the Pooh is just jacking up people in 100 Days Woods. It's going to be awesome. Can't wait. But are they going to let that happen with Steamboat Willie? Because that domain, I think, in like the next 2 years. Talk on that. I have to go to the bathroom, but I promise I'm listening from my phone.
Yeah. I know that there's ways for them to just extend the time that is, extend how long they keep that domain for. I think they'll just extend it somehow. Because I think the same thing was supposed to happen with Mickey Mouse, and they extended it.
Yeah, like, I mean, that'd be nuts if Disney and Steamboat Willie becomes like free. I would imagine they would do anything and everything to make that not go into public domain if possible. I'm surprised that Winnie the Pooh hit public domain, because what is that, like one of the like top 10 best-selling brands of all time? Like I'm kind of surprised that was able to go. So I'm not. Their hands may be tied. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I think
that's interesting.
I think so. Yeah, just back on that topic of artists and not having access to the work. I think you're right. Because I spoke a lot about this topic with other people, and it was always really interesting, right? Because like, as like an engineer, like if I work for my company and I write them some code, like I don't know, like so some payment gateway, like that belongs to them. Like I never expect to get paid ever again for like the money they make off that. But it's really interesting. Like for artists, it's essentially the same deal. Like they're creating work licensed whilst being contracted under these big brands like Marvel and DC. So although they're the ones who physically created it, they created it for Marvel or DC or whoever. So I get that it actually does belong to the ultimate IP holder. So I always said that, NFTs and like the whole concept of like giving royalties to the artist, like I think that's great. But whenever people get into this concept of like, oh, I love NFTs because they reward the artist constantly, it's like the artist can still be rewarded constantly without the need for NFTs. It's more of a licensing thing and a contract thing rather than a technical thing, because that's the contractual agreement they went into. It's like, I will create this character for you, you pay me X amount of money, and there shouldn't really be a need to constantly reward them, regardless of how popular that character becomes.
So Hello K, how much to like buy the Hello K brand? And okay, Hello K is just Veve has exclusive rights to your face, to your person, to that character. Like how much to sell it? How much?
I mean, that would kind of make me famous as well. So I guess there's a perk there. I don't know. I never thought about that. I mean, I'd be open if they were to give me an offer, to be honest.
Oh, I'd sell out so easy. You want the real Randy Chavez, guys? But then I think I would have to probably abide by their rules and they say, hey, you can only stream about these things. No more streams on Lucy. I'd be like, what? And I feel like where a lot of guys come from.
Who's Lucy? What is that? I've seen you say that.
Oh, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds?
I know the song.
Do you know?
Oh, okay. Like a tab?
Yeah. Like a couple tabs a day.
I wasn't sure. I was like, who the hell is Lucy? Like,
so I dated a girl named Lucy once, and I shouldn't even say that. We did have a couple days, but it was more of she was like a villain. Like she was a Randy Chavez villain. If I had a comic book, that was a bad time in New Jersey. But yeah, I would say I don't know if they want to give me like I don't know, $500,000 for the real Randy Chavez, and then keep me on board, and I'll sure man. I'll keep making content for y'all. $500,000 right now. Put half of that into OMI.
It's going to be so cool, right? Like all three of us are going to be going to Disneyland on Thursday in LA.
Nice, yeah.
Oh, that's going to be so
Thursday.
Cool.
Yeah. I'm so excited for LA Decon. Like, hey, bro, I'm stoked that you're going. Okay, like I'm so stoked that you're going.
I know. I didn't. I was on the fence about it, but then I looked at the ticket prices. I'm like, ticket prices are reasonable. And my friend, he's coming as well. And then our other friend, John, the one that Taps met, he's the engineer who's working on Amazon's top secret project. And so we're all going to meet up, and then afterwards we're all going to go Anaheim on the Wednesday night, and then Thursday it's going to be like, let's go Disneyland, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday it's going to be like decon stuff. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Did you guys find your place already?
I was actually going to ask you about this actually. So on the 12th of November to like 16th, so like the first week, like I'm chilling with my friend, like we've got a hotel booked and everything. And then our other friend, he's going to be flying down. And so then there'll be three of us, right? And
wait, from the 12th to the 16th, that's not the decon weekend, right?
Yeah, that's just me chilling in
LA. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So from the 16th till like the 21st or whatever, that Monday, just after the Sunday of the decon, basically we have a hotel booked and it's for 2 people. And I'm waiting to see if I can book another one of 2 people. But the person I'm going to be sharing with is one of the guys that works with Venkatesh. So he is in India, and it's actually really difficult to get a visa from India to the US. And so, because he came to London Decon, he was the other guy that was at the Epico booth, but he's just still not confirmed. So basically, if he doesn't turn up, then there'll be 3 of us, and then I would just give the hotel room to the other 2 guys because they know each other. It'd be weird for them to stay with someone who they don't know. And then I would be on my own. So then I was going to be like, okay, so if the guy doesn't get his visa and I'm on my own, I would either want to stay like as a free with Randy and Taps, but then the hotel rooms obviously is kind of, they don't really do very many like 3-person kind of rooms. And then I was going to be like, okay, so who else?
Me and Taps can cuddle. Me and Taps could be on the same bed.
Oh, I mean, if you guys don't mind, I mean, I don't mind staying in the same bed with one of you guys as well. The beds are quite big.
So I don't know if you guys met his partner, but like we met one time like off stream, and she's like, "I'm on to you, Randy. I know what you're trying to do," and I was like, "You're goddamn right. I'm trying to steal Taps away."
I mean,
she's awesome. She was at London Decon. She's so cool.
Oh, yeah, she's so chill. Yeah, she's so awesome. But yeah, she's I feel like she's a little sus with me because like I'm always trying to room with Taps.
I mean, I just needed like an emergency like group. So either
you can
guys or Randy or Taps just as like a backup, because I don't know if the guy's visa is going to come in time because the US seems to be quite difficult to get into right now.
100%, bro. Just let us know. Myself or Dino or just let me know, and then I'll get that all. We get that all set up for you if you need it for sure. 100%.
Oh, nice. Okay, that's good. I got the backup then.
Oh,
Yeah.
what was you guys have the house, right? That you're getting?
Yeah, we have
it's
a
like
house
an
that has like
Airbnb
a
house.
outside, like a jacuzzi. I think it has like a ping pong table. It's gonna be a bunch of YouTubers. So me, Dino, I think Rob stuff,
Have you
my
guys
collectibles.
seen have you guys heard of that website called Ease in LA?
What's these? No, I don't know.
Have you not heard of it?
You're
Let me-
cutting out. I can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me?
I don't know. But
Oh,
I don't know what
Randy.
ease is.
Okay. Let me try and share my screen because this is interesting. I was like, oh, this is really cool. Okay, hold on. All right. Ease.
I got him.
Okay, it's on Blackpink right now. Let me. It's loading the screen. One sec.
Oh, sick! You could do that. You should show the big red button after this. The big red button entertainment tapestry video.
Oh,
that's
isn't that
cool.
the gaming company?
Yeah.
There's, I love how you have to do this.
look, this is like my Veve skills right there. Oh yeah, so look at this, right? Like, so what they do is they deliver to you within an hour, and I was like looking at their products because all of this stuff is legal in LA, right? So they do like,
Oh, we have that with Drizzle.
What is
They-
it?
they
I
do like
can't.
these,
I can't
like-
even see it.
I was like, what the hell? Cookies and cream, like chocolate bars and like,
Oh, is it Kush? Like, is it for weed?
yeah, like they do like
Oh,
all
okay.
these. They do like the drinks and stuff as well. Like, let me see.
Well, we have that for Drizzle. What Wizard? Do you have them?
No.
Yeah,
Drizzle,
look at
you
this.
could-
So it's like $6 for like the drinks.
Hmm.
They've got mango.
Are those like CBD drinks
raspberry.
or something?
I've never tried these. I was like, oh, it's they just do literally like there's loads of dispensaries and they have this app called Ease, and basically it's like the one that everyone seems to use. And so you order like from there, and it's literally shows up to wherever you want in like an hour, and it's
Ooh.
like loads of products.
That's a really
Oh,
good
yeah.
time.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, have them.
Look at that. They got the gummies as well.
Dang, you trying to get turned, huh? There you go. I like it.
Hello K is like, yeah, you're gonna need to go and set this up, set up with an account, like $1,000. Then go have fun.
Yeah, look at that. $30 of your first order. Let's go.
Yeah, you'll be able to if that's you're trying to get some of that over in LA, you'll for sure be able to. They'll have like crazy deals over there. I'm
They'll
sure.
have trucks out. Yeah,
Don't
they'll
really
be
smoke anymore, but yeah, there's a crazy dispensaries everywhere over there.
It's
First
so
time
wild.
I mean,
You'll
okay, so this is an interesting fact. I've never actually tried the gummies before, and I've only had edibles 2 times in my life.
I hate edibles, bro.
Only
I will
twice.
not do edibles. I can't stand.
I really want to see Hello K drunk. Hey K, do you drink?
Yeah. I mean, I was like last time when Wet Wizard and Taps and I like went out on that Friday. Like,
You got lit?
we definitely had quite a bit, but
Because these guys go
like,
hard.
Okay.
Wet Wizard and Taps can go hard.
K was keeping up real sick. Hell yeah,
Nice.
K was our K was our third, Randy. So you got replaced with K in London.
I got replaced so easily.
That's gonna be sick that we're all gonna be there in LA.
That's gonna be nuts.
Like, throw on that big red button tapestry
big red
video.
Yeah, the tapestry one.
Because I believe we were talking about this earlier and I mentioned it before. It's on YouTube.
YouTube?
Yeah, it's on
Yeah.
YouTube. You just big red button tapestry.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I also don't know if I think they're too small to be building the Viviverse. I feel like if we have another company building it, it's probably going to be a bigger company.
So yeah, you can make it big.
Let me
And take off the sound. I'm gonna get to. Oh, I don't know if the sound will really matter. Will the sound matter? Can you mute it just in case? Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to. Okay, there we go. Gracias.
He said mute it because he might get.
Oh, mute your screen. But I mean, just
my
mute
mic.
the video.
Mute the
just
video.
'cause-
'Cause of
yeah,
music.
just cut the music or
Oh,
have
okay.
the sound down to 0 for the YouTube video.
There you
Because
go.
that'll.
Oh wait, cut out the sound on the YouTube video or from my mic.
From the YouTube video, because it's gonna get demonetized.
Oh yes. Okay, yeah, true. Yeah,
Yeah. All right. You get.
there you go.
Yeah. I mean, when we're talking about thoughts on who could build the Viviverse, is this what you think it might look like? Is this, or do you? I mean, this looks cool, and I could picture stuff like that happening with AR, but I just feel like I'd want it with a bigger company.
Ooh, you like that?
I do like it.
So they've already mentioned they confirmed, and they did an article in 2018. They also I asked him at London Econ. They said they're still working with Big Red Button Entertainment for their 3D modeling. So I don't know what that means.
Oh, so basically they work with like different studios. So they're still working with Wolf Street Studios as well for their 3D modeling as like one of their partners. Big Red Button does like some of their 3D modeling as well. And then they had like some of the studios that Trevor helped set up, and then like some of like are in Ukraine and some other places.
Wolf Street Studios be doing lots of stuff lately. I love them.
Yeah, they've got like I think 1.7 million OMI now in the prize pool for people in Epico. Probably hit 2 million soon.
WSS for the win. Wink, wink. All right. Anyway, yeah. So when talking about stuff like this, is this what you would envision the Viviverse to be like? You know, coming from a developer, from a software engineer, where you
I
at?
would say so. This is clearly from what I saw on the model, like it's clearly mobile based, right? But the Viviverse is supposed to be desktop based. So I would imagine it's much more kind of detailed because the problem with mobile, as Trevor and other people always talk about, is you have a limitation with what you can do in terms of like, you know, the rendering. So I would imagine the Viviverse would be higher quality, but from the AMA that they did in London, it sounds like what they've done is they've got like a lot of the back end done, but they haven't done much of the content. And the content itself is actually easier to do because with that, you just need like mainly 3D artists to kind of create the models. And then those models will basically interact with your backend scripts. So as long as you've got like a solid backend ready, you can use like dummy assets in the meantime, like, you know, like 3D kind of throwaway assets, and then replace those assets with the actual real assets, which is, you know, what they've done in Veve. Like they had like these old kind of crappy looking assets, and then they make sure it works, and then they'll replace it with the real asset. Yeah, so it sounds like they've done a lot of the hard work. We just kind of have to wait for the you know, open beta or closed beta, I guess.
So this is a question that I want to bring back up again, if it's okay, Andy. I don't know if you have something to say. I asked this question with Pags, and you may have a bit more insight based off of your skill set. Okay. So this is a question that I really wanted to get asked for Reese. I know he's been hopping around a lot, which is awesome. That's so awesome. But, so as you were mentioning, like when we were talking, or Veve had mentioned that their envisionment eventually is like a Ready Player One type of metaverse experience. And you know, for that, basically the NFTs themselves are going to be like avatars, you know, that you could run around with and play with.
Yeah.
And Trevor mentioned the how basically the way that the NFTs were at the point where he was still an employee were constructed. They didn't have skeletons.
A rig.
Yeah, so within the NFTs, so that it would be difficult because they didn't have skeletons. And my question to Reese would be, okay, well, if the Ready Player One type of experience is still kind of the envisionment, why didn't you guys at that point of understanding that skeletons are needed? Why at that point did you make the change and start putting skeletal figures in all the NFTs? So that way you'd only have those ones prior that you just have to remaster instead of your entire catalog. You know, why at that point of learning that didn't you make that change? And Randy brought up the point, like, I'm not fully certain. They may have made that change, but to my knowledge, they didn't. I think Reese spoke to it. But at that you figured that out. Why wouldn't you make that change to have a skeletal on every NFT if that's truly your envisionment?
Yeah, so he's right. So when you rig an asset, right? So that's basically giving a skeleton. So the easiest way I can kind of explain it is kind of like, let's see. Okay, I haven't got an example here, but basically, it's kind of like the structure, right? That you can bend, and then all the 3D kind of like 3D stuff kind of sits on top of the skeleton, right? So what you can do is you can add a skeleton on top of it, but it doesn't look very good. Like the animation will look kind of a little bit janky, but you can do that. But I don't think that's what they would want to do for most of these assets. If it's a very basic asset, like I'll give you an example, right? Ripmo, because that's a very basic asset, they were able to add the skeleton after it was made. The Adventure Time stuff, like a lot of that stuff is very basic looking. Powerpuff Girls, very basic stuff. They can actually just add a very simple skeleton, a rig, and then animate it. So that's not a problem. And a lot of these early assets, they were very simple. Like Powerpuff Girls, you know, the Donnie would be very easy to animate. I don't know what else. The Batmans, I think those ones would be the trickier ones. So I think they would have to probably completely redo those ones. I don't think it's going to be that difficult.
Do you think? Oh, I'm sorry, whoever had it.
Oh yeah, so basically, yeah, you can retrospectively add them. Now, moving forwards, people did ask Trevor, "Oh, why do the Marvel Mighties have like eyes and teeth and all that stuff?" And Trevor said they did it this way because they were told to do it that way, because if they were to gamify it, it's already been rigged and got everything. So that wasn't like really a confirmation that they were going to gamify it. But if they did choose to, the fact that they have thought about building the asset in a way which allows it to be upgraded, they don't have to go and completely redo the asset. They can, you know, just do it.
Okay. And just another follow-up question. Do you think that's the route that they would go, or do you think they would create new types of like characters that basically the NFT itself will give you access to that character? Like, let's say they just create a new Thor, and if you have the Thor NFT, you'll be able to just use that new Thor character to give you access to it.
Yeah, I think in most cases that's what they're going to have to do. I think if they were to go back and retrospectively like optimize a lot of these assets, the NFT will point to the optimized version of the asset rather than the specific Veve one, just for the sake of like, you know, better integration in the Veve verse, or, you know, the optimized one is just better for like animation and walking around, because having it as an avatar is not crazy difficult, right? Like if I was to give you a simplified example, if you have ever played VR chat, you can basically upload your own avatar, and when you do that, it automatically rigs the 3D model for you. So you don't need a rigged one. It basically lays a skeleton on it, and then you can walk around. That's why I love the VR chat avatars. They look kind of funny when they walk, because the skeleton doesn't like perfectly overlay. Like you can resize it and stuff and kind of get it close, but it's never going to be as good as if you had done it yourself from scratch. And so, yeah, like a lot of these assets, they will have to optimize, but basically all they really need to do is you have like your character controller that's got like a skeleton. You have the asset kind of, you can either overlay it or you can create one from scratch. Best to probably create one from scratch for a good experience. And then you just basically control that as your kind of first person controller. And that's a very basic thing in gaming, like just to create a first person controller character. And then they would basically most likely use something called Photon. And Photon is the engine for multiplayer experiences. So Sandbox uses that. VR Chat actually uses that as well, Photon, something I've used. And it's built for Unity. And that's what the Veveverse is looking like it's going to be built with, is Unity. So that makes sense for them. And yeah, they just have to kind of build up on that. Like a lot of the technology exists for doing this. Even the wearable stuff, like a lot of it now exists. It's just about translating what they have into these kind of alternate platforms, because like wearables, right? Like the MetaQuest, that's got full pass-through, and the MetaQuest runs on Android. And the fact that Veve already runs on Android, it wouldn't be like a crazy difficult task to make the showroom run on like the MetaQuest, because it's designed to be ran on Android devices. They would just need to kind of, remap the controls to the Oculus controls, and maybe just create a way where it can be played on the Oculus Quest. So maybe like a companion app to Veve, like the Veve Quest app, where you can log in and the only thing you can do in it is walk around in showrooms, but you can still like log in with your normal account details, something like that.
Spatial is probably one of my favorite things right now. Like Spatial is so, just to see other people doing absolutely crazy stuff, like Kermit the Frog on a skateboard and somebody else is like pole dancing above you. And Arn Bagley says, have you heard the new VR game Bone Labs?
Bone Labs.
Oh yeah, my bro told me about it. It's a game.
I gotta get that.
It looks sick.
Yeah.
Do you think Veve will make the NFTs like avatars and stuff?
That's one of the easier things to do. So yeah, I think they will. Yeah.
Wow, that's so awesome.
Sorry, go ahead.
Like, there's some stuff that people ask or suggest, and I'm thinking in my mind, from a technical perspective, it's very, very difficult what you're asking. But a lot of stuff that people think is hard, it's actually very, very feasible. Like, it's not crazy in terms of like technical, like from a technical requirement. Like making something into an avatar is very, very, like they could do it right now on the Veve app because they've already got a first-person controller, which is you when you're walking in your showrooms. That's the controller, right? What they would need to do is basically replace that, or not even replace, like add on the avatar, and that is what you control now, and that's where your camera kind of sees through. If I was to like overly simplify it, and that isn't a crazy difficult thing to do. It's like a very common thing to do in Unity.
I have a follow-up question to that as well, and just to get both your guys' perspective on this. So, okay, let's say that do you believe that maybe they will only make certain collectibles like avatars? So let's say, for example, like the Captain America, the normal Captain America one, how they have the common, uncommon, whatever, and it's the ultra rare and the secret rare are animated. Do you think they will have a difference to where you have to own the ultra rare or the secret rare in order to basically be able to walk around as an avatar? Or do you believe that all of them will be able to be avatars? And at that point, if that is the case, don't you believe that it could dilute the value of the secret rare and ultra rare? Because if you could buy the $20 common and it does the exact same thing as the secret rare, why would you spend the money on the secret rare when you just buy the common?
Yeah.
Like,
So
what are your guys' thoughts on that?
I agree. Like, I think they're probably only gonna make this maybe only the ultra rare and the secret rare, maybe only those two because they are already animated. I think they'll stick to making the animated ones the wearable avatars, and the commons would just be as kind of non-avatar locking ones. Yeah. So I think it's only going to be for select NFTs, like because there is some work required in converting an NFT into an avatar. Maybe if it's already rigged, it's not as hard. But if it's not rigged, they have to kind of redo a lot of the asset. And I don't think they're going to do that for it just doesn't make sense to do every single asset. I mean, it really doesn't make sense to do every single asset. Like, imagine having your avatar as the Givenchy poster. Like, who the hell is going to walk around as a Givenchy poster? Like, it doesn't make sense to do like very specific characters. It makes sense to turn those into avatars. So I think, mostly Marvel stuff, I reckon. Mostly Marvel stuff.
So do you think the ones that are like currently right now that are interactive are the ones that have like the best shot to translate?
Yeah, because those are already rigged. So the fact that they're already rigged. Okay, so
007 flyer, baby. Let's go.
Get it.
So there was a glitch on the app, right? Someone posted a video of it, and basically, when you create an animated character in 3D, what you do first is you create something known as like a T pose of the character, right? And you've probably seen it if you've ever seen like any kind of 3D file where you've got like a character and they're basically standing there like with their arms in like a T, like Jesus.
Yeah.
So basically, that's like the default pose, and then with that pose, what you do is you then create like animation. So you like turn the arms in, and then you record like the frames, and then you do something called tweening, where you basically kind of create like a transition where the animation kind of completes and goes back to like the initial pose. So sometimes it looks a bit weird, like the Jurassic Park T-Rex. If you notice, like when it roars, one of its feet kind of like slides forward, and it looks really unnatural. That's like a problem with the tweening. They can like kind of fix it, but it's like one of those really small details that most people would miss. And so, yeah, the Boba Fett, there was a glitch in the app where, for some reason, the asset, rather than doing the kind of animated like beep 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 thing with his arm, like someone loaded him and he was stuck in the T pose. So it looked like Jesus Boba Fett. And I think that's just because somewhere in the frame they forgot to
Can you do that again?
It was like this, yeah, like Boba Fett just standing there like this, and then someone was like, "What's wrong with my Boba Fett?" Yeah, I spoke to Trevor about it, and he reckoned that in one of the frames they had the T pose, and they forgot to like delete it or something, and it like pops up like right at the start when you load up the asset. But for them, I think it like got stuck on that very first frame, so they basically had like Jesus Boba Fett in their vault, and so that to me shows that a character, an asset like Boba Fett, can 100% be turned into an avatar if they so choose, because of the fact that it's fully rigged.
I've not been keeping up with the comments. I apologize. I was making a sandwich. I was. Do you think there's other? I guess I'll answer what was the question. I mean, not that we really need to. Like, there's always going to be a niche for, even if it weren't what Kay said, even if it was just whatever. There's still going to be people like, okay, there's first on blockchain, there's whatever. Like, I have the stamp collections for the Chinese Zodiac, not because I think they're going to moon, but I just happen to like that because I like the Chinese Zodiac. I like those things. I'm pretty big into that particular culture. So that there's always going to be. It might obviously take a lot longer to go stonks, but it will. Just I think people at that point will just like it for what it is. But again, then what Kay said, I'm not worried. I'm not worried about that. Okay, just knows his stuff. Yeah, me trying to explain stuff is not. I can't do it as succinctly or as you can.
Super smart. The conversations we had in London, like I was like, God, this guy's like knows his shit for sure.
Oh, thanks.
Shout out to Orange Bag Lady too. Your mom killed it DJing there. I've never met you or talked to you. Your mom is like so awesome DJing.
Yeah, I thought because Dan Crovers, I thought he was trolling, right? He was talking to her and he was calling her OBO clone, and I was like, OBO clone, like that sounds a bit funny because I was like, oh, she does actually look like OBO, like she's got the same hair. But then someone was like, oh, that's actually her mom, and I was like, you're trolling, like.
Oh, I can't believe I missed meeting OBO. Oh man, I will not go to Dragon Con next year. I'll strictly just go to DCon to meet everyone. I might just do a European tour as well, in general.
I think now's a good time. Yeah. The dollar is like obliterating the US currencies. Like, we had the worst GBP USD exchange rate in all of history this week. Like, literally since the USD GBP exchange rate was established, this week was the worst it's ever been, like ever.
Wow.
Like, man. It was like a combination of like everything that could have gone wrong in the UK. It all happened on like one day. And this is also right before the US, like a lot of these banks and like, forecasters, they officially announced the US is going to go into a deep recession, regardless of like, whatever the government was saying, like, oh no, everything's fine, no recession. Like, we everyone kind of knows now. So it was literally the US when it's at like the peak of right before everything started tumbling down, and UK when all the FUD like hit in one go. So the gap between GBP and USD was like the biggest it's ever been. And it was nearly 1-to-1 USD to GBP, which is crazy because during decon, it was like $1, no, 1 GBP would get you like $1.3 or something like that. So it's like 30% down.
So I wonder if there's like if there's currency plays that can be made. Like, I wonder if you put like enough money, and let's say the rupee, like, because rupees, I'm pretty sure overextended right now because they have an entire war to fight in Ukraine and there's nobody like on their side. I wonder if they have to devalue their currency, and if you short them like a mother flapper, I wonder how much money it would take, to do that.
You know what's funny, right? Is I think I mentioned it to you. Is I was actually in profit with OMI because not because of OMI's price going up. It was because I've obviously bought OMI with GBP, right? And so OMI is denominated as US dollars. And so because the GBP rate went down so much, like the past month and a bit, that the amount of GBP I would get back if I was to sell my OMI is more than what I've put in. But it's not because of the OMI price, because GBP has gone down so much.
Yeah.
I was like, man. And my girlfriend, all of her assets, like all of her net worth is in Tesla stock. So that's USD denominated as well.
Nice.
And so she's actually better off now because of the exchange rate going down so much. But obviously,
What did they announce today?
Everything else is devalued.
Because today was AI day. I haven't, obviously I've been here for 7 hours, but what did they announce?
Oh, for Tesla.
Yeah, because there's AI day today.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't follow actually.
Rush to the Google. Rush to the Google. Rush to the Twitter. What did Elon Musk tweet today?
Let's see. Tesla AI Day.
Musk Daddy, I love you.
Oh yes.
So there was a webcast.
Humanoid Optimus. What the hell? Hold on. Can you share my screen?
Oh yeah. Okay. So it starts at 6:15 p.m. California time. So I guess it doesn't start for a little while.
But look at this. Elon Musk to showcase humanoid Optimus robot at Tesla AI Day.
Yeah.
They've literally gone out and built a robot human.
Yeah, that's what's probably going to be driving the cars, like, or an AI version of that will be driving the Teslas in the future.
Damn.
Yeah.
So Elon Musk has been very vocal about his fears and like thoughts and dangers of AI.
Yeah.
Why is he building a robot?
It's better to merge with the technology than to not, and that's why he's doing that. I think the sole reason why he's doing Neuralink, yeah, he could guise it under the fact that we could give, we could previously make somebody that was paralyzed, we could have them walk again. But I'm almost 100% sure it's because he thinks that is the best way for us to integrate with technology, as opposed to them controlling us. You can't beat them. You're gonna have to join them some way.
This is cool.
So obviously more on that at 6:15 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That'll be 9:15. All they have to do is stream another hour and a half, and then I'll be able to cover it live.
Oh damn! You've been going for like nearly 8 hours.
Yeah, 7:40 for right now. I mean, I took some Lucy this morning. I took some more a few hours ago. So here all day. I've had a bunch of people on since I streamed, I think, for the first hour by myself. Eva came in, Kyle Willson came in. Then we had Wet Wizard and Pags. God's Entry came in for a little bit. You've been here twice now. I'll get other peeps going in at some point as well. But
where's Taps? When Taps?
Yeah, we gotta get my boy in here. I don't know. We'll get him.
Give David you a message. See if he pops up again.
No, no. I felt so bad last time where David was like, "Yeah, legal texted me, let me know you were doing this." Like, no, I didn't mean for that to happen.
What's up with Venkatesh?
Oh yeah, he messaged me earlier. Actually, it's probably late. Actually, actually, he was in Taiwan. He was at not Taiwan, sorry, Singapore recently. He went to the coin thing that Robbie from Immutable X went to. Kieran from Illuvium, they went there as well. It was some big kind of blockchain event. I mean, they've always got them in Singapore going on right now. But yeah, like who was it? It was Kirk. He sent me a video of like Robbie from IMX like speaking on this panel, which is a shame. I would have loved to have gone to that one, because the one that I went to back in July, Robbie, Kieran, or like some of these like really like kind of interesting project guys, like they weren't at that one. They were at this one that just happened. But yeah, NFT NYC and NFT London. I need to see who's attending that, because I know there was some projects that I was looking at before that should be there, because it's the same people that organize NFT NYC at this one.
So I don't get it, right?
I was not really impressed at NFT NYC. Like a lot of the people,
A lot of people said that. They were like, it's a cash grab event. That's what I heard.
So for me, it wasn't even a cash grab, although it kind of was, but not really. There's a lot of people that had said, "Hey, we have like a million, maybe $2 or $3 million in funding.
Correct.
Can you come on board?" And I was like, "What?" And I was like, "That maybe if you have, you have a couple devs, like really good devs, and you're paying them, whatever, let's say 150. You have maybe a year or two of being able to work before they're even making a dime." And it's like they had no revenue stream. A lot of these projects were just they had already raised capital, I think, because of they're in Web3 and other people, oh, you're in Web3, you're in NFTs, you're in this Web3 space. Let me throw money at you. My friend Ernie did the same thing recently with this project called Toshimon. Gave him like $100,000, and I was like, Ernie, I don't know if I would have done that. But then I mean, Toshimon, they have like they're gonna have really good stuff in the future. And they only have like 100,000 of their crypto out there called Toshi, but they're gonna have some really awesome gameplay. They're not at some point also gonna have OMI on there as well, and I think Republic Note. But yeah, I feel like a bunch of people that's what it was. Is just they had already raised some money, and they were looking to try to get like people to go and like partner with them on YouTube. And I was like, I can't, guys. That's
what it looked like. Like that's kind of what I thought it was going to be. It's just a bunch of people pitching their project.
Yeah.
Like, why do I want to go listen to a bunch of people pitch their NFT project?
I mean, some of them were cool, like the Neopets one. I had no idea Neopets was coming out with the metaverse, but I was like, tell me all about it, because that's a big brand. That's a nostalgia brand.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I had this concept, like it's a project that I'm working on right now, but I want to build it out before I like release it publicly, properly, because I kind of want the product there to like show before I do any kind of like sales of NFTs, right? So this is what the project concept is, right? So if you've seen like Star Wars, it was episode which one was it? It was the one with Mace Windu. Okay, so it was episode 3, I think.
Yeah, Mace Windu gets hecked.
Yeah,
forced out.
Yeah, so there's that scene where they're in this like pit, and there's all the droids, and then there's like the stormtrooper guys. I can't remember who. And then there's like all the Jedis, right? And they're all fighting in like this big kind of.
Oh,
stadium.
That's episode 2. That's the second one.
That's episode 2. Okay, yeah, yeah. So they're all fighting in this big stadium, and it's like a free for all. So the concept I had is like basically you have an NFT. So just imagine like a NFT character, like something random, right? Like I don't know, like a chicken or something, or like there's something just really random. Yeah. And so you would have your NFT, you would place it in this stadium, and other people who have been randomly selected from a queue, let's say 50 people, they all take their NFT. So maybe the first series is like a bunch of chickens and like robots, right? So you got robots and chickens. That's like for the first series.
Love where this is going.
Yeah, and so they would place theirs, and it would be literally like a stadium, and each character is just controlled by AI, so you're not controlling it, right? And
I don't like that part.
Yeah, so you're not controlling it. You basically select your NFT, you place it in the stadium, and 49 other people place theirs, and they basically fight each other. So but it's all AI controlled. And what you would do before you place it is each one of them can hold, let's say, 3 different weapons or 3 different items, right? And so that's the way where you would kind of decide, what am I going to give my let's say my competitor before I place him into the arena? Like, do I want to give him like some long range weapons? And the weapons would be really stupid, like like laser beam or like like a machete or something. And each weapon only has a limited number of uses before it needs to recharge. So you need to also be careful. Like if it's a really powerful weapon, like something like, I don't know, like a stick of dynamite, you could only use it once, and then you have to wait like 10 seconds. And so basically these characters, it would be a free-for-all. They just fight each other, and people can spectate. And because it's like a kind of like, like Zed Run, people would spectate and then bet on the horses, which one's going to win.
The amount of gambling is going to be
Yeah.
insane with this.
People can speculate and they could bet on whose character is going to win in the end. It's all like AI controlled, and what you can also do is the stadiums that they're battling in, they could be a DAO, right? So for the same tokens that you're betting, people who, let's say they vote in the DAO, they could vote on what they want the stadium to be. So let's say if everyone's like, we want Randy's face on the floor of the stadium, then the next tournament, Randy's floor is going to be on the Randy's face will be the floor of the stadium, and we can have billboards in the back, like around the stadium, and then people who kind of like burn some tokens, they can then be like choose to advertise on those billboards like for that tournament as well. And like there'd probably be a limited number of people who compete, and it'll be done through like a randomized queue. And then the winner would get like a cut of like the tokens that were pledged. So let's say every competitor pledges like 10 tokens. Like the winner would take like, I don't know, like 60% of it. Or let's say 60% goes to like the top 5 people out of 50, or maybe top 10. And then the rest get burned. Something like that. And then obviously this would be like kind of like a fully 3D environment. The NFTs are all like, 3D, and there'd be different types. And then based on the DAO as well, you could vote for like what kind of theme you want, or if there's a specific partner that you want to have like 3D NFTs created on behalf of, to then battle within this arena that you can like purchase and then have the battle inside, then that's like an option as well. But I just thought like something fun, something like silly.
That sounds freaking sick. If you ever do that, let me know. I'll definitely buy a character.
Yeah, I mean, because a lot of people really like the concept of like betting on like fights and betting on like racing.
Yeah,
so
dude.
Like, why not create something where everyone can like have their own customized character, and they just beating the shit out of each other, and people can bet on it. But I wanted to like make it, but then you can make it even more fun, right? Like, because in Star Wars they had that. I think it was called a Rancor. Like it just came bursting through this like stadium and started beating everyone up. So you could have like a random spawn like enemy thing, like a freaking massive, I don't know, like golem or something that just beats up everyone that's around it. So yeah, there's like, and also maybe what would be cool is if you allow the audience, for anyone who kind of pledges to burn some tokens, whoever pledges the most, they can select to spawn like an enemy, like in the middle of the stadium, wherever they want. So if there's someone they really want to kill, they're like, let me spawn an enemy there, and they pledge some tokens. So then like, there's like ways to interact. I think.
Oh, that'd be great if you could go and bet. Well, let's say we have a massive bet of like $10,000 on like this certain AI, and then you're only burning $1,000 worth of OMI to like spawn to absolutely spam the other guys with enemies.
Yeah.
Well, then if that happens, then you're lighting on fire $1,000, but you're making, let's say, out of the $10,000 bet, let's say you make 8,000 of it, or even 5,000 of it. You're still walking away with a really nice amount. That's a really good idea.
Yeah. Like, so there's people who are watching that can get involved. Or I thought like what would be really cool is like this can also be done is whoever pledges some tokens, and let's say they get selected, is they can spawn like a portal that just stays in the stadium, and the person can select where they want the portal to go, and anyone who steps in that portal, they respawn somewhere else, and they can select where they want them to respawn. So if there's someone who you really want to like move into an enemy, you can place a portal near them, hope that they walk into it, and then end up teleporting to like closer to where an enemy is, or closer to like where everyone else is fighting. So you could just literally send them to like, join into this like this huge dogfight that's happening in the corner. And it'd be last one standing that wins.
Oh, that sounds like a lot of fun. I'd do it. Let's go.
Because it kind of reminded me a bit of like, like cockfighting, like with the chickens.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's obviously like kind of illegal. But it would be like, I guess, like a legal version of that, but with like.
Because they're NFTs.
Yeah. And then I thought the items, right? The items could be NFTs, but those could be airdropped for doing certain things. So like maybe a blind box, and maybe there's like a bunch of items, like 100 items. Maybe 60 of them are like different types of swords, and maybe like 3 of them are like really exclusive items, like I don't know, like a freaking chainsaw or something.
You should get it to where you could get a Feesh, and then people could slap each other with Feeshes too.
Yeah. Feesh could be.
That'd be great.
Yeah,
A Feesh be interoperable with them. I didn't mean to go through. Apparently, they started like an hour ago, and that's my apologies. That the Veve Fam Bam had something start like an hour ago. I didn't mean to go through it.
Oh, I didn't know that's on.
Veve Fam Bam I just gave it a like. Everyone could totally go there and
is it going on right now?
Yeah. I forgot those. I mean, they've already been streaming for over an hour, so it's like I'm not gonna stop.
Okay, shit.
What if let me see.
Fam Bam raid.
So if I
we could raid them. Do Fam Bam raid.
I don't. Oh wait, can you share my screen again?
Oh yeah.
Let's see if what's
Fam Bam raid. Like let's comment meow. Or actually, so you'd have to just let me share it in the chat here, and then when I share it in the chat, then you guys might be able to go. Okay, so it should be. Steven,
yeah, I'm down to rate it. I my phone's dying too, so I need to get it hooked up on a charger and maybe get some food too. So
okay. So yeah, the link is down below where highlighted comment. Kay, I don't know if you can click on that to find it. Find Veve Fam Bam.
Is it on your YouTube channel?
Yeah, it's in the chat.
Oh, okay. Let me go on that first.
Yeah, that little guy over there. So do raid. Let's see what they're talking about.
I mean, because I feel like again, I don't know how old you guys are, but I mean, I'm an older millennial. Like I'm like close to 40. So.
That's your video, Randy.
Jumpstart Janie being going and pushing forward.
Yeah, you look great. I don't want to say my age.
That's okay. You don't have to say your age. I mean, sorry. It's a very Korean thing because there's like a formal and an informal way to speak. So Koreans always end up asking each other like what year they're born. Oh, is it Randy?
Yeah.
What's up,
Randy?
Oh, there he is. Hold on. There you go.
Are they gonna pull it all of us in?
Yeah. Pull screen.
Chill.
But it's amazing because I just feel like, they just get it so much easier. Like I was kind of still in this generation where, they were kind of like we didn't have an email at one point. We were like using faxes and like mail still.
Like streaming,
and then it became like all email. And then now it's like, I know some people, and especially in certain countries like China, for example, they barely even use email. Everything done over WeChat, which is like WhatsApp, but like the China version, for example. So you have documents that are signed and deals that are done.
Like how Chavez reacts to people
versus
Chavez reacting to our live stream of that way. We should do like infinite live stream. Someone else live stream us.
Oh yeah, somebody else go on. Who here is? Oh, what's up, White Rabbit?
We're.
Yeah, OBL, go live and
your kids like write a lot, like physically write.
Streaming now.
That's another thing. It's like everything is
someone live stream us, live streaming them.
Could we close the circle somehow? We get like we have Cavell, or maybe I don't know. And then somebody else, and then them live streaming their live stream of somebody else's.
And they're so like comfortable with it. My 7-year-old's just like navigating through it like nothing. I'm like, hold on. Wait a second, and he's just logging in so easily. It's just this is it, So this.
Hey, I see in the comments you have the little cat in the box. Meow meow meow.
Live react.
Yeah, it's wild because for them, like this is their generation, and it's been just totally digital. Whereas, like, I mean, I'm sure you guys can relate too. It's like you kind of feel like you're in the like this other like.
Oh, where's her donation button?
Like,
she doesn't have it yet. I can't donate.
Yeah. I saw that. I just messaged.
So it's almost like I'm split sometimes. Even like when I write things down or like have a planner, like I want to use Notion or Google Docs or like even my iPad.
Oh, let me find my
planner, writing things out. But then at the same time, I feel torn because I love writing things down on paper. So it's like haven't really fully like grasped one or the other. I'm kind of like here, there, and doing all the things.
Yeah, I get it. I'm always writing things down.
I gotta bounce out, guys. My phone's gonna be dying, so I'm gonna charge it, get some food.
Yeah,
if it's still live streaming, maybe I'll hop back on later.
I'll be here. I'll be here.
Hey, peace out, Kay.
Cool. Yeah, what was it?
Good chatting with you.
Yeah. Catch you.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, sounds good.
I love how
Peace
all
out,
you guys
everybody.
showed
Take care.
me, I have to show you my journal that I would write. It was like kind of embarrassing, but
No, it's not.
sorry, I'm just laughing to myself. But I use a
Oh,
Sesame
cute.
Street.
I love that.
I do too.
I'm like living in my parents' house right now after moving back from Asia, and I found
No
this,
Cold
and I was like,
Tea.
oh my
There's
God,
no
that's so
Pokemon
cute. And like
confirmed.
this is what I would study with to
I
learn about
found it.
Web3, and I would take notes in my Sesame Street notebook.
I even
we
have
would
a
know.
Black Panther pen.
Oh my gosh, that's so cute.
So I got the matching little notepad.
I love.
Oh my goodness.
When I was doing back to school shopping for my son, I was like, "Oh, I gotta have this. This is mine."
That's so funny. It's like, oh, it's back to school for you, but since I'm buying you something, let me get myself something.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and speaking of, when we're talking about writing and things, he does a lot of writing, but there's a lot that's on the computer now too. Like I think it was last week he had a test, and I was asking about it, how he did. He tells me his grade, and I was like, "Well, let me see it." And he's like, "Well, it's on the computer." So, but I keep forgetting there's a website now that I can go to and see those grades, but I'm not used to it. So that's something I gotta start getting used to.
Things on there.
Okay, are you going Captain Jack Sparrow on us?
Goodness. I mean,
Yeah.
it's wild.
I got this from
It's just
Disneyland.
so fascinating just to see like
that'd be
the
cute,
generation,
yeah.
even like
Me.
Twitter Spaces, right? Because a lot of
Change it.
friendships were formed, especially last year. Like I remember when I first joined, I kept on hearing about people doing their 1 week stream, but going 24 hours. And I know that Randy did that 24 hours plus stream that
43.
33. Yes. Preach it, Van Damme. Preach it.
Super cool. Just again, friendships and community that's actually made during this time.
Yeah, it's been really cool to go in there. I try to do as much as I can. I'm try to get on all the.
How you do it, but I see you popping in everywhere, and I'm like, oh, it's overwhelming. You're awesome. You're awesome.
I try to get in because I don't want to just know one. Like you have the people who mainly are in the spaces, the Twitter spaces, and then you have some people who do the YouTube, and you have people, and I want to know everybody. I want to get to know all of them, and I love how you get in the Twitter spaces and the people who've been in there, and they get in there and they're so close. They've gotten to know each other so well just in, by hanging out in the Twitter spaces and just talking. And I'll just go in and listen to them and, just get to know people better that way. And on Twitter too, there's the thing where you can get people's notifications. Like I use that also to get to know
can you do the makeup
better. Like
can you actually become
Captain Jack Sparrow? We're following each other, but
I'll need to do
I don't
makeup.
want to follow each other and you're just in my. I want to.
Do you have the
see
hat?
what you're about, so I'll do
Oh,
that.
no, I
with some
don't. I got this
people,
from
and I'll see
Disneyland
all the
in
stuff that
Japan.
they say, and just
Need to get that.
okay,
Need to get
this
the.
is a cool
Need to get
person,
Pirate K on
whatever.
here.
Like,
I would want a
some
Pirate
have
K
been
NFT.
Next, I delete
That's all as well.
because I'm like, yeah, I don't like that vibe. Well, I'll unfollow them and okay, you're gone.
I totally feel you on that. It's funny because when I started in January, and then I think I got on Twitter on January 31st, and I hopped into my first Twitter Spaces later on that week on Friday or something, and then for a couple of months, I was in Spaces freaking all day long, and then sorry, I'm just laughing. I didn't mean to snort, but I saw very unladylike.
Hey, is that an Aladdin knife? What type of knife is that from?
It's from Turkey.
Okay,
I don't know. My sister got it.
Oh, okay.
Again, total ADD right now.
You gotta.
But skincare, seriously, The Ordinary. Have you guys heard of The Ordinary? Actually, Veve versus Eva.
Okay, you're coming to
Have you heard of The
you're
Ordinary?
coming to Decon in Anaheim. So the girls had, or a bunch of the girls,
some of the
had asked me and Taps, and I imagine you're welcome as well, to do they want to do a makeover of me because when they saw me shave my eyebrows, Randy, we need to we need something.
Yeah, I'm down. I asked
Don't
my
quote me on that.
my girlfriend
But
to do it,
a
but
copy
she's like,
of La Mer and
she's
their
you always
serum and their
complain when I
cream.
choose your eyebrows.
So a lot of
Yeah.
the items are
I'm
super
like,
cheap,
okay,
all under 20 USD. So
oh, Desmond.
out.
I'm so excited! All these people are jumping in here, guys.
Oh, it's Kay. What's up, Kay?
I think I've been keeping up with the comments.
Wait, let me message them and be like, look on our live stream.
What's
and
your
I'm
skin
like,
routine?
Girls.
Stop it.
Well, you look great too. Like everybody.
Aw, thank you. Just regular cleansing.
Somebody said, "Oh, Randy"
Yeah.
on their chat. I don't know who that was.
What's your favorite products? Let's just
Oh, I
talk
was not
about
sure.
this for a second because we are, Randy says girls. Like we
Ask you
are
about your
girls.
Gary V.
She don't want to talk about
because
skincare.
before No, I mean,
That's
I think
cool.
just consistency every day. That's it. And then I
Okay,
try different
let's
things.
say-
Have you ever tried
Yeah, message.
BoxyCharm? Did you ever
This
do
is where it would
BoxyCharm?
help
Have
to
you heard of
super
that
chat
subscription a
because
month?
if we could
You try
super
different
chat, they would go right
products
up and they would be able to.
Oh, it's like Birchbox, like
Kind
Birchbox.
of like
Oh,
Birchbox,
that's the
exactly, or
cover.
like Ipsy, but
So like
BoxyCharm
I've
was
already
super
subscribed
wild, so
to the Veve Fam Bam.
it's actually I really like it.
So
And I'm
that's what
really
everyone else
started
in the
with this
chat
stuff,
should do as well.
switching stuff up and trying
Let me
different
see.
things.
Am I subscribed?
Oh, cool. Okay, I gotta try that.
Live
Sometimes I
streaming.
switch in so you don't get
Oh, so
stuck
they
on the
got to your
same.
comment from like 6 minutes
No.
ago,
Yeah.
10 minutes ago.
Kelly, okay, are you joking?
Yeah, no.
What does that even
didn't
mean?
realize.
I'll text her. I'll text her right
I
now.
told her where to jump to look.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
Google
all right,
it.
where's-
live stream of them
On
live
his,
streaming.
I can't find her text of the last. All right, hang on. I have to go to the Jan. I mean, oh fudge. This is my-
Y'all are amazing, though. That's all I know.
You just making
I'm
me crack up.
live streaming.
Well,
You're
okay,
live.
Let's change the subject to something. Okay, let's see. Let's
New
see.
York. I'm so jelly. I want to go to Comic Con.
Let's do it, boys. Let's close the loop.
I will stream.
But they're gonna
What's up?
see
What's
us
the-
live
What
streaming
physical
them.
collections we see?
Yeah, I don't know
Keep
how
up,
that's
we've
gonna
got, some amazing stuff down there. I'm like,
This is
Well,
gonna be
no
so. Oh,
way.
it's gonna be
It's gonna
great.
be like a endless panel.
Endless loop.
I think they're live streaming. Okay, go to Randy's.
Oh, they're doing it. They're doing it. Okay.
I'm just
You have-
laughing
you
at
have to share
Stephen's
the
comment.
screen.
I've got one.
I love
And I
this
hear,
game.
what is your skincare routine? And I thought I clicked on the wrong stream. Sleeping, but let me tell you, happy wife, happy life, part of that is taking care of your skin and your youth. So, it's, when you're in Web3 and NFTs and chasing all these collectibles and comics, you got to remember to take care
shoot.
of your skin.
Oh, double shoot.
You're so cute.
A question: how technical are you guys? Like for me, I love.
Yeah, it's a good thing
technology.
before the
That's
12-hour
what
mark
got
if they
me,
do it.
More interested in blockchain and things, and that's what made my obsession just immediate. Once I got into
Like
the
us on
crypto.
YouTube, it's like
But
40 seconds.
learning all of that, like I don't have time for it. I learn as much as I can, but I don't have time to dig in and learn all the tech. Like Janie, I feel like you just absorbed so much in such a little small amount of time. Like if you have a secret, and what about you, Kika? What do you like technical wise?
I'm not that like tech savvy like that. I just, I that's all my husband's doing. But that's probably not a good thing.
Are you more interested in that type of stuff now, or are you just?
I need, like I said, I need to get I need to get in there a little bit more. I wasn't even on the socials that much until Veve. That's when I created my Twitter account. I was very private with my personal life like that. But once with Veve, I just really wanted to share with
We were
everyone
going to a concert.
what it was all about. So
Oh, what is that?
You know Blackpink?
I've heard of that, yeah.
Yeah, K-pop.
Having fun with it.
So basically, they've
That's all
got
I've been doing
how
every
a
day,
lot of
just having a
concerts,
great time with it, and
they have their own kind of
trying to get it
road
out
trip,
there.
light
But,
sticks.
yeah,
But their one
it's newer to me.
is-
I've never been one to post
it's Pink
every
Hammer,
day
right?
as far as my
And-
personal. But I'm
Okay,
getting more
Heart Hammer.
comfortable.
Oh, that's epic.
Last year and a half have
And it lights up.
Yeah, I'm the same. I feel
Like,
like my Facebook is just dead, and
Right,
it's been
the
dead
sound.
for a while.
So when
I go
the
on
music
there.
like the beat, it lights
Yes,
up to that.
I
so
go
it
on there
sounds
and
my
I look
voice.
at
Oh, that's epic.
Yeah, so it will
family
light
members and
in
things
tune
on there that
to the
I'll go
music.
okay, there's
in
some
concert.
pictures, I'll like them, and then I just.
I would
get
love
back
to take that to a
concert,
raid.
in December.
Twitter,
I'm going
I'm
to.
on it all the time now.
Yeah.
Can you bring that to Anaheim?
Like everyone has the hammer at the concert.
Okay, but bring bring that to
I
Anaheim.
gotta get in there more, like I said.
Oh, light stick. Yeah, I can bring.
I mean, I was just thinking about what you were saying, and I think honestly the tech, and like I said, I had to
not
prep
seen
this
our
conversation, and it was.
I think they
a
did
lot of
because
work,
she got back to me
but I'm
and
actually gonna make it
she just said,
available
"Oh my
to
god," and she was just
people, so you guys
laughing.
gotta drop me your email.
So I don't know if
I'm,
they're gonna.
really,
I'll ask them. Close the loop.
putting everything together, but I'm
Alright.
happy to share with you guys the deck that I
Close the
created because
loop.
I'm just gonna give that away
View
for
us,
free for
viewing
whoever
you.
actually wants it. Just because for me, actually, part of that process.
Yeah, okay, bring them to Anaheim. And also send me the link on where to get one. I need like 3.
Was helping myself to actually
they're on
explain it to other people
YG store
in the most simple way possible. And I think the challenge of actually studying is that once you start doing NFT,
Amazon's
it's like
YG store.
non-fungible. It's like what's fungible, and then they go decentralized. What's
Okay,
decentralized? Blockchain. What's
I gotta
blockchain?
send
and like
a
literally
pic of how we
start going down these rabbit holes. But like, I mean, I've shared my story before, but I mean, I was working in fashion and beauty in Hong Kong, and I have like crazy ride. Like, I'm literally getting my belongings on Monday, which I mean, I'm like overjoyed, but I'm scared to crack open like 50 boxes that I've been stuck in transit for 5 months. Like, I'm like praying, please do not be moldy and no cockroaches, because
we're attempting to close this loop here, trying to get that done.
But yeah, I mean, I think it's really just like the time spent of
is sharing
knowing that Web3 is a brand new language, and like having grace and patience with yourself, because it is super overwhelming. Like they say, drinking from a fire hose and falling into a rabbit hole, and I think that's for a reason. So even if it's just like one concept per day, I'm trying to figure out what blockchain is.
I literally look like an NFT.
And then just spending a
You
little
know,
bit of
you
time
do.
doing that, and especially for everyone else who is like
you look so
because, like,
you
I
look
ended
so
up getting
good.
laid
I
off before,
want it.
I came back
I
to
want you as an
so
NFT.
when I
It looks
started my
adorable.
journey fresh in January, it was a lot easier because I had the luxury of time.
Bunny
And I was
slippers
planning
on.
on moving back. It's just that I got stuck in America because my flight was canceled.
Is that
and
the
there
same
was,
hat
like,
that Dan Lee has?
specifically from Hong Kong.
Oh, this is the Hulk one.
To from the US, right? So
Oh,
I think it's
okay.
just more about like
Dan Lee's got
carving-
a hat
chipping
like
away
that
at
when
the
he's trying to
old block, little by
impersonate
little,
Cavell.
and just knowing that that's okay.
Something like that. I'm not 100%
Well, okay,
sure.
they're talking about.
They saw my message.
Okay, hello, Kate. I don't know exactly what to click to do that.
What's going on?
Look on
How do-
Randy
I mean-
Chavez live stream and share the screen.
Yeah.
Your screen.
I think one of them has to share this.
Sparrow. But I don't know exactly how to do that.
I
think one of them has to share their screen. Hold
Yeah.
on.
What exactly do I do?
So bizarre.
All right, let's try to find this out. Figure this out.
Why don't we merge the stream?
Well, if they go
Can I-
on your stream first.
I don't know, but this is gonna be fun.
Can I call her on Instagram and then just have like, hey, this is how we do
Yeah, and then we'll give you some advice about skincare. Just kidding.
Oh, we totally need that skincare.
One of
Oh,
y'all
what
have
is
to
this?
share your screen, but how do they share their
Girl, I have no idea.
Are they on computers?
Yeah, button.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
I can see them there because I have.
Are they on computers? Well, I'll communicate that.
Okay, I'm just waiting. Sorry, I'm just like looking for more instructions. I'm trying to see like how do we how does somebody let me go to Google.
What is it called?
Are
Screen
they
too
on,
small
you're all
to
are on your
see.
computers?
Well, Kay's on his.
Yes, they are.
Um,
I'm over here talking to them.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we just look at the comment real quick? I haven't really been paying attention, but this is amazing. Adam Verse Music Station goes, you all have a beautiful speaking voices. You also start a singing group, the Veves. I listened. So actually, the Veves does exist already. I'm very flattered that you think I have a good voice. But
Sleep in. I love him.
Wasted.
Decom, we'll get a karaoke bar.
Oh crap.
We have to.
Well, like
okay.
you're Korean,
Click
so
on
you're like a K-pop
video.
singer or K-pop dancer or something. I'm like,
I
look,
can't.
not
Yeah.
all of us trained to be BTS and Blackpink, okay?
Blackpink.
Okay, here's an idea I had.
Hey,
But
how did you do it?
like
How'd
in
you like
our,
how?
Decon chat,
Oh,
I said
there's
it
a-
and nobody
if it's
responded to me.
StreamYard,
And I was
there's
like,
a
guys, we have
share
to go up
button
there. We
on the
we need a
bottom,
bunch of people to
like, nav bar.
volunteer, and we
There's a
need
button
to
that says
sing
share, and you just
a
click that,
song from
and then you
Greece.
share the
There's
screen.
Like the what is it? The
All right,
Tell Me
if you're
More?
on StreamYard on your computer,
or
okay.
one of them.
Yeah,
Like
so on
we could have
StreamYard,
a big
there's a
group
share
and we
button.
could
Depends
all
what streaming
take
software they're
turns of
using.
singing parts.
If they're
It would
using
be
Zoom,
so
there's a share button
funny.
on that as well.
It would be hilarious.
Button
It doesn't
on-
matter if you
I
can
think
sing or
it's
not.
StreamYard.
Have drinks in us.
Yeah, StreamYard. So there's a button that says share right at the bottom.
Oh my
The
gosh,
little
that's actually
toolbar.
instead of give me more, it
Okay.
would be give me
Yeah.
rare. Like give
And
me
then we
rare.
could do
the
Give me
screen
rare.
to the screen like you've done.
Look
I'll
again,
have
look
to,
again,
like,
look again.
you know, do some copywriting and put the lyrics
I was watching
together
them watching us.
and you know, just
That's
help
basically what it is.
orchestrate this.
Sweet
I cannot do singing.
Caroline.
I'm too shy.
Ooh, all right. Omi Panda wants to match a donation.
Okay,
All right.
What are the instructions?
Y'all have to click
What
go
are-
to
what-
Randy's video and click on his video.
Oh,
on
I'm gonna
your
come back to that,
screen,
OMI Panda.
And there's a share button on StreamYard.
On StreamYard.
StreamYard.
Well, that's the link that they're using. Yeah, because it says powered by StreamYard up there. Right, that's
Yeah.
theirs. Yeah.
Share screen? Is that right? Share screen?
Yeah, he said if you go to his video and then on StreamYard, there should be a button that says share.
But it's on their
Oh,
StreamYard,
no,
on
I have a
their
button right here
stream,
that says
right?
share.
Okay,
Can I do
Yeah.
this?
So on their
I got it.
StreamYard, there's a
Okay.
share
You got
button.
it?
is a share
On the
button.
bottom, like the bottom toolbar.
Bottom toolbar.
Next
gonna
to
be
mute,
interesting. Okay,
stop
let me
cam,
try.
settings, all that stuff.
Okay.
Okay,
Click
I will. You're sleeping.
On their
Charlotte,
StreamYard.
feeling froggy tonight.
Oh,
Been
yeah.
between another Becky Cloonan. Ooh. Okay, what would you prefer, Becky Cloonan or Ultra
yeah,
Rare
what do we
Steamboat
got?
Mickey?
Oh,
Oh, we did
There,
it!
there's Kay and Randy. Is this good? Does this work?
We got it.
On their StreamYard.
They got it.
Froggy tonight. Been between another Becky.
Wait, but am I supposed to turn on
Weird.
the
Hey, what
volume?
would you prefer, Becky Cloonan? Oh, we're
Yeah.
delayed about 2 minutes.
Oh.
Or no, we're delayed
I
about
think
30
if
seconds.
I put the volume up though, it's
Wait,
hard.
why are there 3 of me?
Because it's just adding like
Oh,
on
I
each other's
love
screen,
this,
it's
Randy.
replicating.
I don't think they
Yeah, how
realize
much do
we're
we
on
do?
there.
No, did you guys? Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear them. We can hear you now.
Okay, if I put the
Who
volume.
are they?
Wait, why are there 3 of me? Oh, well, there's 4 of me now. This is insane. All right, OMI Panda, smash this donation.
No, did you guys? Can you hear us?
Yeah, we could hear you. Oh, wait. I'm
Why is
hearing
it
a
multiplying?
version
There's
of
so
theirs.
much going on right now that I'm like,
This is
okay.
the
Oh my god! Welcome to Web 3.
Smash this donation. I'm so glad this is
Is it
recorded.
supposed to be doing this? It's multiplying the screens.
Well, I think it's because
Literally,
they're
like, the
streaming
multiverse
us
right here.
on their
Like
screen,
a different time.
and then we're streaming them on ours, so we do double.
Oh wow.
There's
This
so
is
many.
funny.
How many?
Wait,
1,
why don't
2,
we just
3,
merge?
4, 5,
I think
6, 7.
Randy,
Okay, merge.
Wait, there's a little.
and Kay
Yeah.
on their screen,
Different
and
time.
then we're streaming.
I'm seeing me do the
theirs.
same movements, but like 7 times.
Oh, you know what? There's also like a 30-second lag.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay, merge.
There's a lot happening here right now.
Kika, are you okay?
I'm good. I'm like, hold on.
This is awesome.
All right, everyone start doing the robot.
I love this game.
Yes, Foxy
Start
Charm
doing the
Diversity.
robot.
Blue,
You guys gotta all do the robot. This should be 30 seconds, so we have to keep on doing this until they start.
Dude, all of these on the. I'm
Okay,
waiting
now
for
they do it.
the rest of
See,
us
now
to
they're
do
doing
it. There we
now.
go.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, this is crazy.
Oh my god.
I need to
Okay,
work on
that
my
was a
skin.
good
I'm in.
that was a good minute of us doing that.
There we go.
Oh, we did. I mean, could we just?
Oh my god, this is wild.
Okay. I guess they're 2 separate streams, so we can't merge the streams, right? No, that'd be.
Yeah.
So Randy, Kay,
I understand.
because it's Jen's first inaugural stream, then maybe you guys can come over.
Can
'Cause
to
this is
I don't know
I'm
do.
looking at the screen and it's crazy.
It's insane.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Okay, I'm gonna stop it.
They
So
stop.
I'm
That was
I
fine.
love
That was
that.
wild for the
I love
seconds that we
why
did it.
not.
That was cool. I think it's the first time that's ever happened in the Web3.
Pretty crazy.
oh, God.
Restream the stream.
That
Oh,
was.
goodness.
Hold on, let's see.
I should see if my husband can DJ Decon. He's an awesome DJ.
Oh, for
He's
real?
Yeah, I asked Alex. Yeah, that would be awesome.
Transfers to David U realm. This is also really wild because I'm on Lucy. So this is a very
What are you
trippy
guys
stream.
doing?
This is a.
Sorry, I was just looking. I took a photo of that.
That was. I should have taken a picture of that.
Let me, I'll,
Sleepy Comics is in. He wants to work on his skin.
Dude, these comments are
He
great.
wants to work on his skin.
Yeah.
So he said. Wait, who
On the
said
web.
that? Oh, sleeping.
Sorry, guys. Please hold while I try something.
It's a Bam Bam
Are they
show.
gonna join? I told
don't
them to
know.
join.
Oh wait, how do I
To
join?
inaugurate your stream.
Oh, they need to send you StreamYard link.
Oh, okay.
And then you can
We see you. Is it supposed to be like this? And then.
Yo,
Okay, so I sent
Oh wait,
a link
hold on.
to Randy, told him to share it with Kay. Sleeping, do you want to come on? Viviversity, Veva, you want to come on? Anybody else
I
want to come
mean,
on?
I'm
me
fine
know.
ending this if
I
y'all
can
want to
do
go
it
on their
for
stream.
people. And then we can kind of
Yeah.
just,
All right.
I don't know
See
how you feel
you
about that.
in 2 minutes.
I'm here. Let's do this.
Is that cool? Okay. You want to go on theirs?
Those figures kind of cool.
Yeah, sure. If you just drop the stream
Sorry,
in the Telegram or something.
posting on
Yeah. Cool beans.
Twitter.
Let them know. Let them know, boys. I might be able to. No.
Okay.
All right. So let me.
I think they're coming.
Let me do the.
Coming?
I think.
All right. So I can send a. All right. So okay, you're gonna get there first.
What's Kay's handle? It's something funky.
So Kay, I'll message you on Telegram, I guess.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Just drop in the chat.
This is starting to
Okay.
look like we're in a world.
All right. I'll just drop it in the chat. OMI is your home.
Sorry, those are. Oh no. The whole thing. I'm just like
That's for
nervous.
Bam Bam.
Mika, you are too. Janie,
Not
she's
mine, but I'll go in there.
So it's just like.
All right, so I'll go in there in a minute. I'm just gonna catch up on the rest of these comments. As well as feel to be on Lucy. Pretty almost.
I'm gonna get a drink first, actually, but I'll catch you in a bit.
Oh, 500 for Viviversity to cut her hair live. I think she won't do it for 500. She'll do it for like 10,000 maybe. Streamception, row your boat, like SpongeBob, of some time of travel. What the heck's going on? Yeah. So we're gonna go to Vivi Fan Bams in a minute. Okay, I'll meet you there. When this is what Wendy first is like. Player dreams. OMI to the moon. Disturb stream clone. Yeah. All right. So we're gonna go. Thank you all for the donations and for coming by. I will 100% see you on Vivi Fan Bam's channel. Again, the link was in the comments. But you'll see that I think on link in the comments. Yeah. Oh God. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, ending the broadcast. I'm gonna end the broadcast, and then we're gonna. Okay.